All right. Hello, everyone. I'm here with James Fodor. So, James and I, we've had various discussions before about philosophy of religion stuff, and that's a topic on which we tend to disagree. I think we've had very interesting discussions, but we thought, one like very big topic on which we agree is effective altruism, that it's an important social movement. More people should be effective altruists. And so we thought that would be a good topic to discuss. And so the plan for the video is if people have seen the kind of like bad apologetics type streams, where James and Nathan go through like apologetics videos and address them and give their objections. The plan is to do that, but for objections to effective altruism, to discuss sort of what we think about them. So James, thanks for coming on the channel.
Yeah, no worries. This was a good suggestion, and I hope that it'll be of interest to people.
Yeah, and so I guess, do you want to describe, just for people who don't know who you are, like who are you?
Sure. So who am I? I guess I'm a researcher in neuroscience and cognition. So I study language and how we form semantic concepts and deploy them in different contexts. So sort of at the intersection of AI and neuroscience and cognitive science. So I just finished my PhD and am now working as a postdoc at Carnegie Mellon University in Pittsburgh. And when I'm not doing that, I have my YouTube channel where, as you indicated, I talk a lot about philosophy and religion. So I'm an atheist and I defend a naturalistic worldview. And I also have a podcast called the Science of Everything podcast, where I talk about science. And one of the things that I'm, in addition to like naturalism and atheism and skepticism, I'm also very passionate about effective altruism. And it's sort of an important aspect of my worldview in terms of kind of how to apply some of the more theoretical ideas about like humanism and the importance of improving welfare. So I think EA is a nice adjunct to that.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I guess we can start by talking about, just for people who don't know, like, what is effective altruism? I guess my summary of it would be, I think effective altruism is a social movement that's about trying to do good effectively. So there are vast differences in how effective different ways of attempting to do good are. Some charities do good hundreds or thousands of times more effective than others. So the core idea of EA is we should try to do good effectively with our lives, both with our time, money, and careers. So this will take the form of trying to take careers that are very high impact and trying to give one's money to effective charities that save lives very effectively, and as well as not just saving human lives, but also that do other kinds of good very effectively. So there are some charities that help out very large numbers of animals at very low cost. There are some charities that work on existential risk reduction, which seems very valuable given kind of plausible assumptions. So that's the core idea of EA, just like trying to do good effectively. James, do you have anything to say about sort of like the core idea of EA?
Yeah, so I think EA starts with a sort of observation that we can act in ways that are, well, I guess there's sort of three categories. We can act in ways in our life that harm other people, sort of deliberately or indifferently. Most people don't do that so much, although, to varying extents they do. We can also act in a way that's sort of self-interested, so we can just sort of do things that we like. That includes spending money and time on things that are of interest to us and that we value just personally. But we can also spend our time and money doing things that help other people, like consciously and deliberately. And a lot of people don't even think about that first step. And I think that that's actually one of the most important aspects of effective altruism, to encourage people to think about ways that they can use their time and money and talents to deliberately and intentionally help other people. So calling people's attention to that is the first step of effective altruism, I think, although that's just at the point altruism. The next step is then to say, well, there are many ways you can try to act to help other people, but not all of them are equal in the sense of resulting in the same amount of benefit to other people or helping people to the same extent. So effective altruism, that's where the effectiveness comes in. It asks people to think about, how can we determine which ways of helping other people will result in more helping, will benefit people more than others. And so effective altruism encourages us to use the best tools of reasoning and evidence that we can to inform our decisions about how to act when when trying to help others. So that often takes the form, as you, Matthew, mentioned, of thinking about which charities we can donate our money to and what effects that those charities have on other people. But it also is broader than that. So it includes things like what careers we can decide, or what general types of work we can do, or like specifically where we can work, and like what things we can sort of try to promote politically or within our careers, how activism can be most effective in encouraging other people to adopt effective altruism principles. And I think there's many ways, directly and indirectly, that this general philosophy can inform your decision making. I just want to emphasize that it's not just about charitable giving and career choice, though those are the two most prominent. But I think it's a mindset that can permeate a lot of aspects of life. But for most people, the first thing that they come across effective altruism in the context of is informing charitable donation decisions. And I think that is one area where it has sort of the easiest to action advice, because you can just change your donations or start donating pretty much immediately. So that's a good entry point. But I don't want to give the impression that that's sort of like all that effective altruism is, because I mean, this will come to some of the objections, right? Because some people charge it as being sort of trivial if all it has to say is, well, we should donate to better rather than worse charities. But I think EA is actually much broader than that.
Yeah, I agree with that. So I guess the first thing that we were thinking of going over is, I had a piece sort of summarizing the main objections to effective altruism. In the piece, I give my objections to it. So we were just going to go over what the main objections were, and then express why we don't find them to be persuasive.
Yeah. So as sort of preface to this, the idea that there are things we can do to help other people, and that we should be using reason and evidence to try to inform ourselves about the best ways, or better rather than worse ways, of helping other people, that does seem fairly intuitive to me and many other effective altruists. But I think it still comes as a surprise to a lot of EAs that many people, particularly many like educated, thoughtful people, really don't like effective altruism, and they have a lot of nasty things to say about us and the movement. And so this is, hence why there's a need to respond to these criticisms of EA. Some of these are more philosophical in nature. Some of them are more sort of sociological, or criticisms of the movement, like as a group of people. I guess that's sort of the motive here, that neither Matthew and I think that these criticisms are really very good reasons to not take effective altruism seriously or become involved. And we'll discuss to whatever extent we think they have some validity. But so that's the motivation, or at least that's my motivation.
And the other thing is, I think there's a distinction between like getting involved with the social movement and just like doing certain EA things. So even if one were to think that the social movement was very, very bad for all sorts of reasons, okay, you should still give money to these like highly effective life-saving charities, for instance. So I think a lot of the criticisms are such that even if they were right, they might like temper one's assessment of the social movement, but they won't. It's like even if you buy 100% of the criticisms, you'd still think that how people should live their lives should be majorly influenced by effective altruist principles. Sort of funny story. So regarding what you were saying about how EA, it sort of like seems obvious, but then you have these like strong anti-EAs. So like when I was in high school, I got into a bit of trouble because there was some person who like posted on Instagram that she had donated to some charity, and I like Googled the charity, and it didn't seem that effective. And to me, the ideas just seemed so obvious that it's like, yeah, of course you would donate to the most effective charities. So I like made some comment about it, like, oh, that's great, but but there are other more effective charities. And she got really mad, and then I got like banned from a Discord server. It was kind of a whole fiasco.
Oh dear.
But yeah, all this is to say that I think EAs, the idea often seems very, very off, but then lots of people have all sorts of objections. One thing so Koopa asks, any thoughts on past money spent on malaria nets now that some malaria cures seem available? My sense is even with the malaria cures being available, it's generally like that distribution still is cheaper and more life-saving. And if you prevent a person from getting malaria, it's not like, well, because we have a cure now, that would like bring them back from the dead. So still past malaria charities look pretty good. But okay, so let's try discuss some of the objections. So I'm going to share my screen. Okay, so here's a first criticism that people have of EA. They say, oh, you know, EA, if all you're saying is that we should do good well, like this just sounds so trivial. Like, how is this controversial? You know, this is just a truism. So what do you make of this objection, James?
Well, it depends exactly how you understand the claim. If the claim is that it's good to do good, well, that's kind of a truism. Although truisms can still be useful, right? Because, like, take the example, you should exercise and lose weight. Like, that's true. It's not exactly a truism, but it's something that pretty much everyone knows. Yet people often don't do it, right? Or quit smoking, you know, things like that. And the point about I made at the outset, that this observation that you can decide how you use your time, resources, and energies in life. And one of the things you can decide to use them for is in ways that systematically and intentionally benefit other people. It shocks me that how few people have actually thought about this. People, at least in my country of Australia, just sort of, most people seem to just operate under an assumption that whatever money they make and whatever free time that they have, they will spend on themselves and maybe their family and some close friends. A lot of people don't seem to take very much time to stop and say, what should I be using my time to do? Or even just like, what would I really like to be using my time to do, even if we take the normativity out of it? So the idea that, you know, there are some really good things that you could be doing in terms of helping other people, and, you know, it'd be really good to do those, is sort of a truism, but I think it's an important truism that people really need to be reminded of. That being said, that's certainly not all that EA says. That's just sort of like the first step. EA, I think, has a lot of important insights about how we can think about the best ways of doing good. And in particular, one of the novel insights of EA is the idea that we should be cause neutral when assessing different things that we can do, money or time or talents. And the idea of cause neutrality is that we shouldn't decide at the outset, we shouldn't just bring in an assumption that, oh, I should be, well, to take an example, spending money to purchase malaria bed nets or training guide dogs or helping the homeless. We shouldn't at the outset just assume that that's the right thing to do, or just do it because we happen to know someone who had that experience or it's something we saw on the news. Rather, we should have an initial neutrality across different causes and then decide on the basis of thinking carefully about the problem, looking at empirical evidence about what causes will have the most, that we can do the most to help. And that might not necessarily be the same answer for everyone because people are in different circumstances. But the point is that we should at the outset have a neutrality to different causes. And that's actually really quite distinctive in the altruism charitable giving space. Very few, if any, other movements or like large organizations have promoted this sort of broad cause neutrality. And I think that there are people who've criticized this. Maybe we can talk about that. But I think it's actually a very important insight and something that's really helpful. And that's not a truism, right? Or at least if it's a truism, it's one that has sort of surpassed the vast majority of people working in this space. So there are many specific things that effective altruists have to say that aren't truisms. I think some of the most fundamental claims can be, depending on how you define them. But those, I think, to the extent that they are truisms, are ones that people still need to hear anyway. Like, yeah, you can do good to help other people in your life. And there's more effective ways of doing that than less. And in fact, substantially more effective ways. People maybe just haven't thought about this before, so need to be encouraged. Or they've heard of it before, but need to be reminded.
Yeah, I think that's all right. I think it's like people say EA is a truism, and then you ask, okay, so do you like give your money to effective charities where you like look carefully into like which charities are the most effective? Have you like thought carefully about using your career to do the most good? And in nearly all cases, people will say no. And so then it's like it's sort of a truism in the sense that it seems obvious when you think about it, but then almost no one does it. And so that's like, well, the most
this is like, you know, losing weight and quitting smoking, right? Like it's not exactly the same, but that's more in the discourse than helping others. But this is the point, right? If something could be obvious, but still very important to talk about. But I also don't think that a lot of things that EA has to say are as obvious. Cause neutrality, I think, is not obvious because most people have never thought of the idea before.
Yeah, I agree. And I think like, and once, if you have an obvious thing that almost no one is doing, but then once you're convinced of it, that there are like lots of sub questions that spring up. Like once you're convinced that you should try to do a lot of good, well, then it totally makes sense to have a social movement around operationalizing this insight that's obvious that almost no one has. It's like nobody objects to like, it's like that you should try that, like exercise is a good idea. This is a truism. But then from this, there are further questions about like which kinds of exercise are best. But no one would be like, that move, the like people founding an organization trying to get people to exercise more. This is totally bullshit because that exercise is good as a truism. So I don't think, I think this objection is rather silly. And you can't say that a thing both is trivial and is wrong. Those are antonyms. So okay. So that's what we have to say about that first one. So here's a next objection. So people say, well, look, effective altruism, it requires that you're a utilitarian, but utilitarianism is wrong. You shouldn't kill people and harvest their organs. And so therefore EA is wrong. What do you make of this?
Well, yeah, so this is something we've got some videos to look at after we go through the blog post here, and this is one that will come up at least in one of these videos in a bit more detail, so we can talk about it maybe in the general case. I think it would be useful to clarify why people say that you need to be a utilitarian to be an effective altruist, or that effective altruism presupposes utilitarianism. Why do you think people say this? Because effective altruist organizations do not officially say that, right? Why do other people think that?
I guess I think just if you describe what EA is about, where you're like, it's trying to do good as effectively as possible, just like the sentence sounds vaguely utilitarian. And then as a purely sociological matter, lots of EAs are utilitarian. So you combine those two facts, and then those explain why people think EA is utilitarian. But I think this objection is pretty demonstrably wrong. Like, lots of EAs aren't utilitarian. The claim that you should try to do good effectively does not require that you're a utilitarian. It just requires this much weaker principle that you think that doing good effectively is like an important part of your life. What's controversial should be an important part of your life. What's controversial about utilitarianism is it says that the only thing that goes into determining what you should do is what does the most good, and it has an account of what's good, namely maximizing individual welfare. So that's all kind of controversial, but effective altruism doesn't require the commitment to any of that. It just requires commitment to this much more minimal claim that we should try to do good. It doesn't require that you think that we should always do good, even if it violates rights, because the ways EAs do good and endorse doing good is by like distributing anti-malarial bed nets, which does not involve egregiously violating people's rights or violating their rights at all. So yeah, this objection, I think it's just like sort of demonstrably wrong. That's how I feel about a lot of them.
I think it is too, though. I will say that in my experience, quite a few EAs, I'm not saying you fit into this category, Matthew, but EAs that I've interacted with seem a bit confused themselves about what utilitarianism or consequentialism entails, because they seem to think that that say consequentialism more generally, for example, is the idea that you should make your moral decisions on the basis of some calculation that you do of what the expected consequences of your actions are. And I think that that's a popular misconception of consequentialism or of utilitarianism, would be that you try to calculate out the expected utility of each action, or at least each major action, and then decide on the basis of that calculation that you just did how to act. That's a decision theory. That's not a moral theory. Utilitarianism is a moral theory which makes a statement about what determines the moral status of an action. So utilitarianism says that the right action to take in any context is the action which will maximize future utility, or maybe future expected utility. But what it doesn't say is that you should try to compute that and then act in that context on the basis of the calculation that you just made. That's a decision theory. So people confuse those very readily. And I think that people who criticize effective altruism for assuming utilitarianism sometimes also make this mistake, that they think that effective altruists are saying that whenever you do anything, or at least whenever you try to make a significant decision, you should try to calculate out the utilities and run up a spreadsheet. Now, sometimes that's a good idea. I'm not saying you should never try to do that, but that's a very strong decision theoretic principle to take, that you should try to compute the expected utility of like actions. And there's a lot of reasons why that can be difficult, because you can't always predict the consequences of actions. And often you'll make mistakes and we can be biased, and it may be better to just adopt a rule of thumb, right? But utilitarianism doesn't say anything about any of that. So already I think that there's a bit of a, and the thing is, I've heard people in the movement talk about this. They say something like, oh, we should like, we should sometimes think more like a utilitarian and sometimes think more like a deontologist. And I don't actually think that this makes very much sense. I've heard people use language like that. It's true that
I
many
agree.
effective altruists are utilitarians, and again, I think that this sometimes there's a bit of confusion about what that entails. But even if you are a dyed-in-the-wool utilitarian, that is a position about what makes actions right or wrong. Effective altruism doesn't take a position on what makes actions right or wrong. It really just takes a position that, first of all, we can take actions that benefit other people more rather than less, and second of all, we should take those actions that benefit people more rather than less. It doesn't actually say whether that's the only thing that we should do, or that that's the only factor that's relevant for making moral decisions, which is what you just said, Matthew. And that's the key criterion of utilitarianism. I don't really think that any plausible moral view says that utility or something like utility is irrelevant to moral decision making. I suppose there's some people who say that a lot of things are incomparable, but like everyone's going to care about consequences to some extent. What makes utilitarianism distinctive is that it says that consequences are only what matters, and the only type of consequence that matters is utility. Effective altruism doesn't have a position on that. Now, again, I think what confuses people is that the way in which we try to assess, say, charities or different career choices is by looking at consequences and try to aggregate them on some utilitarian-like metric. And so that confuses people into thinking that effective altruists think that that's the only thing that morally matters. But just because that's the thing that we focus on talking about and sharing doesn't mean that we're committed to the view that's all that morally matters. I think that you can make the subtle form of this criticism is that maybe EAs don't talk enough about some of the other things. That's hard to assess because you'd have to decide how much should they talk about things that aren't consequentialist in nature. And I would argue that like assessing cost effectiveness, for example, of charities is dramatically undervalued and under-researched in many contexts. And so it makes sense for EAs to focus on that. That's kind of our comparative advantage, if you like. So the best faith version of this objection that I think you can say is that maybe EAs think too much along utilitarian lines and don't think enough about some of the other aspects of what matters that may be important. But at most, that's a reason to, like subtly reform things that EAs focus on or something like that. But it's not really an objection to EA because it just doesn't take a position on this issue.
And I think a lot of those things will not be relevant to the sorts of things that EAs are thinking about. So like here are some examples. So like non-utility things that non-EAs tend to care about include like maybe people will care about like moral desert. Maybe people will care about like not violating rights, so they'll think it's wrong to say kill one person to save five. But just none of these come up in the case of evaluating EA charities. It's not like there are some charities that like seem to benefit the people who are more deserving, nor is it the case that some of the charities being considered involve egregiously violating rights. So I basically think that like the sorts of interventions that you should do if you're an EA won't be much affected by these sorts of assessments. And I have a friend who's a Catholic radical deontologist, so he doesn't think that you should like steal in order to save the world from eternal torture, but he still gives his money to effective charities. I think that does.
That's interesting. That's a very radical position. But yeah, I mean, this just highlights the fact that even so this Catholic friend of yours has strong beliefs about what it's impermissible to do. But obviously they also think that there are other things that are morally important as well, in addition to not doing certain things that are bad, right? And this highlights the point that I was saying before, that essentially every other ethical view is going to say that helping other people is good in some cases, maybe in a lot of cases, and potentially also morally obligatory in certain cases. And insofar as that's true, effective altruism becomes relevant. It may be relevant in subtly different degrees, in subtly different cases, depending on exactly what your philosophical viewpoints are. But again, as you highlighted, Matthew, in a lot of real world cases, it just doesn't matter that much. Now, there are some cases I think it does, and maybe we'll come back to that later when people, particularly relating to things like global capitalism and working with big tech billionaires and things like that. But there's a video that talks more about this, and so I think that we can discuss that there. But I think that the burden is really on those who are, like, it's not enough to just identify, well, we have some philosophical differences. You need to establish how those are particularly relevant to the exhortations that EA makes. And I rarely see people doing this in a very like concrete way. EAs will say things like, you should give money to the Against Malaria Foundation and think about how you can have an impactful career. And then people will say, but you're also presupposing utilitarianism. There's just a disconnect between what's being advocated for and what the criticism is.
Yeah, I agree. So one objection sort of along these lines that we might address is, and you were talking about this a little bit earlier, is EA, they're too obsessed with spreadsheets. It's like they're always calculating, but the world can't be calculated precisely. You can't capture the value of love on a spreadsheet. And so EAs, they're just sort of by trying to do these quantitative assessments, they're sort of naive and missing out on many of the important things that are relevant to decision making. So what do you make of this sort of objection?
So hang on, sorry.
Wow, the objection defeated him. No. Oh, it was too powerful. I guess while we're waiting for James, I can give my preliminary thoughts on this objection, which is, I think it's wrong several times over. The first point is that EAs, I don't think, are obsessed with spreadsheets. Okay, he's back.
Sorry about that.
No worries. I was joking. The objection was it was too powerful. It defeated you.
Yes. Oh dear. What was I saying? Yes. So so it reminds me of something I was reading about just the other day, actually, which I don't really understand. It's the what's the name of it again? One thought too many objection. This is the idea essentially that sometimes we shouldn't be trying to rationalize actions. We should just act on the basis of essentially emotional or like our. So like if the case given was, if you have a choice, if you're in a weird situation where you could choose between saving your wife and a stranger, not only does the person think, I can't remember who advocates it, but they think that you should choose your wife, but it's more that you shouldn't even really think about it. You don't have to give a reason for it. And it's kind of wrong to even try to give a reason for it. You should just act out of your connection with them or something like that. So I don't know if that's exactly the same, but some people, it seems to be based on this intuition that there are certain things that are outside of the boundary of rationality. And in fact, this actually might be a good, now that I think about this, this might be a good time to play one of the clips that I put on, because it's only like 3 minutes long and it explicates this sort of idea pretty well. So maybe we can listen to that to give, because it almost, I find discussing this objection difficult because it sounds like I'm straw manning, but people actually do argue this. So this is the one, a philosophical challenge to effective altruism. Do you want to open that up? It's literally just like 3 or 4 minutes long. We can talk about that because that's this objection.
Okay. Wait, let's see. How do I change? How do I change which screen? Okay.
You might just have to reshare.
Stop screen. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
About effective altruism, because I think the work that Peter Singer's done and other people in that movement have enabled us to have a much more interesting philosophical conversation about what our goals really are. Like they put in some arguments on the board and a vision of the good life on the board that now gives us something to react to and think about. And that's been a huge gift. I started this discussion tonight. We're sharing our definitions of the good life, and I said there's this tempting, but I think philosophically and personally wrong idea of the good life is just a series of good trade-offs. Like, I'm going to trade some sleep to work some more on this project because the project is, going to have better net return than sleep would tonight, blah, blah, blah. You just make all these trade-offs in a really smart way. The vision of the good life, the morally good life that you get from effective altruism, is that your morally good life is just this set of really smart trade-offs over time. You forego going to the movies so that you can direct $8 towards purchasing malaria nets, or probably towards this savings account that's invested in a really smart stock that's going to be used to for AI safety or whatever the kind of effective altruist goal of the year is. And you're just making all of these really smart trade-offs. I invest in the stock market this is prudential rationality 101. You want to be like really smart with your projections and you're gathering your evidence. And that's great. Do not mistake that kind of smartness about individual decisions, a skill that you've learned and you're honing in college and you will in your job, with understanding what the good life is, because the whole good life has parts of it that are not making these trade-offs in an intelligent way. It has twists and turns. It has children involved in it and maybe loved ones, and lots of things that this kind of trade-off mentality just really doesn't apply to. And where the effective altruists, I think, start to sound really off the rails is when they try to bring those trade-off decisions into areas of life where they really don't belong. And you see this like in Peter Singer, The Most Good You Can Do. He talks about effective altruists living their real lives. And you've got cases of people trying to do this trade-off math, like a couple, about whether they should have children. And they think like, well, I'll be pretty unhappy and worse at effective altruism if I have to deny myself this kind of like biological urge to have children. And I'd really love those kids, but I'm going to make sure I don't spend too much money on their birthday presents and make sure that they're raised to be effective altruists. And that's going to have a greater impact on the world because they came to be. You have to, the Bernard Williams, the philosopher Bernard Williams, calls this the one thought too many problem. Like, you've already given yourself way too many arguments to have kids. I'm worried that you're not going to be a good parent. Because there's something about like this aspect of family life that's not a series of trade-offs. It's like love and generosity. And that's where they miss the mark, I think, is they try to take what's good in one domain of life, like investing or good for public policy, and use exactly that same kind of logic for absolutely every domain in life. And as Ben said, there are certain parts of the good life that's not where it belongs.
Already.
So I think that's a real articulation of this objection or something very similar to it. What did you think about that? I don't know if you've seen this clip before.
I hadn't seen the clip before. I mean, I think a few things. One of them is I don't see why, like, you're having one thought too many. If you think about the impact that having kids would have on the world. I mean, it's like, kids are pretty expensive. It's saving lives is pretty cheap. Now, there are all sorts of benefits to having kids. So I don't mean to say that it's obvious that you should or should not have kids. And I would not fault someone for thinking, look, having kids is an important life project of mine, even if I expect it to be worse for the world. It's like, I'm not perfectly moral. I wouldn't blame someone for that. But I guess if a person does think like, okay, look, whether or not I have kids will affect whether or not I can donate enough money to save dozens of people from horrendous deaths. It's like that person does not strike me as having one thought too many. That person strikes me as being morally serious. And I think it just becomes clear if you like vividly imagine the stakes, where it's like, there are people who are going to die unless you give extra money to charities. There are animals who are going to languish in factory farms in horrendous, unspeakable conditions. Tens, hundreds of thousands of them, maybe millions. It's like it's extremely easy to save animals from factory farms. So like when you take all this into account, when you realize just how enormous the stakes are, it's like, no, it actually is noble to make decisions in part based on how you're making important life decisions will impact the world. So I pretty strongly disagree with this. And then the other thing is, I think you could be an EA, but also think that there are like some very intimate personal decisions that you shouldn't make in this way. So at best, this objection might show that certain ways that EAs think about problems are overstated. But even if it's completely right, it won't affect the case for, like, say, giving a sizable portion of your income to effective charities.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that's what the speaker was kind of saying here, that there are certain areas where EA principles are applicable and certain areas where they're not. In which case, this wouldn't really be a criticism of EA as such. This would be a criticism of, I don't know, certain applications of EA or certain overclaims of EA. But to the fundamental point, this is why I'd probably need to spend more time reading this, because reading about this one thought too many objection, because I don't understand it. It doesn't really make any sense to me. Maybe this is because I'm too much of a robot, right? But take the decision about whether to have children, for example. So it seems to me not only entirely morally appropriate to think about the effects of that decision on your lives and the lives of your child, as well as the lives of other people, and things you could instead be doing with time and money, and what the effects that will be. It actually seems morally obligatory to do that to me. I think it would be incredibly reckless, morally speaking, to sort of like not have given that careful consideration before deciding to have a child. So I don't really understand why she didn't really give an argument as to why that reasoning, the spreadsheet cost benefit analysis kind of decision making, is not applicable to that area. Now, you know, there are caveats. Of course, it's difficult for us to quantify everything, and we have a lot of uncertainties, and we should be wary about biases in our decision making or focusing too much on just things that are easy to measure. There's criticisms there at the operational level, but that didn't seem to be what she was saying. She seemed to say that in principle, these sort of considerations should be not applied to certain areas, such as family or children. It's not exactly clear which areas, but having children was one of those. And I don't think any argument was given as to why they're not applicable. And I think it's pretty clear to what the argument is for why they should be, because our decisions have effects on other people, and they matter morally just as much as people close to us. Now, you may think that we have special obligations or special because of the relationships we have with family or friends, but that's entirely consistent with this framework, because you can factor in those special obligations into your cost benefit calculation, right? So that's not actually an argument against this. In fact, it's an argument for thinking carefully about the effects of your actions and different possible alternatives, because there are many effects, many things that our actions, many consequences of our actions or possible consequences, and many factors that we need to consider, many different obligations that we have to other people, to ourselves, family, friends, society, and so forth. And those need to be carefully considered. So I'm just not really sure what the case is for not doing that. It doesn't really make sense to me. I think that the best case I can think of is that if you think trying to do it results in worse outcomes. And that might be true in certain cases. I mean, this is the idea, as I was saying before, that you shouldn't try to calculate the expected utility of each action you take before taking it. That's going to be intractable, and you're likely to be biased in many cases. But that doesn't mean you should never do it, right? So there's a question about, you know, to what extent how detailed should your spreadsheet be, right? Essentially. And I think that the argument, that's a case-by-case question. But I don't think that's an argument for never having a spreadsheet, right? if that's the way we're going to take it. So I fundamentally don't understand the thrust of the objection here. It seems to me that people who take morality seriously are people who carefully consider the different consequences of their actions and how different moral considerations interact with each other. And what we're being told from these people advancing the one for too many argument is that you should just not do that. And I just don't really see how that's doing morality better. So I'm just fundamentally not seeing that.
Yeah, I agree with this. I guess my sense of their psychology is just lots of people have this strong intuition that's kind of like crazy to like, it's like, yeah, maybe charity, like giving to good charities should be like a big enough deal that you should do it. But like making huge decisions on the basis of like trying to do good impartially, like that just seems nuts. But I think the reason it seems nuts is because we just don't internalize how big the stakes are. Like if you really internalize the stakes, like if you could look in the faces of the potential like dozens of children who could have been saved by the money that would have been spent on child rearing, and then it's like you could have saved all of their lives. It'll have like this negative effect on all of their families. And to be clear, I want to be clear. I don't know if having kids is good. There are all sorts of impartial altruistic reasons to think having kids is a good idea. Your kids might give all sorts of money to effective charity. So I don't want to be like intending to like weigh in on the factual dispute. I'm just suggesting that it's like when you realize how large the stakes are, that it's not just some money given to charities, but it's entire human beings with hopes, dreams, and aspirations whose deaths are on the line. And it's like, of course, that is the sort of thing that should affect whether you make important life decisions. Because this is really consequential. Yeah, I guess the other thing. So with the kind of like broader objection that like EAs rely too much on spreadsheets. So I think this is wrong twice over. First is that there are lots of decisions that EAs don't like try to do very precise cost benefit analyses of. Like if you look at a lot of the long-termist stuff, it's like we don't have great data on how effective they are, but there are strong arguments for thinking that it's very valuable in expectation. So EAs do a lot of that. So I don't think EAs need some like EAs don't need some like well worked out spreadsheet with highly robustly evidenced data points in order to make decisions. But then I think EAs do value those more than other people. But I think that's really valuable because our intuitions about how effective different charities aren't very good. There are often 100 or 1,000x differences in the effectiveness of different charities. And so just like you wouldn't criticize a person for like trying to use quantitative models to decide how to invest in the stock market. If we really are serious about doing as much good as possible, then of course we'd want to use evidence and data and like high quality studies to inform which things do the most good. So I don't think this objection is very serious. I don't know. Do you have anything to say about
some
that,
people
or?
are certainly serious about it, and I think that there are serious people are serious about it, and I think that it does tap into a common intuition. I'm just not sure I can understand what the rationale behind it is. But maybe that's sort of the point, right? That like it's not something you should have to rationalize. You should just sort of know it or something. I don't know. But at that point, I don't know what there really is to say. I mean, I think you can make a good case for why it's important to think carefully about things, to pull out the spreadsheet that we're sort of metaphorically talking about. You should understand the limits of doing that, and that's important. But I think that it's very often better than just sort of winging it or not thinking about things. And I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know what the case is for just ignoring those benefits.
Yeah. One, I think, like, helpful frame for this is, so, like, imagine you were a doctor in a poor village where you would, like, save many lives routinely. Like, you know, you'd save a different life every month. And, like, your counter, if you hadn't saved them, they just would have died. And then imagine that if having a child, you would have been, like, less effective, maybe, at saving lives. And so then just, like, many other people you know would die. It doesn't seem like spreadsheet brain or whatever the charge is to think, okay, that actually is a consideration that you should take into account when having children. But when you realize that basically the difference between giving to EA charities and being a doctor in the poor village is basically the people are farther away and your impact is less sort of emotionally salient, but it is the same impact. In both cases, you're saving lives. Then to me, it seems very plausible that this actually should affect like how you make big decisions. Like this should affect your decision of career. Yeah, all right. So should we move on to the next?
Yeah, let's move on.
All right. Okay. So then the next objection is, so a lot of the charities help people in other countries, but then people say, but like we have a special duty to people who are nearer to us. And so we shouldn't be giving, like, why are we giving to kids in Malawi who have malaria when there are kids in America who are suffering, who don't have enough food? So what do you make of this objection?
This is a very common objection. I think people, particularly from, I don't want to be derogatory, but like people outside the ivory tower tend to make this sort of objection most commonly in my experience. In Australia, it takes the form of like charity begins at home, and we have lots of problems here. So I think that this is a very common attitude. I think that exactly how to respond depends on the nature, whether you think we do have special moral obligations to certain people in virtue of our relationships to them, like family or friends, or even like living in the same country, and how weighty you think those are. I think that effective altruism doesn't take a position on this explicitly. Now, it does say, so Peter Singer, for example, has famously argued with his drowning child analogy that whether or not it's not morally significant if we, there's no morally significant difference between whether we save a child who's drowning in a puddle right in front of us, or whether we save a child who's dying of a preventable disease on the other side of the world, that those are sort of morally equivalent. In both of those cases, the child was a stranger to us. So I think by construction, we don't have any special moral obligations. I suppose you might disagree with that if you think that we have special moral obligations to people just in virtue of being near us. But I think that the point of his thought experiment is to indicate that that's not really very plausible. So What I would say is, if you do think that we have special moral obligations to, say, just people in our country relative to people in your own country relative to other countries, then that's a reason for you to apply effective altruism principles to do good in your own country. It's not really an argument against effective altruism. Now, you will be disagreeing with a lot of effective altruists about the idea that you should be indifferent between whether the person is in your country or not. And so that's going to be a point of disagreement. But you can still apply EA principles within your own country. In fact, my favorite charity, Give Directly, has recently opened up giving a program to give specifically to US recipients. Even though, I should say, traditionally they give money to people in sub-Saharan Africa, like people who are below the threshold of extreme poverty. And one of the reasons for that is that it's basically impossible to find anyone in the US who's poorer than those people. Even homeless people in the US actually have access to more financial means through donations and soup kitchens and other things than the poorest people in sub-Saharan Africa. And so that's why EA and charities like Give Directly have focused on those people. But they found that many people are not convinced by this argument that you should be indifferent to where a person is located if you can help them. And they want to give to, or actually sometimes that there are like tax restrictions or other things that require them to give domestically. But for a combination of reasons, they're restricted to US giving. And so they've opened that as an opportunity. So like the point is that I would then advocate, okay, so then you can work towards reducing factory farming in the US, or you could give to the Give Directly US program, for example, or other effective charities. So this is not really a fundamental objection to EA. It's a sort of a constriction of your moral circle in some sense. And that's actually a very strong principle that not many people I've actually heard advocate, that you should only care about people, or like overwhelmingly care about people in your own country. They don't usually advocate that. They usually say something like, charity begins at home and we have our own problems, but they don't really articulate why that it gives us an overriding reason to focus on those problems as opposed to others. So even if you buy that extreme version, I think you should still be an effective altruist. You should just focus on problems that are local to you or like domestic to you. But if you don't buy that extreme principle, which I don't think you should, and I think Peter Singer's drowning child analogy is as good an argument as I think one can give about that, then this objection certainly doesn't hold merit.
Yeah, I think that all of this is correct. So one thing to note is I think people often will conflate this objection with, they'll conflate special obligations to people in your own country with special obligations to your own family.
Yes.
So like maybe, okay, fine, take care of your family first, but then the idea is after you take care of your family, you should be concerned with helping others to a significant degree. EA just has nothing, no part of EA principles have any implications that like you should let your children starve to save two strangers. That's just outside of the scope of it. But yeah, right. So if you buy this, you should still just be an effective altruist, but give to local charities. But the reason people give overseas is that it's just a lot cheaper to help people out in other countries, like hundreds or thousands of times more effective generally. The best
I would phrase that as you can help more people.
Yeah,
I mean it's the same thing. I think it emphasizes the right aspect, but yeah.
Yeah, no, that seems right. And so what you need to think it's not enough to think that you have some special obligations to people in your own country. You need to think that you have extremely strong special obligations in your own country. So it's like if you could either save one American child or like 500 Canadian children, you should save the like one American child. And I mean that certainly doesn't seem correct to me. That you should save the American over the Canadian, over the 100 Canadian children. I think it's not very plausible that special obligations are that strong enough to justify not giving overseas. And then the last point is just that I find this view on which we have extremely strong obligations to people in our own country. I find this view to be pretty implausible. So like here's one kind of worry about it. So I mean, just imagine that there's like imagine two people, and basically one of them is in Mexico but will immigrate to the US in a month, and one of them is in the US and immigrated a month ago. one of these people is an American, the other one's not. But it strikes me as really implausible that it's like the month before the guy immigrates to the US, our obligations to help them out are like hundreds of times less great than after they come to the US. Now, you could in theory be like a pretty hardcore nationalist and be like, well, if you've only been here for a while, for like a month, then we don't have strong obligations to you.
I do think that that's what a lot of these people would say, to be honest.
But then that would imply that basically, like, if you could either save, if there's a burning building and you could pull out like 100 legal immigrants or one person who's been here for generations, you should pull out the one person who's been here for generations. And that seems very implausible. I also, it just strikes me as very implausible. Like, you know, I spent, you know, James, you're here like in the US when you're from Australia originally. It seems strange that like if you'd see an Australian versus if you'd see an American, that like you'd have way stronger obligations to help out the Australian because they're part of your homeland. Like it's like what matters in terms of saving people is like maybe your relationship to them, but you don't have a special obligation, like any super strong relationship with just a randomly selected person from your own country. And then maybe the thing that matters, it's like it's not your obligation to them, but it's like it's something broader, you know. It just doesn't strike me as plausible that like if there are two people in front of you and they're similar in morally relevant respect, but they're just citizens of different countries, that this would affect the strength of your obligations.
Yeah, well, the thing is, I don't know if anyone actually argues that, right? Because it doesn't really make any sense. I think that to steelman this objection, it might be something like, just as we have special obligations in virtue of our relations with family, friends, or other people like that we actually know and interact with, likewise, we have certain civic obligations in virtue of living in a particular polity, like a particular country, or even a state within that country, potentially, depending on how things work locally. And I mean, I think that's very plausible. Like you have an obligation to pay taxes and obey the law. And you have an obligation, I think, to vote, you know, if you're able to vote freely in your country, and to uphold the kind of discourse that promotes good political decisions and all of these other things, right? That's why I think it's wrong to like, you know, share fake news and things on social media because it contaminates the discourse. So like there's lots of things like that I think you can say we have civil obligations in virtue of the polity that we live in. It's just not really clear that has any bearing on a lot of the things that effective altruists are concerned about, because effective altruists don't say that you should break the law and tax dodge and things like that, or share fake news. That they maybe you could argue they don't talk about these things enough, but I think they do somewhat. But like everyone says these things generally, right? So what we focus on is beyond that, what can you do to make the world better? And in that area, it doesn't seem like we have special obligations to, say, donate to a charity in your country versus one in a different country, because the civic obligation arguments just don't seem relevant there, unless you invoke additional very strong principles about, well, you have a civic obligation to donate like any excess funds that you have towards charities only in your country. I'm not really sure how you justify that. So like the point is the general principles that people seem to be concerned about being a good citizen and promoting promoting a good values in society in your own country are things that you should do. And generally the advocations of effective altruism are things that you should do additionally to that. And it's just not really clear that they conflict with them much, if at all. Maybe there's some edge cases that you could discuss, but people rarely point these out. They more just advocate the general principle that charity begins at home. And I've rarely, if ever, seen people try to give a systematic justification for like when that's relevant to what EAs are saying and why it's relevant in that case. Yeah,
it's more of like a slogan than a serious argument.
Well, and honestly, to be a bit rude, I think it's often a justification for inaction and not a serious moral position.
Yeah, I agree. And also, you know, I don't like to psychologize too much, but I'll be able, you know, I'll take a moment.
Psychologize a little.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of the objections to EAs a lot of them come from the fact that basically like people don't want to do things like give their money to effective charities, where like lots of people just don't have that much abstract moral motivation to do good if the ways of doing good aren't emotionally salient to them. And so then they just like come up with these silly excuses for why it's bad to do good effectively. And I think one of the best lines of evidence for this is you just look at the quality of the objections they raise. Okay, so
I think that that's a real thing. It's hard to say
Yeah.
in specific cases, but like,
yeah. Oh, here's one other thing. So it's like, in terms of the kind of proximity that people think matter, that explain why you should give it home, it is a little hard to see what it's supposed to be. So it's like, is it just being under the same government? Well, it seems kind of strange that, like, whether or not it's like there's an Alaskan baby and a Canadian baby, and they're like very nearby, and I'm nearer to the Canadian baby, but it's like I should save the Alaskan baby because, like, they and I pay taxes and are under the same government. That seems sort of weird. And then it's like, okay, is it just like how close you are? Well, like, it doesn't seem like if people get further away from you, like as people drive in a train away from you.
yeah, no one argues that it's actual physical proximity. It really does seem to be whether they imagine them to be part of the in-group. That's the only sense that I've got, because like I think about my country of Australia, I've never heard anyone make an argument based on actual physical proximity. Also, no one said, so Australia, like the US, is a federal country. So we have states that have quite a lot of powers. No one says that we should value people in my home state relative to those in other states. I mean, some people might jokingly say that, but no one actually seems to think that. But people do say that about Australia versus other countries. And I really think this just comes down to who they consider the in-group to be, because I don't think that you can make an argument that you have a like special relation. I mean, I've read this with people before, like we have in our country, many problems with homelessness, and we have problems with Indigenous Australians having greater poverty and worse health outcomes. And there are real problems that need to be solved there. But the thing is that I think people say that we should focus on those first because they feel like those people, they identify with those people, they relate to them as in some sense part of their community, even if they've never met them and don't know anything about them. And they just don't relate to people in Kenya and feel like they're part of the same community. And I think that's what really drives this. And it's the only way you can make sense of how the boundaries are defined. I think that that's not morally defensible, at least not to the extent that they're taking it. If you want to argue for some sort of special obligation, I think you need to establish what the boundaries of that is and how strong it is relative to other obligations. And I just really don't see that done as part of this objection. And so I just don't really find it very convincing. It really does seem like it's used to deflect rather than actually to highlight something that the person thinks actually is more important.
Yeah. Yeah, so this I think this is all correct. Yeah, okay. So, and we spent a lot of time on this one because I actually think this is one of the more serious ones. Like, this is one of the ones where they're actually like, you can imagine a person, like, how a person might be convinced by it. If they're
a lot of people say this, and I think it, at least, I don't know whether it's the real reason or whether it's a justification of other reasons, as we said, but I think it definitely plays an important role. It's not just theoretical. That's why I do think it's important to respond to this one. And that's, I think, why Peter Singer talks so much about his drowning child analogy, because it's supposed to highlight kind of the absurdity of the idea that, well, just distance matters, or like whether they're the citizen of the same country.
Yeah, I do think a lot of this might be just kind of like prejudice against those in the third world, where it's like people wouldn't make this argument. It's like you wouldn't say, oh, it's better to save 1 American than 50 Canadians. But then when it comes to like Malawians, then it starts to seem more plausible. Which I think is just basically like, because the way we think about the world often is like we lump countries into like rich developed countries with people like us, and then poor undeveloped countries with people who aren't like us, and then we just take a lot more seriously the people in our countries. But yeah, anyways, so all right, should we move on to the next?
Yep, let's move on.
Okay, so here's the next criticism. Well, some effective altruist organizations are helping animals, but shouldn't we help people first? Someone asked, did we explain what effective altruism is? Yeah, so effective altruism, one sentence version, it's the social movement that's about trying to do good as effectively as possible. We talked about this at the beginning of the stream.
Rewind and come back.
Yeah. Okay, so what do you make of this kind of objection that like, why should we help out animals when people are...
So some people do say this. It really does depend on the individual, because there are people who have the exact opposite view, that they think that helping animals is more important than helping people. But look, I think that this is not... this doesn't make sense as a criticism of effective altruism. Within effective altruism, there are major, what we often talk about as cause areas, which sort of means like broad categories of ways that you can try to do good. So one of those is global poverty, which focuses a lot on health interventions around, particularly in the third world, but other things as well, like education and giving money and other things like that. Another major cause area is animal welfare. And so a lot of that focuses on trying to eliminate factory farming or ameliorate its harms and promoting veganism and alternatives to meat. And there's other cause areas as well, like focusing on reducing the risks of extinction or very bad outcomes for humanity. We'll probably get to that later. So the point is, there's multiple cause areas, like broad categories within effective altruism. And usually people, most of the EAs that I've met will have some that they find more interesting or motivating, or at least relevant to them more than others, right? So whether it's due to their own interests or their special skills, or just for whatever reason, they weight the moral calculus a bit differently as to how to weight between animals and versus humans versus future humans. There's some, there's subtleties there that you can think that some arguments a bit more persuasive than others. So people focus on some areas more than others, and that's fine. Like, that's just sort of part of EA. If you personally don't find arguments for focusing on animal welfare to be very convincing, then don't focus on that. Focus on helping humans. There's plenty of EA to go around. So, we could address the object level criticisms of why people don't think it's important to help animals, but like the more fundamental issue is that that's really just a position that would motivate you to focus on certain parts of the EA, certain EA cause areas rather than others. And really that's quite common within EA. So this isn't really a criticism of effective.
Yeah, I think one thing that's like important to think through when you hear a lot of the objections to EA is just like, okay, think through a paradigm example of EA action and ask like, okay, if I bought this objection, would this make a case against doing that? So it's like, okay, I've been convinced by EA ideas to give some money to the Against Malaria Foundation. Okay, this just has no impact on whether you should do that. So even if you think that, like, the animal stuff is wasted, it's still pretty good. The other thing is, I think that there's a very strong and pretty plausible case for the EA animal stuff. It's like it's kind of shocking just how effective the EA animal charities are. I mean, it's like you can prevent animals from languishing in a cage for multiple years per dollar. So now just imagine there was like a chicken that was in front of you, and by spending a dime, you could free it from a cage for an entire year. It would seem pretty good to do that. And then that's just how effective on average the EA charities are. So you don't have to think humans and animals matter an equal amount to think that it's really good to help huge numbers of animals at very low cost. But yeah, so all the...
There are a lot of criticisms, particularly in response to vegan activism. And to be fair, vegan activists can be quite annoying, but so can pretty much all types of activists. So that's sort of just the way it is with activists. But there are a lot of criticisms about veganism, and I think a lot of them don't really get to the core of the issue, which is what you think the moral status of animal suffering is, or maybe you don't think that animals can suffer at all, which would be a very strong view, but I think some people advocate that. But usually I think that people don't address that head on. They focus on peripheral issues like, how can I get enough protein? And what if the animals have a good life? And what if you had to choose between eating meat and starving? And none of which are really relevant to the decision we're actually facing, which is essentially making trade-offs between eating animal products and eating other things, or donating to causes that quite effectively, as you mentioned, can reduce animal suffering, supporting legislative initiatives which promote animal welfare. And I think that the case to be made for focusing on these is very good, precisely because our society tends to place so little value on animal welfare. As an example of this, I recently found out that, at least in Australia, and I'm pretty sure in most, if not all countries, there is no animal welfare legislation at all that applies to invertebrates. And now I'm not too worried about insects, but there are invertebrate animals like octopuses, for example, which I think have quite a plausible case that they are quite intelligent and potentially can experience quite a lot of suffering. We don't know really what they're capable of feeling because their nervous systems are quite different to ours, but there's a high plausibility there, and there's just no legal protections at all. And I think that's a real issue, not to mention the way it's still legal to treat all sorts of mammals that we do know a lot more about. So the point is, the baseline is so low in some ways. There has been some progress. It's better than it used to be, but the baseline is still so low that there's so much that can be done very effectively. And so that's, plus there are not many people advocating for this particularly with an effective mindset. So there's a really good case that if you want to do good in the world, reducing animal suffering is a very effective way of doing that. But if you have, so you don't need to think that animals are like equal to humans or have some like extremely strong views there. You sort of just need to think that their welfare matters at least somewhat. And I think that you get a very strong case. Yeah, but then even if you aren't convinced of that, well, you should still be an effective altruist and just focus on the human. So it's not a very convincing argument, I think.
And I think EA charities end up looking pretty good by pretty reasonable trade-offs. So per dollar you spend, you can prevent animals from languishing in cages for multiple. The human charities only add about 0.00994 years. And so for every day the human charities add to human lives, the best animal charities keep animals out of a cage for an entire year. So it was just like, if you could either prolong a person's life by a day or keep an animal out of a cage for an entire year where they like couldn't turn around, where they were like mistreated horribly, it wouldn't seem crazy to think it was better to help out the animals. And so, yeah. And then there are some that are like with, yeah. So I think the EA actions end up looking pretty good. Yeah. Okay. So wait. So the next objection is earning to give. I'm going to let you address this objection. I'm going to be back in a minute. But
no worries.
Yeah, so I'll give you a minute to say what you have to say about the objection.
So earning to give is a practice that is, I think, pretty strongly associated with the effective altruist movement, partly because it was advocated very intensely early on and still is advocated, but perhaps to a lesser extent than it was 10 years ago. Earning to give is a practice whereby a person enters a high-paying job, motivated specifically by the prospect of earning a lot of money, which they then can donate to an effective charity, thereby allowing them to do lots of good over the course of their career, not directly through their work, but indirectly through the benefits of the beneficial effects of the charity that they donate to. That's what earning to give is. It's quite a simple idea. So there are quite a lot of people who've been critical of this notion of earning to give, largely because of the perceived harms involved with the occupations that are generally advocated as being good opportunities to earn to give. Now, people tend to focus on finance as being particularly problematic. There's a few reasons for that. One is that it's a particularly high-paying career, and so it's one that is likely to be advocated if you do want to earn to give. Another reason is that two of the two founders of GiveWell, which is a charity evaluation organization, which has been pretty core for the development of EA, as they were both worked in finance. So I think that association plus recommendations and just tendencies of people who are quantitatively minded to go into finance if they want to earn a lot of money has tended to focus on that, even though there's nothing intrinsic about earning to give that recommends you go into finance. So if you really don't want to go into finance or work in another immoral job, like go into medicine and specialize in a high-paying specialty. Most people don't have a problem with that. You can still earn a lot of money and give there as well. So I think that the principle of earning to give is not undermined by the fact that certain occupations that one could potentially work at are ethically dubious. So I find, yeah, as a principled objection, it doesn't really make any sense. Now, there's a further argument here as to, well, is it really the case that it's that bad to go into a career in finance? And I mean, that becomes a difficult question. It depends on how you were evaluating it. I think that the idea that people who work in finance are doing so much harm at the margin that it's worse for them to go into that job and give to effective charities than to not go into, as opposed to not going to that job at all, is very implausible, especially when you consider that if you didn't take the job, it's likely someone else would, and financial companies don't directly try to harm people. It's at most indirectly through moving money around. So I don't think it's I think that the case there from a consequentialist point of view is tenuous. You might make the case that, well, it's just wrong to work at these big multinational companies that because, well, that's where I get a bit lost, because it's not entirely clear what the because is supposed to be. I think that it ultimately comes into a critique of global capitalism, which is something we've got a video which we'll, I think, look at, which might highlight the point better. So maybe we can talk about that aspect later. But I think essentially, in order to say that it's bad for someone to take a job at a financial company or some other big company and give to facilitate earning, to give, you really just need a very good reason as to why it's particularly bad or harmful or wrong to take that job. And I rarely hear this argued. It's just sort of implied that, well, it's a big company that makes lots of money, so it kind of must be wrong. Or, well, the company is involved in some shady things, but that doesn't automatically imply that, like, anything that you do in life is connected to people who do shady things. And so, like, you have to decide what your boundaries are for when it becomes impermissible for you to interact with that. So I think you need to make the case as to why that's so impermissible, given the amount of good you can do. Yeah. And I just don't really hear that done.
Yeah, I find, I mean, so, right, I think this is all correct. If you earn to give, you don't have to earn to give in finance. So even if you think finance is evil, I think this
so that's the first thing
correct.
I said, I think, when you were gone. But then the second point is that, it's sort of not clear why that's so bad anyway. Yeah.
I mean, and it's just like, so suppose you give away $100,000 a year for 70 years, you'll save about 1,400 people. Maybe it's bad to take a job in finance, but is it anywhere near as bad as, like, is it anywhere? The value is a tiny drop compared to the value of saving the lives of 1,400 people. You know, like, here's a very plausible principle. Okay, first of all, however bad working in finance is, it's worse to work for the Nazis, arm manufacturers. And the second principle is that Oskar Schindler did something right. You know, Oskar Schindler, he worked for the Nazis, but he employed a bunch of Jews. Make it so that they didn't get sent to. But so Oskar Schindler saved about 1,200 people, just like by taking a decent paying job in finance and donating sizable chunks of it, you can save that many lives. And so it's. You don't think Oskar Schindler is doing something right. Wrong. You definitely shouldn't think that a person who takes a job in finance is doing something wrong. So yeah, I think this objection is it's just very, very implausible that it's so bad to take a job in finance that it has anything like the disvalue of.
So I think, so, I mean, again, the way I think about these things is more focused on the outcomes. Not that I'm insensitive to other factors as well, but so if you think that it is morally impermissible to support an organization that does systematic harm, for example, it seems that you would advocate not paying taxes to the US government, for example, or plausibly any government, but certainly the US government, because they do many things that have been harmful. I don't, maybe some people would support that as well, but I haven't heard that being advocated for. Now, maybe that's purely prudential because you don't want to get arrested. The arguments become quite complicated, though, if you take this position to an extreme. Like, well, what businesses are you allowed to shop for? Because most companies do some things that are, at least some things that we might consider wrong or we think are wrong. Likewise, most governments. So what I'm saying is, if you take a very strong position about in any way, like interacting with or cooperating or facilitating any organization that does systematic harm, I think that's actually very difficult to apply, if not impossible to apply in practice and still live in a society. And I think that renders that principle not very plausible as practical moral advice. Now, we should still think about the effects that our actions have potentially on propping up unjust systems, but we need to think about it, I think, in a more integrated and smarter way than just saying, oh, this does bad things, and so we can't have any dealings with it at all. If the Oskar Schindler case, I think, is actually a really good real-world example of this, right? Because if you're faced with, he didn't start out as altruistic minded, he sort of developed that over time. But if you're actually faced with real-world, really difficult decisions like that, it's not clear that you just refusing to cooperate and being thrown into a concentration camp is actually any good, right? So I think that this is where the spreadsheet mind actually becomes useful. Like, okay, so I'm in a really bad position. How can I act in a way that promotes better outcomes? Sometimes, the nonviolent protest is the right way to go, but not necessarily always, right? And so I think that people who say, oh, well, it's just like you can't even consider working for a global, like in global finance, because that's just obviously wrong. Maybe there's a way to justify that position, but I think you need to do quite a bit of work to develop what principles you're appealing to there, and show how those are actually like consistent with good moral decision making more broadly. Because I think that if you take that position to the extreme, you end up with like the only moral way to live is a cabin in the woods somewhere, which I personally don't think is very plausible. If you don't go to that extreme, then you have to enter the messy question of, well, like maybe it's somewhat bad, but then there's all the good you can do. And I think that then there's a strong case to make for earning to give. Yeah.
I think, well, I've been saying this a lot, but I think that's all correct. And you can be an EA without, like, even if you think earning to give is bad.
Oh yeah, you can also just not earn to give as well. Yeah, should mention that.
And most EAs don't earn to give, by the way. So,
yeah, that's correct.
So just not. It's like the arguments against it are wrong, and it doesn't have anything to do with the broader goodness of EA. But other than that, it's a great argument. Okay, on to the next one. What about Sam Bankman-Fried? So Sam Bankman-Fried was this huge, fraudster who did a bunch of crypto fraud, and he was an EA, and that was bad. So EA is bad. So what do you make of this very serious objection? What about Sam Bankman-Fried?
Sam Bankman-Fried was. Oh, sorry, I thought you were posing the question.
I guess my question when people raise this objection is like, what about Sam Bankman-Fried? Yes, Sam Bankman-Fried did bad stuff, but why does this? It's like if Sam Bankman-Fried had given a bunch of money to the Red Cross, would that be on the Red Cross? Would that make the Red Cross bad?
Well, only if the Red Cross knew what he was doing to earn the money and either supported or tacitly allowed him to do that. And I think that the claim is that so Sam Bankman-Fried did know personally a number of prominent EAs. I won't mention by name because I don't really want to focus on individuals, but he was fairly prominent in the movement and did know personally a number of prominent EAs. The claim is that they should have, if not known, that what he was doing was potentially dodgy because it was like a crypto startup and very new, and all of these other factors that should raise some red flags because there have been so many crypto scams. Not that they necessarily knew, but they should have known. They should have done better due diligence, I think, is the claim. And I actually agree with that claim. I've argued for this on the EA forum that some of the prominent EAs who promoted Sam Bankman-Fried and took his money or cooperated with him in various ways should have done greater due diligence on his companies and realized sooner that what he was doing was problematic and being more cautious there. Many EAs have made this criticism. You can go on the EA forum and look up Sam Bankman-Fried. There was a plethora of articles that came out, one of which I wrote as well, about this issue. So I think, there's a certain amount of accountability that people in positions of power need to take when things like this happen. But as you were saying, Matthew, then there's the question about, does this have broader implications for the movement in and of itself, or like the philosophical ideas behind it? And it's really not clear that it does. If EA started coming out and saying, well, we don't see what the problem was, he was framed, it was all the setup, or he did nothing wrong, these kind of things, that would be more problematic. But I didn't see anyone doing that. Maybe there's someone you could find, but in general, that is not what people were saying. And I think that the episode should have been a learning moment for EA, and hopefully it was. I guess it's a little hard to say. But the fact that there's people doing bad things doesn't mean that the movement that they're a part of is inherently bad. Unless you think that the movement sort of has an inherent tendency to cause people to do that in a systematic way. I think that's actually what people think who raise this criticism. They're implicitly saying that this is what you get if you take EA seriously, or this is the type of people that EA produces.
Yeah. So I think I somewhat disagree with the idea that EAs didn't do enough due diligence. It's like that Sam Bankman-Fried was doing lots of fraud. This wasn't obvious to investors either.
Well, I don't think they did due diligence, but anyway, yeah. Sorry.
But it's like if it seems hard to expect. It's like if you're getting donations from people, it's hard to expect you to have a much greater level of rigor than the level of rigor in investigating what they're doing. Where it's like, suppose you conclude they're committing fraud, or like that it's possible they're committing fraud. It's not even that clear like what you do about it. But like in any case, so I think I somewhat disagree with the idea that EAs didn't do enough due diligence. But broadly, let's say that some high-level EAs didn't do enough due diligence with looking into Sam Bankman-Fried when he was giving them money. Like, okay, so how does this mean that it's like this would just have no effect? It's like, okay, some EAs displayed some vices, and this had bad effects. Well, like, you can find an example of this for any movement. Oh, some Christians have displayed vices. Some Democrats have displayed vices. It's not clear how this is supposed to reflect that.
Well, that's why I say that I think the implicit claim is that this is a consequence of EA values or the EA movement in some way. I think that's what people think. I mean, it sort of goes along with the idea that, well, utilitarians would just do whatever it takes to, bring about what they think is the good, right? The ends justify the means kind of logic. And honestly, this controversy almost seems designed to evoke that stereotype, or not. Yeah, I shouldn't say controversy. This incident, which is sort of really unfortunate.
The thing I'd say about that objection. So, I mean, first of all, even if you end up thinking like the organized EA movement is bad, that there are all these sort of red flags about it. Well, okay, maybe you think like having the EA mindset is like dangerous. We don't want to grow the movement, but still, like, this won't be a case against giving to malaria nets or taking a high impact career. So still, I think even if you buy this, that EA is sort of like bad and nefarious, all the practical implications of it will still follow. Second of all, if you're going to look at, I don't think this is true. I think it's very irresponsible to draw sweeping conclusions from one data point.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And so I don't think you should say, oh, the EA movement is like this from the fact that one guy did it and then was strongly denounced by everyone in the EA community and is now widely regarded as the single person who set back the interests of EAs more than any other person ever. And then lastly is, if you're going to look at the downsides of EAs, of like, yes, EAs did Sam Bankman-Fried did fraud. That was really bad. Well, you also have to look at the good that EAs have done. So you have to look at the improving the lives for literally billions of animals. You have to look at the fact that EAs have saved about 50,000 lives every year since its inception. So that, 50,000 lives a year is like 17 9/11s worth of death averted. You have to look at the fact that EAs have been behind a lot of the alignment stuff, a lot of the stuff behind much of the existential risk reduction. So all this is to say that if you're going to tally up, you can't just look at like one negative effect of the EA movement and ignore all the positives. If you compare the positive effects, they just obviously completely and utterly swamp the negative effects. So,
I think that's the strongest point here. That if you're to judge the effects that a movement has on the people who are part of it and the culture that it generates, you need to have you should have a sort of systematic and representative examination of a range of people across that movement and the effects that it's had. And I think that when you do that, you come to see that effective altruism has done a lot of good, and that it's also actually quite unclear that SPF was motivated by EA principles as opposed to making a lot of money, even though he did donate with his money. I mean, that's hard to assess, right, in an individual psychological case. But yeah, I think that it just picking him out as a very prominent example of someone who was involved in EA who did bad isn't really a fair representation of the EA movement sociologically. Even if, as I think, and we may disagree about this, you can make certain criticisms, but the thing is that that's true for every movement. No movement is perfect. And so I think that we should take the learning principle and take some of the criticism to the extent that, we should be more careful. We should maybe vet things more. And we need to think about the ways our culture maybe is not sufficiently skeptical about certain types of things or whatever it is. There's other issues within the EA movement as well. But that doesn't amount to a rejection of the movement as a whole. And I think it's a bit lazy to reject the movement because there are some bad things in it. Like, I think you need a stronger argument as to, like, fundamentally what it is about, what are the overarching principles that it has, and how does it overall affect people, not just are there some bad things, because there's always some bad things.
Yeah, I agree with that. One other thing is, so if you're going to say, EA has this deranging effect on people where it makes them like more SPF-like, well, you actually have to look at what effect EA has on people. I'll just say personally, I think EA has made me a better person. It's like reflecting on the impact my actions have had on other people have made me more caring and compassionate. And I know a lot of EAs, and I think if you know EAs, you'll generally find them to be like unusually altruistic and benevolent and caring, rather than like sort of cynical narcissists. So I think that no, part of that might just be dispositional, but I do think that if you want to look at what effect EA tends to have on people, I think it'll be positive generally.
Yeah.
All right, should we move on to the next one?
Time to move on.
Okay, so here's one objection made by supreme brain genius Mark Andreessen. So he says, the moral rot at the heart of EA, utilitarianism, and communism. You must live in a permanent state of abstract, all-consuming guilt. You must slave yourself for people you'll never meet. You must not care about the people and things around you. You are an anonymous cog. And so this is a quoting of an article from Dylan Matthews that says, if I were to dial effective altruism down to its core elemental truth, it's this. We should let children die to build a cathedral is not a principle that anyone should be willing to accept.
So I don't know this character, Mark Andreessen, a venture capitalist, apparently.
Yeah.
Is he known for anything? He's got a very cone head. Oh, he became an advisor to Donald Trump in 2024. Okay.
He might be the Antichrist. Scott Alexander had a piece recently where he was interpreting Revelation to be about the AI companies. It was a satirical piece, to be clear. And I think it be the? I forget. Wait, I want to show you.
Sure.
Let's take a slide. Yeah, this was extremely funny. So he was sort of like going through. This was just one of the funniest articles I've ever read. Wait, okay, I'm actually gonna take a moment to share this Scott article. Okay, we're gonna take a break from talking about EA just because the article is funny enough. Okay. So John says, on the heads will be the names of blasphemy. If the heads are the co-founders, then it seems like the co-founders will have blasphemous names. And so then he goes through and just explains, like, jerry-rigs some way of getting them all to have blasphemous names. So Dario Amade, Dario means Lord. Amade is unclear meaning, but has resemblance with Asmodei, a demon king in the book of Tobit. So this means Amadeus is Lord, which is a name of blasphemy. Daniela comes from the Hebrew Daniel, meaning God is my judge. So Daniela Amadei means Asmodeus is my judge. Name of blasphemy. Christopher Ola. I mean, it's just hilarious. Ben means son, and man means man. So this is the son of man claiming to be Jesus. Okay, so it's like he goes through all these. Let him that hath understanding take the head count of the beast, for it is the head count of Anthropic, and its head count is 666. So Anthropic is
500 to 1,000 employees. Well,
there's one especially funny bit. I mean, the article is.
How did he find time to do all this?
No, I don't know. It's incredible. Is there some sense in which Ilya Sutskever has his father's name written on his forehead? This one might be literally true. That he like. Wait. Okay. Mark. Okay.
Oh, here he is, Mark Andreessen.
What is the title of Christ, the Son of Man, the Alpha and the Omega? Son of Man is Anderson. So Andreas' son is claiming to be the Son of Man. Is there any venture capitalist who calls themselves the Alpha and the Omega? And it's A16Z, so Alpha and Omega, which is Mark Andreessen's company. No, but there was one especially hilarious bit. Anthropic is pictured as having 10 horns. An angel explains to Daniel that these are its 10 kings. If we stick to our interpretation above, where the horns equals decacorn and billions of dollars, perhaps in this vision the horns are billionaire investors controlling the company. The Antichrist, the little horn, or horn with human eyes, is a billionaire who will manage some kind of boardroom coup or hostile takeover, displacing the original investors. In what sense is Mark Andreessen a little horn? In traditional commentary on Daniel, this refers to the Antichrist starting as a seemingly insignificant king, much weaker than those he ultimately defeats. This matches Andreessen, who, with a fortune of only 2 billion, seems like an unlikely candidate to stand up like titans like Brin, 150 billion, or Musk. In what sense is Mark Andreessen a horn with human eyes? Here, as before, I think it helps to try to be as literal as possible.
Dang.
Just an incredible article.
Oh, man.
But
That's
so, okay,
hilarious.
so that's how Mark Andreessen is credibly rumored to be the Antichrist. But okay, so back to EA. I recommend reading that post. I think it's extremely funny. Okay, so this I think is just a terrible objection. That like the idea of EA is that you should take other people's welfare seriously and try hard to do good with your career. That doesn't require that you live in a state of all-encompassing guilt and that you like give away all your money. It just, maybe that would be a nice thing to do, but it doesn't like say that you morally have to do it. It just says it's like we don't like when people say that that something is a good thing and more people should do it. We don't think, you must be advocating that you do this with every waking second of your life and you become a slave to it. It's just very silly. I don't know. Do you have anything more to say?
Can you show his tweet again so I can get his exact words? So it's interesting that he sort of relates EA to communism, which is the opposite of the criticism that we'll hear in a minute. But anyway, you must live in a permanent state of abstract or consuming guilt. This does seem related to the demandingness objection, which essentially says that EA is too ethically demanding. But it's like if we interpret it literally, it's certainly not true that EA say that you should be guilty. If that doesn't help you to actually help people. But maybe he's saying that if you take these ideas seriously, then you will always be guilty. Well, I guess that depends on who you are and what you're doing. But like the whole point is that if you're not helping people, maybe you feel guilty, but then you start helping people and you might feel less guilty. I don't know exactly what he's trying to say here, that like you take the ideas seriously and so you feel guilty, but then you just don't do anything about them. So you stay feeling guilty. Well, then do something about them. I don't. It's hard to understand what the criticism is there.
Yeah, and I do think that like EA often, it's like by focusing on effectiveness, it's often a corrective to guilt because there are lots of like. Yesterday, I overheard some person like explaining feeling guilty about ChatGPT using it too much because it uses too much water. Now this is very silly. ChatGPT uses basically no water, but. It's like you use 1 million times as much water to eat a hamburger than to prompt ChatGPT once. But it's like by focusing on just what things we can do that are most effective, it makes it so that you're not in a state of all-encompassing guilt. So you're not like sweating these small things that don't have a big impact. It's like, no, it's like you're trying to do good as well, and then not hyper fixating on these like small things that don't do that much good. I feel like there are lots of, it's very easy to become deranged by one's political ideology, where basically like people just get so invested in politics that they like, they just cease to be able to like sanely analyze issues throughout a political lens. And so I think that this gets manifested in criticisms of EA, where it's like the right wingers say it's left wing and the left wingers say it's right wing. And really it's neither.
Yes. That's exactly true.
That's trying to do good well. But it's just like if, to a hammer, everything looks like a nail. And so if you have two opposite hammers, okay, I don't know where this analogy is going, but if your political ideology is deranged, that anything that's just like try to do good impartially will begin to look like the enemy.
Yeah, it's really interesting that because I've heard this criticism before that voluntary charity is like communism. Because the people on the left say that voluntary charity is just capitalism, like it's a way to maintain a capitalist system. We'll see that in the video. But I mean, I think that's just wrong, and it's hard to explain. Anyway, we can maybe talk more about that when we get to the political stuff. But I'm really interested in this. You must slave yourself for people you'll never meet, because to me, the idea of a slave is someone who is in a position involuntarily. Now, in the past, you could sometimes sell yourself into slavery, but what you couldn't do is at any moment decide whether you wanted to stay in that state. You couldn't just like, oh, I don't feel like being a slave anymore. When you're donating money, or for that matter, volunteering or working anywhere, you can always just decide not to do that. You're entirely free to do it or not do it whenever you wish to. So how is that being a slave? A slave is a person who is not in control of their life and their actions, at least to a significant degree, who does not have autonomy. But the whole point about effective altruism is asking people to use their autonomy to voluntarily choose to help people and do things. So where's the slave part come in? I don't actually understand that at all. I think he's just using the word because it sounds derogatory. It doesn't make any sense for what's being advocated.
Yeah, that's right. And it's like, we don't normally think that the idea that you should help others who you haven't met is slaving yourself for people you'll never meet.
It's ridiculous.
Was Oscar Schindler a slave? I mean, I guess he met the people who he was helping out, but I guess he decided to help them out before he met them and then later met them. Like, is like, I mean, it's just so silly.
If you replace slave yourself with like, maybe you could say work hard. If you work hard at your job and then give money, you could say that you must work hard to help people you'll never meet. Well, that sounds like a compliment, right? That sounds like a good thing. Like it doesn't. It's literally the word slave that's just trying to make it sound bad. When in any other context, it would be like, oh, that's a really good thing. We should praise this person.
Wait, EA implies that you should work hard to do good? What a crazy thing to think.
It's pretty nuts, yeah.
How deranged. So here's the next objection. So here's something people say. It's like, well, look, EA, a lot of it is involves giving international aid, but international aid is very controversial. Like, haven't you read The White Man's Burden, which complains about international aid programs being bad? So, like, isn't this a bad thing that they're giving aid overseas?
Yeah, this is a less commonly. I hear this sometimes from a certain type of person. So I think that probably the biggest object level criticism that I would make against this is that people like William Easterly and Debussia Moyo and books like White Man's Burden, they were criticizing official development assistance, which is government aid to other governments, like wealthy countries to poorer countries. And they were indicating that there's a lot of evidence that sort of aid does not promote economic growth and does not improve living standards in those countries in the long term. Now, there are criticisms of that as well, but I don't think now is the time to address those. I think there's some validity to those criticisms and there's some overstatements. But the thing is that effective altruism actually doesn't say very much about official development assistance. It mostly says things about private donations to very specific charities that do demonstrable good, generally in terms of areas of health and education, and also direct cash transfers. And that's just not what the target of William Easterly or Debussia Moyo's criticisms is. They're just talking about different types of aid. It could be the case that giving anti-malarial bed nets is not effective at increasing the rate of GDP growth in certain countries, but that's not actually, I think there's plausible case that it actually does indirectly, but that's not even the primary justification that EAs give for doing it. And so I think that people are just a bit confused. They hear the word aid and they lump together things that are actually quite different. So effective altruism is sort of predicated on the idea that actually most charitable giving is not very effective. And that's why it's important to focus on the charitable giving that is effective. The types of aid that Easterly is critical of are not the types of aid for the most part that EAs promote. Now, maybe he's commented, I don't know if he said specific things about EA, but like in terms of his book, because I do know a bit about that. That's definitely not what he was focused on there. So I think it's just a misunderstanding about what the criticism is like within economics and what the debate is there, and with what EAs actually advocate for, because they're really very different types of aid, and they're assessed differently. And it's perfectly consistent to say that most aid doesn't work, so you should focus on the aid that we can demonstrate is effective, and that's what EA is about.
Yeah, completely agree. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's like, and then if you look at what these people actually say about the EA style charities, like, I think William Easterly, he thinks the EA kinds of charities are good things,
Yeah.
And we don't have to speculate. It's like, we don't have to rely on these kind of like broad general judgments of aid, because you can there are randomized control trials that look at the effect of, say, like the actions of, say, the Malaria Consortium. And so these sorts of things, they just like don't. And so we just have very good data that indicates that they make things a lot better and they save a bunch of lives. And so we don't need to speculate. We can just look at the direct RCTs on the topic. Okay, so next objection. I'm going to use the restroom briefly. So what do you make of this objection that it's just an excuse to make billionaires feel better? I'll be back in a second.
Oh yeah, okay. So we'll get to this in the video that I've that we prepared to have a look at. But it's interesting that the example we looked at just before of the billionaire, what was his name, Mark something or other, who is clearly not a billionaire who feels better on the basis of EA. Now that you may argue that there are some prominent donors, very wealthy donors who have been involved in effective altruism, but it doesn't seem that Bill Gates is probably actually the biggest example, although I don't know that he identifies himself very closely with the EA label, but a lot of what he does is very similarly minded and motivated by similar principles. So that could be a good example. But the thing is that most billionaires still don't give to effective charities, or at least not give any significant proportion of their wealth to effective charities. If they did, if they took a 10% pledge, for example, which is fairly common amongst EAs, they would be giving at least, like hundreds of millions of dollars, maybe even billions, over their lifetime. They could easily do that, like Bill Gates's pledge to. But the point is, it seems like very few of them do this. And so the sociological claim that that is the primary purpose of EA, to make billionaires feel better, doesn't seem to be supported by the evidence. At most, you could say that a handful of billionaires do this to make themselves feel better. Well, but what are the others doing to make themselves feel better? Evidently not this, or maybe they don't feel like they need to make themselves feel better, right? In which case, it would seem that like even on the cynical, even if you go full cynical and say, well, EA serves primarily to make billionaires feel better, presumably it's better to have a social movement and an ideology that involves billionaires feeling better about themselves by donating hundreds of millions of dollars or even billions of dollars to effective charities than to not have that, right? Which seems to be the relevant alternative. So if this is the underlying justification for the existence of EA, it still seems to be kind of a good one, if you see what I mean, because it still ends up with a lot of people being helped. Now, as I said, it seems implausible that this is the primary purpose of EA, because most billionaires aren't EAs and most billionaires don't give a lot of money to effective charities. And so they evidently don't feel the need for this type of feeling better. But even if it were true, it's sort of not clear why that's a bad thing.
Yeah. And the other thing is, like, if anything, I think EA is like, it should make billionaires feel bad, in general, because it's like most of them don't give away their wealth.
Well, that's what I was saying. We just saw an example where this appears to be the case, right?
Yeah.
That EA does make them feel bad.
Yeah, I do think there's this weird thing where, like, when billionaires try to do good with their money, they get criticized. But then if they just, like, spend the money on themselves, then they don't really get criticized. So it's like when Bill Gates does, like, these super effective global health projects, he becomes a huge target of criticism. But then if, like, when other billionaires just, like, hoard their wealth, like, people don't care. So
well,
I think
that comes to the systemic change criticism, which we'll look at in the video, because I think that expresses this concern. Because these sorts of people, I think they don't think billionaires should exist. And I don't think that at least some of these people, they don't think that there is a moral thing for a billionaire to do with their wealth. They just think that billionaires shouldn't exist. And so I don't think have advice for what billionaires should do, at least.
Yeah, but you could think it's both true that billionaires shouldn't exist, but then also that if they do exist, they should spend their money.
Yeah, that's true. But often people, again, this is a bit anecdotal, but people who raise this sort of criticism don't seem to want to have that discussion, because a lot of EAs would say things like this. Maybe we should have a better system. Maybe there shouldn't be billionaires. Maybe there should be systems that prevent that much wealth being accumulated by one person or whatever, right? But we do live in that world. And so, what are we going to do about it? And it seems that having a system in which those people are encouraged to give effectively is better than not having that, right? I think it's very hard to argue against that. But the sorts of people that I'm thinking of who make these sorts of politically minded critiques honestly just don't seem interested in that sort of discussion, because they'll just go back to talking about how unjust the system is. Yeah, but we'll see that. We'll get to that in the video a bit more detail to see. Sorry.
Yeah, where they they stop being in favor of just uncommercially good things, so long as those things are like don't have a left-wing political slant, at least not an explicitly left-wing political slant. But okay, well, here's the next criticism, well, more of a question, but like, what about long-termism? So, lots of EAs are long-termists. They think it's really important that we try not to go extinct, that we try to improve the value of the far future. In part because part of this is just a lot of them think that existential risks aren't too low, that they're like disturbingly high, and just we should reduce them because they're too high. And another reason people focus on this is that like the far future could have lots and lots of people. It could go really amazingly, but if we go extinct, then we lose out on all of it. So there's this EA idea that we should be long-termists, that we should try to safeguard the long-term future. But lots of people say, "Oh, lazy. Like, are we focusing on the problems and the far future when there are problems today?" So what do you make of this kind of worry?
Yeah, so long-termism in EA means focusing on benefits that will accrue in the future, primarily, often potentially the very far future. And that's quite distinctive of EA because very few social movements or charities have really ever, to my knowledge, been focused on problems that have such long-term, a long time horizon. Environmentalism might be the closest, but I'll come back to that in a moment. But so I think that this is quite distinctive of EA, which is one of the reasons it attracts a lot of attention. Another reason is because long-termist concerns, or like cause areas, I mentioned that before, have become more prominent in the EA movement over the past 10 years since I've been involved, particularly artificial intelligence. So the concerns that artificial intelligence systems are becoming more capable and within the next few decades or shorter, depending on who you ask, are likely to exceed human capabilities in many areas, which poses a lot of risks for society and humanity. And so there's a desire to try to ensure that such systems are aligned with human values, or at least constrained in various ways so that they don't pose major risks. There are other long-termist concerns as well, but that's a major one of the movement as at the moment. And it's true that a lot of people find this objectionable, that there should be such a focus on essentially causes that don't help anyone now, but might help people in the future. I think the two aspects of that people find objectionable are the focus on the future instead of the present, and the nature of the concerns being hypothetical, because sort of the whole idea of it is we don't know if these events will come to pass or whether the situations will be actualized. And so we're sort of planning for the worst case scenario, but it might not actually take place, right? So it's hypothetical in that sense. And I think people have a concern about focusing on things that are hypothetical as opposed to, well, we know that there are problems right now. Now, I think that as matters of principle, those are not very convincing reasons. I mean, you could give the same argument for not wearing a seatbelt, right? Well, why am I worried about a hypothetical crash instead of, my comfort now, or being able to talk freely to my child in the back seat, or in whatever argument you might want to come up with, right? So that's clearly silly. We do plan for the future all the time, including the long-term future when we save for retirement that might be 50 years away, or when we ensure that construction requirements in like earthquake-prone areas ensure that the buildings can withstand 100-year earthquakes, or I think sometimes it's even like 1,000-year floods or things like that. Although those are happening more frequently than that due to global warming, but that's another issue. So yeah, we plan for the future quite a lot, and even the long-term future. What EA does is bring to our attention aspects of our planning and thinking about the future that are often have been neglected, like the importance of new technologies. Asteroid impacts is another one that's been discussed. Pandemics is another one. I think if EA advice had been followed, then the COVID-19 pandemic could have been much less severe, possibly even prevented very early days. I mean, we wouldn't have had the animal wet markets that generated in the first place. But so the point is that there is real benefit for these ideas, and I think that it's very plausible that they're significantly neglected and have been. So I think that the argument that somehow they're just like irrelevant or not as important just because they're hypothetical and just because their future focus doesn't really make very much sense. This is particularly interesting because the long-termist critique, in my experience, at least sometimes, perhaps often, comes from people who are more progressively minded and are concerned about animal or human welfare in the present, which is certainly important. But such people are also usually very concerned about climate change. And this is something that I've not been able to understand, because people often raise a concern about the effects of climate change making the planet worse for, in future centuries, long time horizons, and for people who don't even exist yet. And yet that sometimes they also make the criticism that EAs are concerned about the effects on hypothetical future people. And this seems to be inconsistent to me, that if you're concerned about climate change and its impacts on future generations, then you should also care about the effects of new technologies or of new pandemics on future generations. So I think that this is a bit confused, and I think that it actually merges into what I think the long-termist critique really boils down to in a lot of cases is the EA focus on artificial intelligence and the connection that has to big tech, and a certain way of thinking about society and how to fix its problems that's technologically minded rather than institutionally minded or politically minded. And again, we'll get to that in the video. But I actually think that that's the heart of the long-termism critique against EA from a lot of people. It's really about the focus on technology and finding technical fixes to things that will that occur in the future rather than political changes, which these sorts of people often promote.
Yeah. So I guess the things I'd say about this worry are, first, just if you don't buy long-termism, then just don't be a long-termist, but you can still do the other EA stuff. So like the other EA criticisms, it's like maybe this will be a criticism of some of what EAs do, but it won't be a general criticism. Second, I think the things that the long-termists are doing are pretty common sense. It's like even the AI stuff, which is the one that people get the most mad about. Like, we're developing AI that's smarter than people. Lots of experts forecast the next decade or two, and we don't yet have a great plan to get it to do what we want. Like, surely someone should be thinking through this and trying to ensure that the AI we develop is safe. And then third, with pretty conservative estimates of existential risks, it's just like, it's bad if everyone on the planet dies, even if you ignore the long-termist stuff. So it still looks pretty good. Like preventing nuclear war, preventing these engineered pandemics. This is serious, and I find it crazy when people are like, think that in the wake of COVID that like EAs are excessively focused on pandemics. EAs were focused on pandemics before COVID. So I think this is silly. And then the last thing is, I actually do just think that long-termism is really commonsensical. Long-termism just follows immediately if you think future people matter anywhere near as much as present people do. If you think that when in time a person exists doesn't affect how much they matter, well then, because there are way more future people than present people in expectation, even if humans last the length of the average mammalian species, humanity today would be the equivalent of a 5-month-old infant. And so just like, if you think, and potentially we could last much longer if we spread to the stars and so on. So if you think humans matter a lot, if you think that like a person 100 years from now matters anywhere near as much as a person alive today, then just most of what matters will be concentrated in the far future. And so then making sure that there is a far future where people do have the opportunity to live lives and that it goes well starts with common sense. So I don't think this objection is very serious. And one thing that really annoys me is I find when addressing long-termism, most of the time people won't even like explain why it's wrong. They'll just like take a little pot shot at it. Well, they'll be like, long-termism, this eugenicist idea that the far future matters more than the present. But like, it's like, long-termism just follows immediately if you think that future people matter equally to present people. Maybe you deny that.
Well, you don't even have to say equally. You could just think that they matter to some extent, right?
Right. 1/1000th as much as present people, right? And so if you think that future people just don't matter at all, well, maybe you think that, but you should at least argue for it. You shouldn't just like take some.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying. A few people do think that, and especially if you think that environmentalism is an important cause, that seems to really be in tension with the idea that we should only be concerned ourselves with people who currently exist. There are a lot of tricky issues in population ethics about some of these issues, which we don't want to get into now. I will also say that I have been on the record arguing that a lot of what many prominent EAs have to say about AI safety is misguided for various reasons. Not that I'm fundamentally opposed to AI safety research. I think it's very important and is something EA should be doing about. I have disagreements about timelines and about methods that I think are appropriate, and maybe the emphasis within the movement on that, how it's become quite prominent. So there are certainly disagreements to be had, but I don't see those as really disagreements with EA. They're more disagreements within EA about particular issues. And I think that it's actually, I've advocated for many years that we need a diverse range of perspectives on these matters within EA so that we can utilize different range of expertise and how to best tackle these problems effectively. And that's one of the reasons why I want to try to remove barriers of people becoming involved with EA. because I think that these, like, if you're critical of certain aspects of how EAs deal with long-termist causes, well, I think you should become involved in EA and try to add your thoughts and expertise, if you have that, to try to steer us in a better direction, right? I think we need a broader range of perspectives, but it's I don't think you should not become involved in EA because you think maybe some long-termist work is not effective. Let's make it more effective.
Yeah, I very much agree. All right. So here's the last objection. This is the systemic reform.
Well, this will lead us right into the video that I've got, because that's exactly what this is about. But yeah, introduce that for us.
Yeah. So the systemic reform objection, the idea is that EAs don't focus enough on systemic reform. It's like they get kids malaria nets without like focusing broadly on how the system works, or like doing these broad macro scale reflections on the system as a whole. And so we shouldn't be like number crunching. We should be trying to do these broader systemic reforms that it would actually be more effective. Should we just immediately go into the video and then discuss?
Yeah, let's
this?
jump into the video. So the video raises this issue in like a lot of different ways and different aspects, which I think is good because this highlights how I think like this video is a bit crass and extreme in some ways, but I don't mean to straw man. This is one of the best. Resonates a lot with me. Not that I agree with the criticisms. It resonates in the sense that I've had interactions with people who say many of the exact same things in similar ways. So this is good encapsulation. And I think that it might be helpful for us to respond to a real example of this.
Yeah. Okay. So let me stream the video. Anselm says, I'm going to tell Nathan you're cheating.
Well, that's all right. It's happened before.
Okay. Sorry, it's the bourgeois morality for the 21st century one, right?
No. I think, hang on. No, I'm confused. Oh, yeah, sorry. It is. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
no. Oh, I just closed this. What it is?
Sorry, got confused. I believe this guy's a Marxist. I've not encountered him before.
My guess, just the title sounds pretty Marxist, but...
Well, I just looked at some of his other videos, and I don't know what type of Marxist though. Right?
And I would note that just like there are some EAs who are Marxists.
Sure, I don't mean to imply that, but there also is
a
style of criticism that is Marxist in origin that is very anti-EA.
Yeah, no, sorry,
and that is manifested in this video.
Yeah, I was.
They probably played on like 125 or 1.5, just
okay.
If you like. We don't have to watch all of it, but I think I watched the first 30 minutes, and that was relevant. So we'll see how
that was more, and that was more than enough. Okay.
That was enough, yeah. And you can.
Wow, what a powerful opening!
I don't understand this thing at all. You can probably just skip
that
the first
insipid, pedantic leather.
Okay. Oh, he's reading from Karl Marx. So. Yeah, you can just start here.
Okay.
Oracle of the ordinary bourgeois intelligence of the 19th century. Bentham is among philosophers what Martin Tupper
he's talking about
is
Bentham.
among poets. Both could only have been manufactured in England. So Jeremy Bentham was an English philosopher and current zombie exhibit at UCL. He's widely considered to be one of the fathers of utilitarianism, which is broadly understood as a liberal moral philosophy.
Yeah,
there we go.
Okay. Philosophy which seeks to increase the amount of good in the world, or pleasure if you're nasty, and reduce harm. Its central tenets are consequentialism, hedonism, and impartiality. By the utilitarian framework, an act is morally good if and only if it produces the highest level of pleasure or the least amount of suffering for the greatest number of people. To achieve its goals, utilitarianism relies on a rationalistic moral mathematics, which is inseparable from the liberal worldview. For centuries now, it's been one of the key moral frameworks of bourgeois liberalism. But in our neoliberal age, in these dark neoliberal times, a new project has emerged, one which, despite the claims of some of its...
And by the way, let me know if at any point you want to pause it.
Yeah, no worries. I'll interject when I feel like. And likewise,
reheating the leather tongue of Jeremy Bentham and reproducing a new bourgeois morality for the neoliberal age.
He's just setting up the context here.
Effective altruism.
I don't know what that shtick is about. I don't know if he does that
It's
elsewhere.
a bit worth it.
I don't get the bit. So he's drawing a clear link between like 19th century utilitarianism and current day effective altruism. That's why he was mentioning Jeremy Bentham.
Yeah, and we already talked about that. It doesn't require commitment to utilitarianism. No, none of the things that are controversial about utilitarianism are commitments of EA, so it's just irrelevant.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he has to say about that.
So let's start with an understanding of what effective altruism is from the mouths of some of its most prominent figures. Theron Plummer and William MacAskill, who's sort of become a figurehead of.
Theron Plummer is not one of effective altruism's most prominent.
I don't know who that is. William MacAskill is. He's very influential. I don't know.
Yeah, I met Will MacAskill, by the way. He's a cool guy.
Oh,
but, wow. I've also met Theron Plummer. But I mean, I guess Theron Plummer, he's written philosophy papers. To be clear, I'm not intending to diss Theron Plummer. I think Theron Plummer is great. But he's written some philosophy papers that like might be cited as like an intro to EA. But I don't think he's one of the well-known figures, as is evidenced by the fact that James doesn't know who he is.
New movement.
This is one like a staggeringly large number of the EA criticisms just make extremely basic factual errors in a way that's very embarrassing. No, this one wasn't a huge one. This was pretty minor, but it's just like, guys, do your research. Come on.
Described EA as
a growing global community of people who use reason and evidence to assess how to.
I find the tongue thing disturbing. Why does that keep?
I said it was. I don't know. I don't know. I don't have any good explanation.
Do as much good as possible and take action on this basis. Launched in 2011, the movement now has thousands of members and influence over billions of dollars. The movement has substantially increased awareness of the fact that some altruistic activities are much more cost-effective than others, in the sense that they do much more good than others per unit of resource expended.
Bear in mind that word, cost.
The guy's name is Plummer, not Plumber, for the record.
Well, depending on the accent, those sound the same.
Because
yeah, but I mean, there was an L in the thing on screen.
Oh, it was okay. Right.
Like, look.
Unit of resource expended.
Bear in
Plumber? No, it's Plummer.
mind that word, cost effective. So in a recent TED Talk, because of course there's a TED Talk on effective altruism, MacAskill listed what, in his view, are the 3 biggest problems in the world today.
But I and others in the effective altruism community have converged on 3 moral issues that we believe are unusually important. First,
but he didn't say that it's the 3 biggest. He said they're unusually important, and they're talked about as like 3 areas in which it's possible to make lots of progress, not the 3 biggest issues.
is global health. The second big priority is factory farming. Now, the third area is the one that I want to focus on the most, and that's the category of existential risks. Events like a nuclear war or the global pandemic.
Note the absence of capitalism here. For MacAskill, the way to most effectively deal with these problems.
Whoa.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's just play him out. You'll get the
Okay.
Obviously, for him, that would be the number one.
More money to.
But I mean, like, I think you can be an EA and then capitalism is the number one problem. The question is just like, how tractable is it to do something about it?
Charities.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Not just any charities, though. Charities which have been scientifically deemed effective in their dollar to life saved or improved ratio to ascertain whether or not a charity.
Yeah, I mean, that's slightly misleading, right? Because the long-termist ones don't have to be that way. But
yeah,
is effective. MacAskill advocates for reductive methods such as randomized control trials or QALYs, that is, quality-adjusted life year, a measurement used in economics to rationally allocate health resources most cost-effectively. These are reductive in the sense that they must necessarily reduce social phenomenon to quantifiable, testable measurements. So for
yeah, okay. So what? Or should I play a minute?
up to you. Up to you. Where you?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I agree these are reductive, but I mean, any model is reductive, right? If you didn't reduce the thing, you just have the phenomenon. And so if you want a model that allows you to compare, of course it'll be reductive. It won't be able to compare everything, but you just have to rely on the best models that you have. And you shouldn't, it's like, I mean, this is just silly.
I think reductive is just being used as a derogatory term here. It's not clear what it's doing because notice that he criticized QALYs on the basis that it's reductive, and by reductive he means that it must necessarily be quantifiable. But that's sort of the whole point of QALYs. It's just a measurement. It doesn't actually tell you anything about it, anything other than what it's trying to measure, right? And of course, it's imperfect as a measurement, but it's odd to call that reductive because I think that the idea of QALYs is supposed to be a holistic measure. It's supposed to measure not just life years, but also the quality of that. And they do that by surveys of people with different conditions and so forth. Yeah. And, again, there's criticisms you can make at the object level, but that's not the level he's operating at. He's just seems to be implying that it's just inappropriate to try to measure things like that, which comes back to the criticism we were talking about before about like the one thought too many, which is a bit odd, I would say, if he is a Marxist, to be making that sort of criticism, since Marxists are materialists, and I don't know why there would be a problem with measuring those sorts of things under his worldview, but maybe we'll see why.
It doesn't
But
make
at the moment, he
that
hasn't said any problem. He hasn't actually explained what the problem is.
Right.
He's just
there is
implied
this
that it's a
like
problem.
annoying thing that EA critics will do, where they'll have this sort of like vague innuendo, where they'll describe an EA thing using words that sound bad without
Yeah, like
giving an
slaving
objection.
yourself to people you've never met. Like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
exactly that.
Yeah.
McCaskill standard, quote, gold standard in deciding whether or not a charity should receive your money. But, you know,
Oh, well, it's in quotes. No. Oh, no. It must be terrible because it's in quotes.
of course, no individual can possibly assess the effectiveness of a given charity by these standards, so the EA movement has established some charity aggregators like GiveWell, the premier EA org, which, not incidentally, was founded by 2 hedge fund managers.
Nietzsche famously said of his own books, I write...
You don't have premium.
No, I don't. Okay, so it was founded by hedge fund managers.
Yeah.
Okay, so what?
These aggregators just basically tell followers of EA which charities are the most effective by their own measurements, and therefore are places which individuals should send their money. The individual utilitarian calculus is exported to these elite technocrats, essentially. So EA uses a rationalized moral mathematics to encourage its adherents to object.
See, it's all just like using slime words to like describe things without making objections to it. Oh, rationalized moral mathematics. That sounds very bad, but it's like, is that just synonymous with trying to use rigorous cost-benefit analysis to do good? Well, if so,
it's not
then I
clear
don't.
what the problem is supposed to be.
Yeah, I do find the style of arguing annoying.
Well, I know it's annoying, but this is how people like this argue in my experience, which is why I thought this video would be good to review, because this is how they express it in their own terms.
Yeah.
Portion of their income to maximize the amount of good in the world, according to their terms, and it is this consequence.
Oh.
Many cases, including McCaskill himself, will effective altruism, utilitarian, or quote,
It's Plummer, not Plumber.
any normative theory or claim. It's clear from his next sentence that this is obviously horseshit. Effective altruism is the project of using evidence and reason to try and find out how to do the most good, and on this basis, trying to do the most good. Clearly, if you're making a claim about how to do the most good, you're making a normative claim that not doing this would be bad. If you're not doing the most good, then that's bad, right? Or at least less good. You can't run from your own reasoning.
But utilitarianism is the idea that it's not the idea that one should do what's best. Utilitarianism is the idea that that the action that's best in any case is the one that maximizes utility. That's controversial, but EAs don't have to commit to that. It's just like the idea that if you're deciding between 2 charities, you should pick the one that does more good. It doesn't require that you think any of the controversial things about EAs, like you should violate rights for the greater good, like that morality is infinitely demanding. So this is just a total.
Yes, I thought this was sloppy of him because he's criticizing McCaskill of not following his logic through. But actually, McCaskill was correct in distinguishing being precise in what he was saying, because you can be interested in the project of determining and putting into practice what does the most good, or ways of doing the most good, without making any normative claim about that whatever. You could be you don't even need to be a moral realist. You could just say that you are personally interested in the project of doing good, and not make a normative claim about its sort of normative status, right? Those are actually distinct issues. To be technical, he's confusing axiology with normativity, right? He's conflating claims about good with claims about right and wrong. Utilitarians have a claim that what is right to do is the thing that produces the most good, or reduces harm the most. But that's, as you said, what is controversial about utilitarianism. And you don't have to commit to utilitarianism to simply be interested in the question of what does the most good. So this is I think that this is a problem that people conflate this a lot of in general, but it's particularly problematic that he's conflating it in the context of nitpicking McCaskill about evidently not following his logic through, because the logic that McCaskill is supposed to be following through, according to the producer here, would be fallacious, right? That McCaskill is correct in not just making a conflation there between claims about what it is right to do or you have an obligation to do, and claims about what it is good to do or what promotes the most good, because they are simply different issues.
Also, well, this is just just a total side point, but I think it's always funny when communists will make the Sam Bankman-Fried objection to EA. It's like, oh, you're saying EA is discredited by the fact that some people have done bad things in the name of EA? Oh, well, I don't know if you're
Yes.
historically people have done the
I mean,
same for communism.
And that's one of the problems, because you can find that in any movement. So unless you're just entirely non-ideological and apolitical, then it's going to be a bit of a tu quoque there. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Something Castle actually does quite a lot. The cat is yelling at me.
Wow, the cat is just clearly like
Clearly upset.
started protesting, being like, "What are these fucking retarded objectives?"
I know, Puss. I know, but you can't come in. EA may not be exactly the same as utilitarianism in all circumstances, but they're clearly deeply connected, as is further shown by the fact that one of their biggest supporters, someone to whom McCaskill dedicated his book How to Do Good Better, is Peter Singer.
Yeah, I mean, so they're clearly connected in the sense that lots of utilitarians are EAs and lots of EAs are utilitarian. But the fact that two things are connected doesn't mean that objections to one of them are objections to the other one. So, yes, lots of EAs are utilitarian, but yeah, this isn't an objection to EA. So, totally irrelevant.
Perhaps the most famous explicit utilitarian still working, and not, incidentally, one of the most repulsive, ableist sacks of shit around. Singer has used
one of the most wow, that would be surprising.
His rational utilitarian calculus to repeatedly make arguments like this, and a big ableism trigger warning here.
When the death of a disabled infant will lead to the birth of another infant with better prospects of a happy life, the total amount of happiness will be greater if the disabled infant is killed. The loss of happy life for the first infant is outweighed by the gain of a happier life for the second. The total view treats infants as replaceable in much the same way as it treats non-self-conscious animals. Utterly repulsive.
Okay, I mean, it's like Singer has arguments for this. Now, I don't really agree with this. But it's like, I find this argument style annoying, where you just like point to a conclusion that sounds bad, and then you're just sort of like, oh, this is ridiculous, without like thinking about the arguments for it. It's like population ethics. It is tricky to like figure out under what conditions it's worth bringing a happy person into existence. But in any case, okay, maybe let's suppose Peter Singer is the worst guy on Earth. Okay, that would just have nothing to do with whether EA is good.
Yes, well, he does sort of highlight this as an aside. But it's interesting he doesn't feel the need to present any argument as for what was wrong that Peter Singer said there, because he didn't actually make any normative claims. Again, he made a claim about what actions promote or reduce the and he was talking about the total view. I presume he means some sort of totalist welfare view. He didn't define what that is there. But I think that's a fairly straightforward implication of that viewpoint, maybe with a few other assumptions or background beliefs incorporated there, which is, I think, what Peter Singer is talking about. There's nothing actually there that, see, the reason I think that he's calling Peter Singer scum is because he is attributing a variety of subsidiary claims to Singer, which don't follow from what Peter Singer actually said, but he imagines follow from. So, for example, it doesn't follow nothing from what Peter Singer says follows about the moral status of disabled persons or their legal status or whether their interests count for the same or things like that. But I think that the reason that Peter Singer is being declared as scum, and the reason that other disability rights activists have made this criticism, is because that they, essentially in their view, those claims do follow from what Peter Singer has said, and so they're imputing them to him, even though Peter Singer, I don't think, has said those things or is committed to those things, and I certainly don't think that his view entails those things. So, right. You can argue about that, but I think that it's a bit dishonest and lazy just to declare people scum when things that they've said can be interpreted as leaning to bad positions without even endorsing those.
Yeah, I mean, Singer's view is basically like, he thinks that, like, the view that lots of people have is like, basically, abortions at early stages in pregnancy are fine, but at later stages are wrong. Yes. Singer's view is basically that the point at which it becomes wrong to kill you for your sake is basically the point at which you have desires, because then it's setting back your interests. Yes. But infants don't really have desires. So his view is sort of like he thinks of killing infants very similarly to how people think of abortion at 6 weeks. And so then if you think that, it's like, well, lots of people think it's fine to abort a child who will be disabled who would have a less good life if you later have a child who would have a happier life. And so it's like, it's not specific to being disabled. It's just like, it's better to come into existence if you have a higher level of welfare. So if you can have a child with a higher welfare level rather than a lower welfare level, that's better. Now, one can disagree with that, certainly, but it's a serious I find this style of arguing where you just like point at it and sputter to be annoying and irrelevant. Okay, so
yeah, but
Truly.
it's you could disagree with it, but it's also a specific claim about well-being and what is good. It's not even a claim about that has normative implications directly. Now, you may develop those, but it's I think it's a circumscribed claim that is addressing a specific problem, and I don't think has any direct social, political, or wider import by itself. Right? How you play this out is going to be quite contingent on a whole bunch of other things, and it's pretty much it's like the variant of the criticism of the utilitarian, which says that well, if everyone was a utilitarian, then doctors would just start cutting up people and giving their organs to save more people and things like that, which is like a very sort of straightforward, thoughtless application of like part of the idea stripped of its context, and I don't think is very helpful way of actually addressing the ideas essentially. But he doesn't even address, he just sort of name calls the ideas. But I find frustrating, and it does feel like it's an attempt to poison the well by saying Peter Singer has been very influential in effective altruism, which is true. And by the way, he's a scumbag because he says these things that sound kind of bad, but I'm not actually going to discuss them. I'm just going to present them in the way that makes them sound bad and name call.
And the other thing is, if your criticism is a movement is bad, if there are bad people who have been influential in it, I mean, this is obviously a deeply self-refuting argument for a Marxist to make.
Well, for a man with pictures of Mao behind him, that is an odd argument to make, yes.
Yeah. Now, maybe he would just say Mao's great, but
I don't know what he would say, but he's got pictures of him
like
while he's making his video, so, he made that choice.
This violent dehumanization of disabled people isn't incidental to Singer's utilitarianism, by the way, but as I'll get to in the next section, is endemic to this kind of moral reasoning. But the point I want to get at here is that
he thinks it's endemic to this type of reasoning.
Is in many ways just a reheat.
No,
which is interesting. That's why he thinks it's important, because it's endemic to this type of reasoning. The objection here that I've heard is that it dehumanizes people by treating them as vessels for utility and not as individuals, not as unique and not as having rights in their own right, but rather just in virtue of which they increase the pie, like the size of.
I mean, I think this is very silly, because it's not that you care about them. It's not you care about utility and so you care about them as a vessel for it. It's you care about them and you care about different people equally, and so then you do what's best for what does the most good for people. It's like if you can benefit one of your kids by some amount, you regard your kids as equally important, so you do it would benefit one of them more because you regard them as equally important. So that's what the attitude that EAs have to the world.
I agree, and I think that this is a misconstrual of. I mean, again, you can't say that no utilitarian has ever thought this way, but I think there's a misconstrual of how utilitarians should think about things. In that utilitarianism is a way of systematizing and actualizing the fundamental moral ideas of beneficence and equality. So the idea that it's good to and it's important to do good things to help people, and that it's important to treat different people equally. And utilitarianism, the aggregative idea that you aggregate utility, is a way to incorporate that. It's not saying that everyone gets $10. Well, that's unfair because some people need $10 more than other people, right? Well, how do you assess that? Well, you essentially assess it in virtue of how much their needs are being met or how much their well-being can be improved. And that's essentially the way that you aggregate across people. And so I really just don't see the idea that you're obsessed with utility and how to increase it at any cost. It's really you're obsessed with like doing good for people and being fair about it. And utilitarianism is a way to enact that and also think about it systematically. So I think it's sort of wrong-headed to criticize that on that basis. Sorry, I can't hear you, Matthew. I don't know if something's cut out.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go. You're back.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, what a deranged obsession. An obsession with doing good for others. What evil. Okay.
Yeah.
Did utilitarianism. In my personal opinion, is that the only reason he actually tried to say that EA isn't utilitarian is to give their project a sense of novelty. No one gives a shit about a bunch of philosophy professors do.
I just find this such annoying psychoanalysis when he's it's just like he's demonstrably confused about why EAs say they're not utilitarian, where the argument for it is very simple, and then he goes into like, oh, it must be because they're like trying to inflate their sense of novelty. It's just so ridiculous.
Well, it's also not true that EAs point to that as being what's novel about EA. Like, what's novel about EA is cause neutrality and focus on empirical evidence like RCTs. Things like long-termism as well are fairly distinctive. Those are the things that I would point to. And impartiality, to like it's sort of Peter Singer's argument, thinking about impartiality across space and time. Those things are not uniquely distinctive, but fairly distinctive, particularly when taken in terms of applied to practical charitable giving decision-making.
Yeah, here's my theory about why EAs say that EA isn't inherently utilitarian. It's because EA isn't inherently utilitarian. That might be a reason why sometimes people say things because they're true and obvious.
Yeah.
But an innovative way to do good by doing nothing except giving to scientifically proven good charities?
Well, I mean, that's false. It's not that they do nothing except they also advocate using your career to do good. They also advocate using your time to do good. Like, for example, here's one. Well, when we make a brief aside, there are right now the EU is taking input on its animal welfare laws. If you go to my blog, which is linked below, you can like find a link to fill out the form, which can improve lives for a bunch of animals. So no, it's not just so like that's one way of doing good. So that's one thing I'd recommend. But no, it's just totally wrong that it's doing nothing other than giving money to effective charities. Also, like, what? Suppose EA was just that. It's like, it is good to give money to effective charities. So, I don't know. It's like,
well, he doesn't think that, and we'll see why he doesn't think that, or at least in many cases. I don't know. I want to put words in his mouth, but we'll see what he has to say about that in a little bit.
Yeah, sorry, I may be pausing too much. The problem, he just keeps saying things that are false and ridiculous, and so I feel a need to pause and correct it. But
one weird trick to save the world? Sign up every fucking tech billionaire on the planet. Although it's not really poverty that the Elon Musks of the world really give a shit about, is it? What's really got the tech billionaires fucking wrong?
Yeah, almost like the priorities that EAs have are different from the priorities that Elon Musk has. Like, EAs tend to be hugely pro foreign aid, and Musk.
Yeah, and the use of Elon Musk here, I think, is really problematic from his point of view, because there are billionaires he could mention. I think Bill Gates would be a fairer one to mention, because Bill Gates does have, I mentioned before, he has a lot of concerns in common with EAs and similar objectives. But Elon Musk does not. He has nothing to do with EA and is not concerned with helping the world in the ways that EAs are. So it's very, like, the reason he mentions it, I think the only way to make sense of it is because everyone knows Elon Musk and a lot of his audience doesn't like Elon Musk. And there's things to criticize about Elon Musk, certainly. I'm not trying to defend him. But what I'm trying to say is Elon Musk is no EA. So why is he being mentioned here in the context of billionaire philanthropist? He's not a billionaire philanthropist, and he's certainly not an effective altruist billionaire philanthropist. So it's really just poisoning the well by mentioning him.
Yeah, like, my sense of Elon is basically like, a decade ago, he was slightly interested in the ideas. So, like, he maybe went to an EA Global once when in its early stages, but he doesn't give his money to effective charities, nor does he strive to do good effectively. So and his priorities are totally different from the priorities of other EA. So it's just totally ridiculous. And it is just guilt by association. It's guilt by association with someone who we're not associated with. So especially.
Yeah.
But
and actually, for me, what's the nail in the coffin of EA being just reheated utilitarianism is the other side of the effective altruism coin, long-termism. Long-termism, as promoted
that one seemed like a weird mix often of it being reheated utilitarianism is the other side of the coin. That felt like too many analogies for one sentence. It's like, it's hard. So, sorry, there's a nail in a coffin, which is a coin. That's reheated. I don't know. It's too complicated.
That's a good point. I hadn't thought of that. It's a bit confusing. Mixed metaphors.
A spreadsheet to figure out this analogy.
McCaskill, in his book, takes the impartiality aspect of utilitarianism and supercharges it. Impartiality for utilitarianism, and EA for that matter, is the notion that moral decision-making must be made beyond personal proximity or justice issues. So, for example, you have just as much responsibility to help someone across the world from you as you do your own mother. Peter Singer again.
No, but why can he stop lying?
Yeah, so that's not what EA say. And it's not what Peter Singer says either.
Yeah.
He should. So if he wanted to explicate this well, he should use Peter Singer's example, which is a child that you don't know in front of you versus children that you don't know in another country, right? It's never the idea that you have exactly the same obligations to your mother as someone else. I've never heard an EA say this. Now, some EAs may think that, right? But that's certainly not what EAs generally say or is entailed by EA views.
Yeah, right. So this is, it's just false. No, there are some EAs who think that, but that's not at all part of the core EA ideas.
Well, and it's not what the most influential people say. Like Singer, who's promoted this idea very extensively. He doesn't. That's not what he says. Like that's not the analogy. So he shouldn't be using that to describe the view. It's just misleading.
Yeah, agree.
Has promoted this idea when he said that looking after his own mother while she had dementia was a mistake, because he could have just as easily used the money that he used to take care of his ill mother to more effectively help more people. He's a real rational economic man, Peter Singer.
Well, I mean, Peter Singer is a utilitarian, so he doesn't believe in any kind of impartiality, not just distance proximity, but he thinks that his obligation to help save faraway people is the same as his obligation to help save his own mother. So this is Singer's view, but it's not the thing that he argues for when arguing for EA. So it's just irrelevant.
Emotion will be suppressed and reason will prevail. Reason will prevail! Oh, yeah.
Long-termism takes this notion of impartiality and bizarrely extends it across time, not just by a generation or two, but by thousands and...
It's so bizarre to think that you should be impartial, that people who will exist matter similar amounts to people who exist today. It's like, what? Of course, like, this isn't implausible. I mean, it's like, we're ancient Egyptians, like 10 million times more important than us because they came first? No. Why would how much people
I don't think
matter?
he makes clear what his view is, but I mean, maybe play a bit more and
right now. I mean, it's just like vague smears because like actually presenting a view and arguing for it is too difficult.
Billions of years. In fact, McCaskill and Grieve have argued that for the purposes of evaluating actions, we can in first instance often simply ignore the effects contained in the first 100 or even first 1,000 years, focusing primarily on the further future effects. Short-run effects act as little more than tiebreakers. Fucking tongue. So, global warming, poverty, these issues are likely not going to result in the total extermination of humanity. So the utilitarian moral calculus dictates that the issues killing real people now, are second to so-called existential risks.
By the way, so bear in mind, if you read, so McCaskill and Greaves had a paper called, which he's quoting from, called The Case for Strong Long-termism, where this is what they argue in that paper. But if in his like more popular level presentation of it, the thing McCaskill notes is that you get exactly the same conclusions from weak long-termism, where you say both of, it's like, even if so there's strong long-termism, which says the future matters orders of magnitude more than the present. And then there's weak long-termism, which says that just like we should be doing more to make the future go well. You get the same conclusions, whichever of those you think. And so it's, yes, they do this more controversial philosophical view, which is shockingly difficult to argue against because the view just follows immediately. If you think that people are not, it's just like, if you think people in the future matter, a non-trivial portion as much as people in the present matter, and you think the future has way more people in expectation than the future, the future has way more people in expectation than the present, then you get way more aggregate moral importance in the future than the present. So I think strong long-termism, even though it implies things that sound bad when you say them, like that present issues don't matter as much as things that impact the far future, I think it's obvious. I think it's very hard to argue against.
Yes, but once again, the negative aspect of this comes largely through connotation and unstated inference. So it really shouldn't be that controversial to say that if people in the future matter at least somewhat morally, like a non-trivial amount, and if humanity can potentially be around for thousands, millions of years, then the total moral weight or moral value of people in the future dramatically outweighs the total moral value or weight of people in the present, right? That really shouldn't be too controversial. So what follows from that? Well, immediately nothing, right? So this is a fairly abstract claim. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't care about present people. It doesn't mean that we should enact policies that hurt the present at the expense of the future. I mean, maybe we should in some cases, right? But like no specific, it also doesn't mean that the people in the present have like are somehow less important or I mean, it's saying that they're equally important. Like that's sort of the whole point, or at least, similarly important. So the point is to make a claim about comparative values of two states of affairs, people living in the present versus many people living across large spans of time in the future, doesn't have any direct normative implications about what we should do or what the right thing is to do. You need to combine that with a view of normativity and then a view that actually links that to practical issues. So when, for example, I don't know the exact context of that quote, that McCaskill quote that he mentioned, but Greaves and McCaskill, I think it was, but you can endorse a view that says essentially the moral significance of everything that's happening now, or like within the next century, is basically a rounding error relative to the moral significance of things that will happen over the next million years. You can endorse that, but then also say, but we don't have any ability to change, or like in expectation, we don't have any ability or very little ability to change what will happen in a million years' time. So we should focus on actions that have expected positive benefits within the next 10 to 100 years, right? Like, I'm not saying you may disagree with that, but the point is that's entirely consistent, because you could essentially say that the value of the future is much greater, but in most cases, we don't know how our actions will affect that value. So as long as we're not in extinction cases, we should essentially treat that with the principle of indifference as being this equivalent across a wide range of actions, and then focus on the areas where we can say something intelligent about where our actions will differ, which is in the relative near term. That's entirely consistent with this strong long-termist view of the moral salience of the long term is what is like dominates numerically, but it doesn't necessarily dominate in a decision theoretic sense. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah. And
again, that's a further claim to say that our actions should be focused on thinking about and focused on changing that long-term value at the expense of the short term. That's a much, much stronger claim that, again, some EAs have made. I disagree with that personally, because I think that we're too clueless about the very long term. But there are certain things we can do that matter, which is things like avoiding extinction. And that's usually what EAs will focus on. And I think that there's a lot of, and the thing is that will help people 100 years from now as well as a million years from now. So there's no real trade-off in that sense.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
The implausibility comes only by assuming all of these additional claims or implying that the view leads to these, when it doesn't actually imply any of these things.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think that, I'm doing too much agree. But yes, I think that's right as well. Yeah. An analogy I've given before is like, imagine that we discovered that there are these like underground caves, and there were just like quadrillions of people in the caves. And they were just relevantly like people who are around today. They like matter as much. They have similar cognitive capacities and so on. And we just affect them in huge ways. Well, then it would seem like the main determinant of our actions ethics is how they affect the people in caves, just because they matter similar to how we do, and there are way more of them. And so that's just the idea about the long-term future, that people in the future matter, and how much they matter is not orders of magnitude less than present people, which I don't think is a crazy idea. Oh, I want to address, someone in the chat says, does this relate to one's view of time and whether the future exists? No, I don't think it does, because even if you think that people don't yet exist but will exist, you can still think their welfare matters. Just like if you think only if you're an atheist, then you'll think the past doesn't exist. But you'd still want to say like, oh, it's like bad things have happened before. Like you want to say, for example, like here's a plausible claim. World War II was bad. It was bad that there was this global war that killed tens of millions of people. World War I was bad. So yeah, you'll want to say that you can still make normative claims about the past and future, and then you can say the same.
So I think that there are combinations of views that do where philosophy of time becomes relevant. One involves this is a bit of a sidetrack, but I think it's interesting. One involves the case where people say that we should only be concerned about the interests of people who actually exist, and not those who will only hypothetically exist or who don't currently exist. I mean, that's a substantive ethical position, right? Which I personally disagree with. But the thing is that if you do have that view, it does seem to matter whether the future exists or not. Because if you think that the future does exist in a eternalist sense, like B theory is also called, where you think that essentially the future is sort of like another place, but it's just like out there in the future, but it still exists. It's just, it's not simultaneous with us. Then it doesn't really make a lot of sense to say that we should only focus on the people who exist, because the future does exist. Now, you could say we should only be concerned about the welfare of the people who exist simultaneously with us, but that really does start to sound very arbitrary, in a way that whether someone exists or not is, I think, designed not to sound arbitrary. It sounds like, oh, well, that makes sense, right? We should be worried about the people who do exist, not those who only might exist. But I actually think that does matter. And I personally, this is again a bit of an aside, I think that tenseless theories of time, so essentially like eternalism, the view that the future does exist, I think it's very plausible and favored by current physics, and therefore that is kind of a problem for these views that I think rely on the notion that the future does not exist. But yeah, you don't. I don't think that simply your philosophy of time has a direct implication, because yeah, you can adopt views that modify, but there are certain combinations of views that I think it matters for.
Yeah, I agree with that, and I think it's like normally we want to say that it's bad to create people who suffer a lot, and so just whatever vehicle you have to saying that, even if they wouldn't have otherwise existed, I think will imply that it's good to create people who have great lives, because it's like just all the arguments for why it's not good to create people with good lives, you could also make for why it's not bad to create people who suffer.
That's a deeply controversial point in population ethics. I agree with you, but I think we can't address that here, because there are a lot of people who do argue that there's an asymmetry between creating people who have unhappy lives and creating people. They say it's impermissible to create someone who will have an unhappy life, but it's not obligatory to create someone who will have a happy life. And there's various asymmetries that we
probably won't be able to get into to population ethics because it's too complicated. But if people want to read more, I have a paper called "The Sequence Argument Against the Procreation Asymmetry," where I make the case against procreation asymmetry. And then if you just Google Elliot Thornley favorite arguments against the procreation asymmetry, he just gives a bunch of arguments that, in my view, I basically think that it's like I think the procreation asymmetry is just completely bunk. I think there are these really, really strong arguments against it. But even if you affirm the asymmetry, you could still think that long-termism was true. It wouldn't be important to create happy people, but it would still be important to make it so that the lives of the happy people get better. Okay, so let's continue. Unless you have something to say about that.
No, let's keep going.
Okay.
As McCaskill says in his TED Talk, risks which could wipe out humanity before we reach our species' potential to reach the stars and colonize the planets.
The human race has been around for about 200,000 years. And if she lives as long as a typical mammalian species, she could last for about 2 million years. The Earth will remain habitable for 500 million years to come. And if someday we took to the stars, the civilization could continue for billions more. Future people don't participate in markets today. They don't have a vote. It's not like there's a lobby representing the interests of those born in 2300 AD.
The way he describes the human race as she weirds me out, man. That feels like some weird womb.
Okay, come on. It's like if McCaskill had said he, then he would have complained it was sexist. It's like often, I don't know. This seems ridiculous, but
I would have said we, but whatever.
Yeah, come on.
Natal shit, doesn't it? And that kind of comes back later, but it's gross.
The trillions of hypothetical lives that one day might exist in this idealized future because of the impartiality and utilitarian piss maths, get a shirt, are worth more consideration than the mere billions of lives that actually exist today. This is how
Just saying something in a snarky voice and then falsely assuming that it assumes utilitarianism is not an argument.
But notice he says that they're worth more consideration. So that's not the claim. The claim is that everyone is worth equal consideration, regardless of when they live, and that we should act in accordance with that. Now, that doesn't, as I said before, that doesn't actually mean that we should spend most of our time thinking about the far future. That's a further claim about decision principles and where it's best to focus our time and energy. So what McCaskill is talking about is purely a comparison of value of how much well-being can be realized in the far future versus in the present, and obviously the far future is much greater, as long as we don't go extinct. And that's really just a claim about impartiality. It's like taking the future people just as seriously as morally speaking as people in the present, and that just doesn't entail anything about what he. Sorry, I've forgotten the language that he used. Can you run it back a second? What was the phrase he used again? Yeah, that should be enough.
Kind of comes back later, but it's gross.
The trillions of hypothetical lives that one day might exist in this idealized future because of the impartiality and utilitarian piss maths, get a shirt, are worth more consideration
worth
than the
more
mere billions of
consideration.
lives that actually exist.
So no claim is made about how, it's sort of unclear what that means exactly, but like you could think that we should spend most of our time thinking about how to make the world better over the next 10 to 100 years in terms of amount of consideration, right? If I understand that as like thinking and effort or research or something like that. And still hold to the view that the value of the far future is going to be much larger. So it's a separate question. He just conflates different issues to make it sound bad when the principle is fundamentally, everyone counts regardless of when they live. And he doesn't really say what's the problem with that.
Yeah. And the other thing is, this is a thing. McCaskill points out that the market doesn't take into account the interests of future people. That sounds like a critique of capitalism rather than...
Yes, I think the author missed that point, this guy.
Today. This is how you maximize utilitarian good. And it's this obvious shite that has the tech billionaires drooling. EA.
I mean, it doesn't seem like it does have the tech billionaires. Who are the tech billionaires who are drooling? It's the EAs tend to say that the tech billionaires are causing serious risks, and the tech billionaires tend not to like them. It's like Mark Andreessen doesn't like EA. Elon Musk does not like EA. There are some billionaires. I guess if you're counting I'm blanking on the guy's name. One of the Dustin Moskovitz as a tech billionaire.
He's probably the main example.
Yeah, but I think Dustin Moskovitz is like, he's not. There isn't much to dislike about Dustin. It's like he's not controversial in the way that Musk is.
Yeah.
Organizations which now control almost 50.
I also don't like the form of argument, bad people think X, so not X. You actually have to assess X rather than we'll get whether bad people are.
Well, it's more like bad people think X, pregnant silence, right? Like it doesn't actually say any therefore. It's just implication.
Right. It's like, right. Bad people think X, pregnant silence, which has the problem that, first of all, there's no implication that X is wrong. And then second, it's just false that the bad people do actually think X. So it's like, even the factual premise on which it's based is, it's such a horrible argument. It is just embarrassing. Like, it feels like people lose like 70 IQ points when they start criticizing EA, and then they just make these totally ridiculous, unserious arguments that no one would take seriously in any other context. But
$1 billion globally to fund anything are putting that money towards AI research to stop a hypothetical AI singularity or towards asteroid preparedness.
I mean, I guess I don't know what. Very little is going to asteroid preparedness. That's not taking that seriously. So that's another factual error. But yeah, it is worth putting some money into preparing for risks. Like one thing that seems valuable is like putting money into to reduce nuclear risks of a hypothetical nuclear war. But yeah, this is
what I was saying before. Any sort of future preparedness is for hypothetical risks, or almost all of it, at least. I suppose sometimes something will happen, but mostly it's hypothetical because it's the future. It's strange to use that term as if it's a derogatory term. And I would say that asteroid strikes are a serious risk. And recently NASA has devoted, I don't know how much, not that much, but some amount of money to tracking more near-Earth objects that have potential collision risk. And I think that's important. It's good that we're doing that, right? I don't know why you would mention that as if it's somehow like a ridiculous thing.
Also, it's pretty impressive if EA just neglects the present, rather. That EA has managed to save like 50,000 lives every year and improve conditions for billions of animals. If EA just totally ignores the present, that's a rather impressive track record. But okay, let's see what
the kind of sci-fi shit that really gets these tech freaks going. And like, I'm not saying they're inherently unimportant, but the utilitarianism of EA and long-termism.
Again, the fact
that...
what
was... Wait, I want to hear, what was the end of the sentence?
Is really on display here through the ordering of 8 billion current actual people living as less important a good maximizing consideration than the trillions of future imaginary future people. Either way. And this...
I mean, it's not... They're not
imaginary. Imaginary is doing all the work there, though. If they were imaginary, then I would agree with him, because that would be a problem. We don't think imaginary people count the same as real people. What we think is the future people count.
If these people exist, they'll be real people. And so if you just count every person equally, then yeah, the future matters a lot more. And I don't think this is such a radical conclusion. It's like, here's one thing that some historians think. Some historians think that the Black Plague was responsible for the death of feudalism. I don't know if this is true, but suppose it was true, and suppose that the effect of the Black Plague, that if the Black Plague hadn't happened, you would have just had like millions of extra years of feudalism and poverty. would it be like crazy utilitarianism to say, oh, then the Black Plague was good because it even though bad in the short term, had great long-term effects? It's like, no, it's just if you count people equally and there are way more people in the future, then what happens in the future matters more. So, and no amount of just like snide remarks rebuts that core case. So,
yeah,
really gets to why I'm making this video. You know, beyond being a catty little bitch about something that annoys me. Where's my fucking fan? Once again, we have to bring it out. It's actually very warm in here. Effective altruism and long-termism has become powerful. It's a movement which controls billions of dollars, which is affecting the ways in which movements can organize, and which has senior figures like Toby Ord advising the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the World Economic Forum, US National Intelligence Councils, the UK.
I will say, you know, this guy keeps citing Torres. It's like, it is annoying that all the sources that seem to be cited are basically like deranged EA critics, like Torres, or just like out of context remarks that sound bad from EAs without like thinking about the arguments for it or like any of the core endorsements of EA. Yeah. It's just like, it's all like just snide, like a snide drive-by of like random things without taking seriously the ideas or like what EA's done. Like here's one thing that I think would be worth mentioning if you're trying to do a serious accounting of EA. Like, you should mention that it saved hundreds of thousands of people's lives. That seems like an important thing to mention. That seems more important than whether Will McCaskill described the human race using feminine pronouns. It's just so unserious.
The Cabinet Office and Secretary General of the UN. It's not just annoying and wrong, but I think it's actively part of the ideological and material structures of liberal capitalism, and with the power it wields, that makes it fucking dangerous. The ideas of the ruling class are, in every epoch, the ruling ideas. That is, the class which is the ruling material force in society is, at the same time, its ruling intellectual force. The ruling ideas are thus nothing more than the ideal expression of the dominant material relationships grasped as ideas. I know that's not from Capital. I don't have a copy of the German ideologies, though. Movie magic. We're doing movie magic this time. If I were a more competent YouTuber, I would have bought like a scientist outfit and done a whole bunch of ironic theatre in this section about breaking down your perception of science as a method of deriving objective truth and thereby revealing the limited nature of effective altruist epistemology. Unfortunately, I'm just going to tell you about it, maybe with a whiteboard prop though. Almost 4 years I've been doing this. Almost 4 years. Effective altruism has been criticised many, many times on its epistemic claims. That is, on the ways it claims to know how an altruism is effective. Yet in the face of critiques, many EAs will simply say,
oh, we're continuing to refine our process and we'll become more effective and more accurate with time.
So more than just critiquing their methods here, I'm going to show that EA is simply unable to grasp the complex social whole of the world while reproducing the worldview of the systems which cause the problems it purports to solve. There's no refining this process, no polishing this turd. You know the phrase?
But sorry, he says, oh, you know, he makes it sound like the EAs are coping, where it's like he's giving these devastating objections to things the EAs are doing, and then the EAs are like, oh, well, we'll do more good later. He hasn't given a fucking objection to anything that EAs have done. He's made like vague smears of EAs, but it's not like he hasn't made an argument for why like the Against Malaria Foundation is bad, or for why like giving to reduce AI is bad. I mean, he said some vague things that might sort of like hint that he thinks that it's bad, but in terms of arguments for it having negative effects on the world, well, there's been nothing like that. So
yeah, well, so what he's introducing in this section is the idea that the effective part is problematic in terms of how EAs think about that. And he said that other people have criticized this and EAs have kind of just ignored the criticism, which, well, could assess that. But here he's now, what he's about to do is try to explain why it's not just like some problems at the edges or some topic level, like object level disagreements. It's like fundamentally EAs have the wrong idea about how to assess effectiveness or how to like know things more generally. So I think, yeah, that's what he's about to do. That we're about to hear the criticism.
Okay, let's see. I'm excited to hear this powerful argument. I will say, I also just think it's wrong, this idea that like EAs don't listen to criticism enough. Like, I sort of think it's the opposite. I think EAs, they spend like too much time like taking seriously their things that are said by these like deranged and confused critics who don't know anything about anything. But okay.
You can't polish a turd, but you can roll it in glitter. That's kind of what EA is doing. It's just rolling bullshit in glitter. Science glitter. So the central nub of the issue for effective altruism comes down to rationality. Their entire methodology, outlook, project relies on a particular ideal of rational scientific objectivity. But this notion of objective rationality is not a free-floating concept developed outside of any notion of normative value, but the product of specific social and economic arrangements. Cartesian rationality, derived from the work of Descartes, is in fact the product of the development of capitalism and colonialism. And more than that,
can you make heads or tails of that? That EA's idea of rationality depends on capitalism?
What he said is that EA's idea of rationality is traceable to Descartes, which in turn is a product of colonialism and capitalism. Now, that's odd to me because I don't really know what connection Descartes had to colonialism. He wrote at a time where I don't think France was doing much of any colonialism. Spain was, I suppose, but Spanish colonialism actually impeded them. I mean, this is a bit of a sidetrack, but I don't like people when do bad history. I mean, look at the Dominion stream I did with Nathan just the other day. So look, Spain and Portugal colonized the New World, right? Like most of it at least. And that brought them a lot of wealth. What did they use that wealth on, particularly Spain? Well, mostly wars. It didn't fuel an industrial commercial revolution in Spain. Spain lagged behind by the time that a lot of this was exhausted by the roughly 1700. That's around the time of Descartes, right? A little afterwards. Spain had exhausted a lot of their fortune in wars and was lagging behind the rest of Europe, and was not an important center during the Enlightenment or in the Industrial Revolution. They lagged behind for a very long time. And they also weren't liberal for a very long time. They were ruled over by monarchs, and then later by they had military and fascist dictatorships. So the point is, I'm talking about that because that's really the only extensive colonialism that existed at the time that Descartes, or prior to Descartes. So we've got this historical logic of like colonialism, capitalism, Descartes, rationality, EA. But it's all nonsense, right? The lines don't make sense at all. The only colonialism didn't have any bearing, as far as I can tell, on Descartes, and it didn't lead to capitalism or liberalism because those developed in different states, and actually, I would argue, led to colonialism, not the other way around. But obviously, that's going to be a controversial Marxist point. But I think that what he's talking here is just Marxist dogma and is not an actual serious analysis of history. I don't know how you can say that EA traces its ideas back to Descartes. Descartes was a rationalist. EAs are mostly empiricists. So there's a strange disconnect here. But also what Descartes has to do with colonialism or capitalism, I have no idea. It's just really lazy history that's driven by ideology and not by, I think, actually looking at the historical causes and trajectories of these ideas.
Right. I mean, and then let's say we grant all of it. So let's say that the development of EA's ideas depended on capitalism. So what?
Like, well, so did Marxism, interestingly enough. But
yeah, no, the development of Marxism depended on capitalism. The fact that capitalism is causally responsible for some idea doesn't mean the idea is... Like capitalism, yes. It looks like is causally responsible for the development of, like that you can make computers as these sort of complicated Turing machines. But is that idea wrong because it traces its development to capitalism? Should we throw out computers because capitalism is responsible? It's just so silly. So, and it's like what you want is like a serious criticism of the things that EAs are doing. He hasn't mentioned the things that EAs are doing. He's just sort of taking pot shot various philosophical sides and making these vague, snide remarks.
Yeah, I think he gets a bit more specific later, but he's talking about the epistemic side at this point, so it's a bit more abstract.
Yeah.
It is an essential feature of that development and of the systemic reproduction of those things. Descartes' conception of rationality, famous from the formation, I think, therefore I am. Head empty. No thoughts. I'm not. I'm nothing.
Okay.
We can, man.
I mean, this is an aside, but...
his conception of rationality created...
Sorry. This is an aside, but that's just... like, that actually just is... saying, I think, therefore I am, implies I'm not thinking, therefore I'm not. That is, I get mixed up between affirming the consequent and denying the antecedent. But that is, it's like, if I'm in California, I'm in the US. Oh, so if you're not in California, you're not in the US?
Yeah, that's fallacious. Well, I think he was just making a joke, to be fair, but yeah.
Yeah, this joke annoys me, because
it's basically, yeah.
Fundamental distinction between man as a knower, and I do specifically mean the gender category of man here, and the rest of reality as objects to be knowed. So this epistemic ideal splits the subject, that is mere you, from the object, that is what we're studying, and creates this ideal of objectivity, as if, again, knowledge is a thing separate from the knower, which can be universally obtained in the same way. Knowledge.
I don't know why I feel like this is the way, this is continental philosophy type arguments, where you'll say a thing that sounds very... you'll be like, oh, people think X, which sounds very sensible, and then you'll just use vague like enlightenment-y words to describe it, like, oh, this idea that there's an objective knower, but then it's like, well, it's not clear what exactly the EAs are supposed to commit to, or like why.
Well, it's going to be science basically, because I think that if you take this, what he's saying here, to an extreme, you have to pretty much reject the epistemic status of, or like the special epistemic status of any type of science of any sort, really. And first of all, I don't think that's very tenable. But the thing is, in this video, he sort of does do that, as you'll see in a minute. So maybe just, yeah, I don't want to get into trying to unpick what he's saying here, because I think it's too hard to work it out. And yeah, we could get into a lot of complicated continental philosophy, but maybe just play it out for a little bit here, and we'll get to the thrust of what he's claiming.
Which is conceived of as a universal object rather than as a particular social relation. This epistemic ideal created a mechanistic view of reality where we can objectively and impartially quantify the great machine of nature. This understanding of the world, tied together with the emergent capitalism and colonialism, is not just fundamentally individualistic. I think, therefore I am, can only be understood as a view of humans as atomized individuals rather than beings fully themselves in relation to other humans.
Yeah, I mean, that is just ridiculous.
I don't understand how that follows at all, but like you can only, if you're relating to someone else, they have to be two relata, right? So you have to be at least separate, not entirely separate necessarily because you relate to them. But like, I never understand this criticism that talking about someone as an individual means that you somehow eliminate them from all social relations, because you can't even have social relations if you're not distinct from someone else, because there have to be two things that are related, right? I
think it's conflating being somewhat distinct, like the individual is somewhat distinct from other things, to thinking that they're just like not part of society and an atavized Western man, okay.
Yeah,
and
like
other animals and the wider social context in which they live. But by constructing certain groups as being capable of the ideal rational thought and others as being unable, the Cartesian rationality creates divides between those who are fully human and those who are not, those who are subjects and those who are objects, as I've spoken about in other videos.
Can you make heads or tails of this one? By saying that there's a distinction between, I mean, first of all, EA relies on a distinction between those that are human and those that aren't. I think there is a distinction. Like, I think I'm a human, and I think my laptop is not. So the fact that EA depends on a distinction between those two doesn't seem to be a problem.
I think he's going to be concerned about distinctions between types of people. Like, for example, man and woman. That would be a classic one, right? So men are rational, women are not. So men are somehow like more human or more fully human or more deserving of rights and to vote. Like, this is the sort of, I mean, people did make that argument, to be fair. That is an old argument. What it has to do with EA, I don't really know. But a lot of this is just like the genetic fallacy, really. It's just like sloppy history and then sort of like, how many EAs care about Descartes? Like, I never hear EAs talk about Descartes, right? I don't really understand why this is being brought. Well, you'll sort of see, because what he's going to say is that Descartes' thought underpins science, which underpins EA. So and science is heavily problematic because it buys into this metaphysics. Yeah, you'll see where he's going with it, but I think a lot of it's just built by association.
Agree.
The development of capitalism required the separation of production and reproduction, with the reproductive role devalued and shouldered by women. Alongside this process was the separation of rationalized, impartial, or objective thought, which was considered necessary for capitalist industry and therefore masculinized, from emotion.
Oh, by the way, I mean the Crary book. So I think that's, I think this is the one, The Good It Promises and the Harm It.
Oh, that one. Yes, I'm aware of it. I haven't read that, but I read
that book.
Bio.
I started reading it. It was maybe the worst book I've ever read. It was horrible. I mean, a disturbingly large portion of it involved basically like these animal advocates who didn't get funding from EA charities because their charities didn't seem that effective, like complaining and then calling EAs racist for not giving them funding.
I can believe that. Sorry, go ahead. I read some summaries of some of the articles in it a few years ago, and I decided on that basis that it wasn't worth my time.
Yeah. I mean, so I want to share for a sec the Richard Chappell review because I just thought it was just totally devastating. Let's see. Richard Chappell, by the way, his blog is Good Thoughts. I highly recommend it. I think he's great. Okay, so the biggest complaint about the book is that, with the notable exception above, it contains very little by way of evidence or argument. It is effectively a testimonial of social justice perspectives, but if you don't agree with social justice activists that they know best, there's little here to change your mind. As the editors make clear in their introduction, their central beef with EA is that its data-driven approach is directly at odds with the aims and practices of numerous liberation movements, many of which are distinguished by their insistence on starting with the voices of the oppressed and taking simultaneously empathetic and critical engagement with these voices to guide the development of strategies for responding to suffering. If it is not obvious to you that oppressed communities know best how to promote animal welfare, well, you're just a bad person, I guess. The editors next lament that EA's willingness to fund care work is conditional on the sanctuaries doing further indirect work by inspiring visitors to subsequently support other animal charities, because the direct benefit is so small in scale compared to the other efforts. The editors object, this is not a way of registering the value of care, empathy, and the pursuit of genuine altruism, however, but rather a way of denying these values and reducing them to mere means to other ends. This instrumentalization of deep values makes crucial aspects of the lives of those who bear them invisible, and another grave harm of EA. In other words, animal charity evaluators is too focused on helping animals and objectionably view charities as instrumental to that end, instead of appreciating that the proper purpose of animal charities is to make their employees feel seen.
You almost can't believe it. Like, if someone just described that, I would assume that they were straw manning, but that is literally what they said. It's like, imagine instrumentally an animal charity for the purpose of helping animals. What an atrocious thing to do. What a ridiculous thing to say. Oh, that's funny.
No, I know. They criticize, as we're marching toward our shared and glorious vision of a world free from suffering, is it truly okay to ignore the mind-numbing suffering of those we could save in order to save via more indirect means? Such full-throated endorsement of the identifiable victim bias doesn't inspire confidence. Obviously, if you don't save via indirect means, then you are ignoring the mind-numbing suffering of the even greater number of those we could save. Trade-offs exist, however determined the authors are to deny their reality.
Well, that seems to be a bit like the one thought too many objection, which is interesting.
Yeah. At the end of the first chapter, we're told that failing to fund work being done by Black activists in Black communities is upholding white supremacist ideas about which communities are worthy of support and which ones aren't. In other words, it's racist, plain and simple. The second chapter tells us that featuring endorsement from attractive celebrities constitutes body shaming, ableism, and sexism. From the third, we learn that normative whiteness is cooked into the ideological foundation because it focuses on maximizing the effectiveness of donors' resources, and so on.
Well,
it's
that
like
sounds racist to me, as if non-white people can't care about effectiveness, or that's like inherently white. What? What are you talking about?
No, I mean, that sounds racist. It's like Black people are just, and like minorities are just incapable of like caring about effectiveness. What a ridiculous thing.
Oh,
it's like a caricature of delusional humanities professors invented to provide fodder to Tucker Carlson.
Yeah, it kind of is, except it's real. Yeah. Oh dear.
We're told that rising consumption of animal products during a time when EA founders gave over $144 million to animal welfare causes demonstrates that EA is not effective at achieving its purported goal of saving animals. The notion of slowing a rate of increase is apparently not within the sphere of logical possibility.
Oh dear.
Let's see. Were there other funny bits?
It's worse than I thought.
No,
this is sort of what I expected, though, given what I had read about it. But like, oof. Sorry, I just love the idea that denying a grant to a Black activist is racist without any further qualification. Like, just every Black activist, just by virtue of being a Black activist, should just always get grants. Like, that's just insanity. Like, what are you talking about?
No, I know. It's so ridiculous. No, I mean, that book is horrible. And I basically think, like, that... Like, I read a few chapters, and I couldn't finish it. It was just too bad. The arguments were too confused. It's just so ridiculous. But okay, let's see. Let's see. Hopefully things will get better from here.
Yeah, we'll see.
Which was
oh,
women the category of human. Remember Peter Singer in his
rational economic man.
Reason will prevail. Yeah.
Counterposed against his sister, who was seen as emotional and somehow a failure on her part to want to take her elderly mother. That's the sort of thing we're talking about. It's fucking science, man. It's just science. And you can see this play out all the time. Scroll Twitter and you'll see women.
Isn't this just a general objection to science? If it's like,
I think it is. Well, he continues this. You'll see. Well, that's what I was saying before. I think it is, or at least it seems like it should be.
Okay.
Given what he said.
And being equated with nature and spirituality against this sort of over-rationalized man. Which is not to say that women should get to be rational and men emotional. That would just be, recreating the divisions which we're trying to break down. But that the very division between rational and emotional is a false Cartesian construction. Just a manifestation of this material and epistemological break from the development of capitalism. Facts do care about your feelings.
That's a good place. That's a good place to pause, right? Because what he's saying is that this distinction between reason and emotion is artificial and unhelpful. Okay, so who said anything about this distinction between emotion and reason, right? Did effective altruists talk about this? I mean, the only example I can think of is when effective altruists say things like, giving with the heart and the head or something like that, talking about being motivated by altruism, but also being concerned about being effective. Now, you might argue that in some abstract sense that's buying into this sort of dualism, which is sort of, problematic philosophically and like cognitively, because there isn't this clear distinction between emotion and rationality, and that, our reasons are always affected by emotions, and that, there's complicated stuff going on, blah, blah, blah. But like, does this really matter? Like, things like that are just used to slogans to help explain what we do and to encourage people to, to give more and to think more about what they do is giving. I don't know that this dualism, that this rationality emotion dualism plays any important part in EA decision making or justifying what we do or anything of that sort. So I don't know why he's talking about it, other than why the reason I think he's talking about it is just because it's part of a narrative that he uses to understand kind of everything. It's part of his meta-criticism of like liberal capitalist institutions like science, for example. That
if I
reifies this distinction between emotion and reason. Sorry, go ahead.
The guy isn't speaking super precisely, but I guess if I had to, it's like the objection seems to be that like this reliance on evidence and data is sort of this capitalist thing because it arose out of capitalism, and so it's bad. And then EAs do it by trying to use evidence to figure out how to do good rather than emotions. But I mean, the fact that I came out of capitalism, as we already discussed, doesn't make it bad. Lots of clearly good ideas came out of capitalism, including on this guy's view, Marxism, that depended on capitalism for its historical development. And then also it's like, is the idea, like, if people are making decisions based on their emotional reactions to things rather than carefully reflecting on them, is this like automatically some kind of problematic, is it problematic to say, no, we should think through things rather, like, imagine a person was like deciding where to invest in the stock market by just like which stocks sort of sounded good to them when they heard them, or they'd heard cool stories about it on NPR. We would all agree that was irrational. But and so if this is how people treat charities, then it like makes sense to be like, no, we should actually think through this rather than just relying on our immediate emotional reactions to things. And that doesn't require that you think that there's some like very sharp divide between emotions and reason or whatever. It just requires the idea that you think we should think hard and rely on data before deciding where to give.
Yes. Well, he has things to say about that data, so we'll come to that.
Okay. I do think it's kind of notable. We're like 20 minutes in. He has yet to mention anything that EAs do, which seems like something worth discussing if you're claiming that EA is bad.
1500 and 1700, an incredible transformation took place. Living, animate nature died, while dead, inanimate money was endowed with life. Increasingly, capital in the market would assume the organic attributes of growth, strength, activity, pregnancy, weakness, decay, and collapse, obscuring and mystifying the new underlying social relations of production and reproduction that make economic growth and progress possible. Nature, women, blacks, and wage labourers were set on a path towards a new status as natural and human resources for the modern world system. Perhaps the ultimate irony in these transformations was the new name given to them.
The story in your head feels like...
Oh, that was a good timing. The story in your head. I don't really have anything to say about any of that. I don't even really know what it is saying.
Will be so much that we can solve so many problems that are intractable today. So if this is kind of a graph of how humanity has progressed in terms of total human flourishing over time, well, this is what we would expect future progress to look like.
It's just science. And similarly with slavery and colonialism.
So there's no rebuttal of
like
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's like there's like this thing where he'll like just expect all his Marxist fans to sneer at it. But
well, Marxism actually says that capitalism does make us richer. It's just that it also promotes this huge inequality, right? And that it unjustly expropriates value from the workers to the capitalist class and blah, blah, blah. I mean, but it doesn't deny that capitalism makes society much, much richer.
Yeah, I mean, that the world has gotten better for people is pretty undeniable. It's like you can look at what portion of people starve to death when they're young children. Way down. Deaths from war. Way down. Like, I mean, it's just undeniable that the world's gotten dramatically better for people. Now, it's less clear if we take into account farmed animals, but
yeah, that's true. But if we restrict it to people, I think there are lots of objective scientific, put those in quotes or whatever, measures to indicate that the world has gotten a lot better for the vast majority of humanity over the past 50, 100, 200 years, depending on where we're talking about.
Wait, James,
yeah.
But the problem with relying on those scientific metrics is that they come from Descartes, who came from capitalism
and so colonialism. Don't forget colonialism.
And colonialism. So they recreate.
Yeah, this is what I mean. It doesn't. It's really hard to make sense of what the through line is supposed to be, because he doesn't explain to us why these metrics are wrong or why we shouldn't believe them or why what exactly. I mean, there's criticisms you can always make. Of course, there's object level criticisms of any metric or any simple argument. There's more complexities, but he's not really presenting those. He's just sort of saying them in an emotive way and quoting convoluted sort of pseudo-historical philosophical appeals that just doesn't yeah, sure, when capitalism emerged and when relations changed between like men going out and working at the factories and things like this, a lot of women did that as well, and with colonialism, yeah, people's ideas changed, the way they talked about the economy changed, they conceptualized the economy in a different way for the first time. Yeah, there's interesting analyses you can do there, but none of those have any direct bearing on effective altruism or the value of scientific evidence and things like that. It's just a lot of it is just sort of vague implication, which makes it really hard to assess some of these, because like, what is he even saying at this point? Science bad? Is that what he's saying? It's really hard to say.
Yeah, like with this person, like is this just a general objection to science? So like, if so, like, does this guy oppose cancer research on the same grounds? If science and rationality, it's just so silly. Yeah, not giving me $10 trillion for shrimp welfare is deeply anti-Semitic by the same logic.
Came the obvious requirement to exclude Black and Indigenous people from the category of human via their exclusion from the ability to engage in rationality. There's a very famous John Locke bit about how Indigenous groups in America couldn't rationally use the land, and therefore it was okay to take the land from them. This is part of this subject-object distinction, where these Indigenous people who can't think rationally about the development of their land are just objectified. They're not humans anymore. They're objects which aren't as.
But there's a difference between saying we should use our money effectively and saying that those who don't are non-humans. I accept the first and I reject the second.
Yeah, I'm not really sure that. I guess he's making the implication to non-humans, because my understanding of these arguments is not that they claim that these people were not humans, it's that they weren't capable of making, essentially that they should be treated like children, that they weren't capable of making corrected choices for themselves, that it was sort of an infantilizing attitude, driven by racism and prejudice. And I agree that did happen and that should be condemned. But, so he's going to make connections between that and things that he thinks the Yeas are doing currently. So maybe that's where he's going with that. But it's certainly, again, it's not obvious that an EA is in some way obliged to agree with John Locke about what he thought about the Native Americans. And so, but yeah, we need a clearer through line there. And I think he's going to try to provide one. And so we can talk about that when he gets to it.
Okay. Wait, I'm going to go to the bathroom briefly, but I guess I'll leave it playing.
Yeah, just play it.
As us. For Black people particularly, this is very visibly ongoing, especially within the EA movement, with high-profile EA and long-termist figures like Nick Bostrom having written and subsequently defended the eugenicist idea that Black people are genetically predisposed to.
Well, Nick Bostrom's a weirdo, and I think it's
a rationalized, quantifiable metric of something fundamentally unmeasurable. William McCaskill has also printed support from Sam Harris in his book and appeared on Harris's podcast, despite Harris being a public supporter of the racist work of Charles Murray, who's, I'm sure as many of you know,
that's pure guilt by association.
The bell curve, in which he argues that Black people
spoke to this guy who says he's
intellectually inferior.
People don't want to hear that intelligence is a real thing. People don't want to hear that a person's intelligence is in large measure due to his or her genes, and that there seems to be very little we can do environmentally to increase a person's intelligence. And they certainly don't want to hear
I
that
think that's
average
false, by the
IQ
way.
differs across races and ethnic groups.
Exclusion from the rational category of human
I'm about
and objective
increasing intelligence.
science. And recalling Peter Singer's ableism, this fetishization of IQ and intelligence goes hand in hand with the devaluing of the lives of disabled people, who Singer consistently frames as being lower than some animals, literally dehumanizing them and excluding them from the realm of subjecthood and into becoming objects. Ableism is not a bug of this, but a feature. And these features are particularly apparent in McCaskill's Long-termism book. One of McCaskill's core points in that book is that provided a person had a sufficiently good life, the world would be a better place in virtue of that person being born and living that life. And thus safeguarding the continued reproduction of all the imaginary future people. This formation is wonderful, and how it manages
they're
to
not
both
imaginary if
anti-abortion
their
pro-life
production
argument,
is
as well as a
safeguarded,
eugenicist
right?
one,
Like, that
along the
doesn't
lines
make
of
sense.
Peter Singer. It is a moral good if a child comes into the world, so a moral wrong if they don't. However, if someone decides that a particular standard of life is not sufficiently good, then that child not being born would no longer be a moral wrong. Disabled people have long been oppressed and attacked because of this exact reasoning. But McCaskill caveats his argument somewhat to try and shield himself from...
Sorry, what was the exact reasoning that attacks disabled people?
So this is what I was about to comment on. So it's hard to disentangle the reasoning here, because the idea is that the original idea that he was quoting was the idea that if someone has... bringing someone into existence is good as long as they have a sufficiently high standard of living, as long as that person would have a sufficiently high standard of living. Now, John here objects to that on the basis that this sort of reasoning has been used to attack and oppress and deny the rights of disabled persons because their life doesn't, or people argued at least, that their life doesn't have the same quality, they don't have the same quality of life or standard of living as able-bodied persons. So the thing is that is, I mean, it's pretty standard throughout this video. That's saying that this idea has been used to do bad things, that therefore the idea is wrong. That doesn't mean that the idea is wrong, that it's good to bring someone into, to give rise to life, you know, if and only if that life will have a sufficiently high standard of living. Maybe that idea can be abused. I mean, it's not clear to me that specific idea was, but, you know, he's got his argument about how it connects to this idea that disabled persons interests count for less or something like that, or that they should be denied rights. But even if it's true that idea has been used to justify that position, it doesn't entail that position. I mean, Peter Singer's view is that equal interests count equally. So insofar as disabled persons have interests, then their interests count equally. I think that that John here is just using the guilt by association to say, well, some people have used these sorts of welfarist ideas to justify things, that policies or attitudes that are harmful to disabled persons, therefore we should reject those ideas. But that just doesn't follow. Like, some people have used Marxism to do and justify bad things. Does that mean Marxism is wrong? No. So I don't understand why he thinks that that's a legitimate argument in this case.
Yeah. And I mean, the idea that your life will tend to get worse if you become seriously disabled is a pretty plausible idea. It's like, it's good to prevent people from going blind. It's not good for preventing people from, it's not good to prevent people from getting $1,000. Why? Well, because it's good for you to get $1,000 and it's bad for you to go blind. This is not to say that blind people's interests count less. It's just to say that it's harmful to be disabled in a serious way. And disabled people will tend to agree with this.
Well, a lot do, but some of the disability rights advocates actually do object to some of those claims, depending on exactly how they're made. But see, part of the reason I think part of this gets confused is because some people, there's this idea of the social model of disability, right? Where the disability arises from the way society is structured, not from anything intrinsic to that person. Like, the classic example is, well, you can't walk up steps because you're in a wheelchair, but if you had a ramp, then that wouldn't be a problem. That's a classic example of that, but it's not limited just to that. So the point is that, understood in that way, a disability is a disability, but it's only a problem. Like, a disability is a problem, but it's only a problem because of social arrangements and not because of something specific to that individual. But the thing is, you can endorse that as an effective altruist and say, yeah, sure, let's change society so that these problems aren't manifested in the same way, so that everyone can have the same standard of living, right? But the thing is, I don't think that's plausible of all forms of disability. I like to give the example of my sister, who has a very severe intellectual disability. And there are aspects of society that make that more difficult for her. But no matter how society is, she would always have the intellectual capability of like a 3-year-old because she's just not capable of, she had some chromosomal mutation during development, and she's not capable of the same level of thought and abstraction and even taking care of herself that, ordinary people are. And that's just That's something about how she is. That's inherent to her. So you can acknowledge the importance. I don't want to get too sidetracked, but like you could acknowledge the social importance of how disabled people are treated and how their rights are respected, and advocate that in EA respects and using EA ideas, by the way, whilst also acknowledging that there are certain types or certain forms of disability which are bad to have because they limit your capability in life, and they limit the things that you can do and the ways you can express yourself. And it's, I think, perfectly fine to say that those are bad things. And while still acknowledging and fighting for the rights and dignity of people who have those disabilities, there's no inherent tension between those ideas. And the fact that people have justified bad things in the past on the basis of certain ideas just says nothing about inherently the idea that those ideas necessarily oppress people. I think that it's just really sloppy thinking.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, I mean, just there's this like, well, I was, but I was just going to be what you had said, so I won't repeat it.
Criticisms like this by making statements declaring that people, should be able to have children should they wish to. But such statements stand outside of the reasoning he presents. Making the decision to have children such a central moral good within the analysis obviously leads to a certain political project being fueled. And simply stating that he wouldn't like anti-abortion advocates to draw on his work, he doesn't even really acknowledge the eugenicist side of this. It doesn't.
What? Well, I mean, so I guess it's like, what is the... If the idea is... In order to think that this is eugenicist, what you have to think is that it would be justified to do eugenics if doing so would benefit people, but then just like getting rid of disabilities doesn't benefit people. And then it's like, but surely there's some things where it benefits people, where it's like harmful to have. I mean, I guess it's like, and then there are some things that are called eugenics that I think are pretty plausible, like, genetic engineering to prevent your child from having horrible diseases. Doing that voluntarily seems fine.
Almost everyone supports that in principle, like a genetic screening to eliminate certain types of inherited diseases. There's a classic one. There's a disease that's really bad that affects children and that they have this respiratory problems. What's it called? It doesn't matter. But it's annoying because well, that is one, but that's not what I was thinking of. That's a spine. It doesn't matter. The point is, there are some really awful conditions that pretty much everyone agrees, voluntary genetic screening or genetic engineering or whatever ways that it could be done. That would be really good if we could eliminate these things because these are horrible. That doesn't mean that people who have those conditions somehow count for less, right? This is just a confused inference, right? It's saying it would be better if we could avoid bringing into existence people who had these conditions and instead bring into existence people who didn't have those conditions. But again, I think that he's using the word eugenic here because, that's a bad word, right? Even though, yes, technically some of those things count as eugenics because that really just means like good reproduction.
Right. But
it's not obvious what the problem is.
Yeah. But also you could just endorse like just a categorical, absolute deontological prohibition against any of these things and still be an EA. And
yes, of course.
It's like, the fact that EAs have said some things and then people who are pro-eugenics have said some things that are similar doesn't mean the EA ideas are wrong. So it's just all this like, you have this idea, but bad people have said similar ideas, so you're wrong, which is a terrible way of reasoning.
That's pretty much it, yeah.
Adequately deal with the political implications for his reasoning. You can't run from your own reasoning, William. You can't run from all the time. If you don't believe in eugenics or anti-abortion sentiment, maybe don't engage theories that justify those positions.
This is an incredibly silly thing to say because lots of positions can be used to justify lots of other positions, right? You can't say, no, you can't say that because some people could use it to justify something else. If that's your restriction, you never say anything.
Yeah. I mean, and then it's like, there have been eugenicists, Marxists. So, and Marxist reasoning, so maybe you can't be a Marxist. Here's one thing that I think is, here's one, I'm going to say a hot take, a controversial view. I think it's good to do things that are good. But the eugenicists have also thought they were, this logic was used to justify eugenics. So no, we should support the bad. Like, what?
I just got to pick up my groceries, so I'll be gone for about a minute or two. Just keep going. I'll come back when I come back.
Weird way that McCaskill was talking about the human race as a she. I think this kind of ties into this strange epistemological position of women within effective altruism broadly, but also Cartesian rational.
Okay, come on, dude. It's like McCaskill used a feminine pronoun when discussing the human race, and now you're like, come on, this is it's like it's not that deep. And surely the 50,000 lives saved annually is a bigger deal than it's like if you're doing a serious accounting of the harms and benefits of EA, maybe you should talk about the ways EAs have saved tens of thousands of lives, 50,000 lives every year. That seems more important than whether McCaskill in a TED Talk off the cuff used her to refer to the human race. Come on.
The sort of the strange position that women hold as part of this rationality. They're the caregiving, the nurturing, the womb of life as sort of as embedded within this kind of thought, which I think you can still see throughout this. It sucks.
Willfully or not, it's a complete lack of attention to the politics of ethics. Which is, an absurd thing for a philosopher to do. Frankly, I think it's quite dishonest. In her video on EA and long-termism, in which I did the voice of William McCaskill, check it out, Philosophy Tube made the point that McCaskill should have consulted some women.
I mean, that video was horrible, by the way. That video was a complete disgrace. It wasn't as bad as this one, but it was not good.
When he was writing this book, which is true, but I think the issue goes much deeper than.
Wait, the complaint is McCaskill should have consulted with more women when writing his book. I think he did. Let's see. What we owe the future contributors. Like, I think the people who worked on it included various women. Let's see. Let's see. Who contributed to what we owe the future? Asking ChatGPT. The book. Okay, so yeah, I mean it. Let's see. Yeah, I mean, he had a bunch of research assistants, and I think these included various women. But I don't know. This doesn't seem like it's like, okay, surely, again, it's like the things the EAs have done are more important than whether Will McCaskill consulted enough women when writing his book. Maybe this guy should have consulted more women when making his video or something.
Didn't. And the reason that he can't bring proper feminist analysis or disabled thought into his work is because the epistemology he and his entire movement subscribes to is wholly dependent on objectifying women and disabled people. Just fucking science. This objectification.
What? Because it uses science? Like, it is this guy, everything this guy's saying could be applied to cancer research. These are just fully general objections to any reliance on evidence or data.
Of other groups is shown extensively in the way in which McCaskill treats the abolition of the slave trade. In long-termism, he justifies why we should care about the distant future with reference to a value lock-in. That is, history is guided not by material processes, but by values. Therefore, we should try to lock in.
No, what? No, what he says is that there's risk that if we get a super intelligent AI, and then we tell it to populate the universe with certain values, then those values would be locked in and we won't be able to change them.
As history is guided not by material processes, but by values. Therefore, we should try to lock in the best values possible for the future. Putting aside that this is
the point of value lock-in is we should try to avoid locking in bad values. It's not advocating for locking in values. It's advocating generally against locking in values without very careful reflection.
Ignorant of all radical Marxist history and theory, this notion of value lock-in is not built on any historical theory. It appears as a vacuous, ill-evidenced justification for the values produced by...
I mean, the argument for value lock-in is it's like we're making super intelligent AI that might be very influential, and maybe that the values we give it, it'll just like optimize them ruthlessly throughout the entire future. So that's the idea. It's not like it and then it doesn't rely on historical theories. I mean, first of all, I think just as a historic matter, like I think moral appeals to the wrongness of slavery have been a non-trivial part of slavery being abolished. But the other thing is like the things that have held for historical movements wouldn't necessarily hold for like a post-AGI world. So it's silly to naively extrapolate from past social movements to value lock-in. And he's just giving this as one of many possibilities, and he's not saying it's guaranteed.
Western free market societies. And McCaskill tries to...
It's like, it's all this just like vague pointing and innuendo without giving any real arguments. It's just, I hate this like way of arguing where you don't say, oh, they do. You don't say, oh, here's this thing and here's why it's bad. It's just all like sort of amorphous snipes at like the ideology behind stuff without looking at what's actually being done.
Justify that value lock-in as a thing that matters by arguing that, counter to economic understandings, Britain outlawed slavery primarily because of a value change, which was ended slavery forever. Has it crucially here by trying to prove his...
But has he quoted? Well, actually, you know what? I'm just gonna... Okay, let's... I'm just going to find the What We Owe the Future PDF, and let's go to the slavery bit and see if ended slavery forever. Oh, I just quoted that. Oh, it didn't appear anywhere. It never says ended slavery forever. Okay. So that wasn't a quote. Let's see. Okay, despite its abhorrence, okay, let's look at What We Owe the Future for a second. It is just amazing the extent to which like everything in it seems to be misquoted. You ask, am I going to talk about cluelessness in EA? I think probably not here. This isn't it's like, that's a pretty niche objection, and it's also consistent with the A's. But I did have a recent conversation with Anthony DiGiovanni about it. James, so what you missed was he was suggesting that the idea that slavery was outlawed, that he was suggesting that McCaskill thinks that we abolish slavery purely for moral reasons, and that this is sort of naive, and that McCaskill thinks slavery was totally abolished. But I don't think McCaskill says that. Well, he says slavery was abolished. But I don't think when you say slavery is abolished, you don't necessarily mean like there's literally none of it around. It's just, you mean that it's been outlawed in every country. It's just so silly.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, yeah, abolition refers to the legal prohibition. It doesn't refer to the non-existence of it. Like this is, I don't know. This is just a standard term. I don't know why you would be confused about that. Like, oh, there's no slavery anywhere in the world. Well, that's not what the claim was.
Yeah. And then he was sort of sneering at this idea that that part of the reason why slavery was abolished had to do with moral appeals.
Demonstrably was.
Yeah, this is a pretty undeniable fact of history. It's like not pure, it had to do somewhat with economic factors, but morality was a part of it.
Yes, and slavery was still very profitable in particularly southern US states in the mid-19th century, and it was defended very many of slaveholders defended that institution for a long time and very vociferously, legally, and then obviously with the Civil War. So I don't really know why you would say that there wasn't a moral component to that. If clearly there was self-interest opposing that. So anyway, there's more factors to it as well, but I think that's. Yeah, I don't for someone. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's keep going.
I've made this point like a few times, but I do really think it is kind of like a pretty big problem that there's this criticism of EA as a movement, and we're 27 minutes in, and he has not mentioned anything the movement has ever done, which seems like an important oversight.
I guess he's getting there, right? I think that this is close to where I stopped listening. I think I got just over 30 minutes, but I'm pretty sure he does say something about what EA does. I want to do the neoliberalism part because maybe I just intuited what he said there.
Let's see. Okay,
we can jump around a bit if you like.
Long-termism bullshit. McCaskill has to emphasize
is there some
moral role of Britain in granting abolition.
Bit I should skip to?
Well, so this is marked what if. Maybe we can see I don't know what that section is about. So we'll see if that's interesting. And then I definitely want to do the neoliberalism part at the end there. Because I didn't watch the entire video.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hard video to watch the entirety of.
We don't have to, but I would like to see some of the parts at the end.
Yeah, okay.
So a social movement.
It's like it's a weird interspersing of falsehoods and pictures of tongues.
Yeah.
When the pictures of tongues are the less disturbing part.
Which relies on white patriarchal epistemologies, which takes as its subjective premise the rational economic man, Homo economicus, attracts white men? Shocking. I am shocked. But what about all the billionaires?
I just find him very off-putting. Like, he's not that funny, but he sort of seems to think that he's very funny.
Well, it's very snarky and
it's
sanctimonious, which is frustrating.
Yeah, there's something annoying when when people are making basic factual errors and then they're like extremely snarky. It's like, you get to be snarky if you're smart, okay? But if you're just basically ignorant on a subject and yet you're really snarky, that's an annoying combination. But okay, anyways, putting aside.
I also find it sort of deeply problematic to sort of kind of state, as he did, that like rationality and reason and caring about impartiality is a white person thing. I just fundamentally reject that.
Yep, me as well.
Shit about all this stuff. I think what we have to remember is that the force of this Cartesian epistemology is not like McCaskill's value lock-in theory. Rather, it's the product of the material forces of the development of capitalism and the pervasive power of commodification. Things billionaires fucking love.
Gaza's population is on the brink of famine.
These ads.
Every hour.
They love commodifying shit. Anything. Shove something in front of them, they'll commodify it instantly.
What is the... I don't know.
Well, this is just the idea. Standard Marxist talking points. I don't know that has much to do with anything.
Yeah, I mean, if the idea is just
demonstrably, billionaires do not love effective altruism. Like, there are a couple who've been involved, and most either don't like it or have no idea about it. Like, so this connection between billionaires and EA doesn't really make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
The rationality of this leather-tongued bourgeois morality of effective altruism is the result of a process within capitalism known as reification. This is a process through which
all domains of knowledge and experience are subjected to an increasingly formal and standardized treatment, in which there is an ever-increasing remoteness from the qualitative and material essence of the things to which bureaucratic activity pertains.
And this occurs as a...
Okay, so the idea is that EAs try to construct simple models to capture intangible, ineffable values. But, like, okay, how, absent relying on these models, do you, if you're not just going based on vibes and you're not going based on data or quantitative models, like, how are you deciding what things to do? And my guess is basically, well, he just does go on vibes. It's just like what things seem good to him.
So Qualis is a good example of this, actually, because what's the term that he used? Was it reification or was it a different one?
I think it was reification.
It was. Yeah, because that's interesting, because that's not, yeah, it was. Because that's not how I would have defined it, but maybe there's different usages. Anyway, so like Qualis is a good example. He brought this up earlier in the video, that obviously Qualis are an abstraction and a simplification of the complexities of human life and how different health and disability conditions affect your quality of life in different contexts. And obviously there's a certain amount of abstraction and removal from the actual everyday lived experiences of people who have these conditions. But that's sort of the point, because you can't actually use all of the lived experiences of like hundreds of millions of people directly to inform public policy. You need to abstract and generalize away from that. Now, not all abstractions are equally useful or equally valid or equally correct, of course. So you can have an object level discussion about how good any given tool or metric or measurement is. But he doesn't seem to want to do that. He just seems to want to say that there's some problem in general of measuring, abstracting, generalizing. But it's not clear what the problem is supposed to be, and it's certainly not clear what the alternative is. As you've just said, Matthew, is the alternative just to do away with that and go on vibes? I mean, that's certainly not clear that that's better, and almost certainly that's going to be worse. So I think it's just, it sounds nice to say, oh yeah, but all of these metrics, they abstract away and then they reify these things and they're removed from the lived experience and whatever. But like that's necessary. Like, you need to do that to make better decisions in context where there's so much complexity that you can't factor it all in directly. It's impossible. That's just acknowledging limitations of human cognition and rationality, right? Is to know that we need these simplifications.
And I mean, this is also like, this is an objection to science as well. It's like in high school, when you're teaching people physics, you'll teach people physics in Newtonian terms, which don't exactly capture everything. And the reason for this is that for a model to be useful, it'll have to not just include all the salient factors. If you tried to use like whatever the deepest laws of physics are to calculate everything, it would just take like 1 million years to calculate the motion of a ball. And so, yeah, you should use oversimplified models. That's what a model is. It oversimplifies a very complex thing.
Specifically, capitalist project as
the objective needs of capital require the commodity structure to penetrate society in all its aspects and to remold it in its own image, causing the structure of reification to sink more deeply, more faithfully, and more definitively into the consciousness of man. Reification.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was previously pro EA, but then I learned that EA does reification, which causes the structure of reification to sink more definitively into man's consciousness. Okay. Sorry, how could I have been so naive?
So the thing is, so what's ironic is what's being stated here, this is a model. This is an abstract description of and simplification of a lot of very complex processes and, real lived experiences and life choices and so forth. And so it's not really clear how you can, I mean, maybe you'd say, well, this particular model is right and a lot of the other ones are wrong. You could say that, but it's like you're using reification to criticize reification. It just doesn't make any sense to me. Like the reification as the social concept, as the way it's been deployed here, is a reification. It's an abstraction and a simplification of a bunch of complicated things. How, like, that's not even that profound an insight. Like, I'm just not understanding. It's like someone's telling me that all ways of thinking abstractly and generalizing are sort of useless. Like including this one. I mean, I guess you can kick out the ladder that you've used to climb up to the, I don't know if that's what it's supposed to be, but it's just, I'm finding it very hard to understand what the criticism is supposed to be, because it seems like that this is a profoundly broad sweeping criticism that would apply to almost all of our attempts to gain knowledge of any sort.
Yeah. My oversimplified model of oversimplified models is that they're bad.
Yeah.
Is thus the means by which every phenomenon, independently of its real and material distinctiveness, is subjected to an exact calculus.
So the reification of the commodity form and the spread of its logic throughout society serves to rationalize, quantify, and atomize all aspects of social life, including, importantly, charity giving, to serve the purpose of capital accumulation. We just need to look at McCaskill's reliance on marginalist economic theory, a central theory for neoliberal economics, or his glowing description.
Okay, so is your just idea that we shouldn't rely on any economic models because they're too neoliberal?
That's the implication of what he said, that marginalism is wrong because it underpins neoliberal economics.
I mean, this is
I don't know. I don't know what to say about that other than that like, okay, if you think that that's a reason to throw out something.
And would this guy object, like, if someone made a case, would this guy object to, like, economists making a case using economics to, like, argue that the minimum wage is good or whatever? You say, oh, no, you're using marginalist economics, which is neoliberal. It's like, no.
Well, presumably, look, maybe. Like, I don't know exactly what political positions he supports, but there are, like, there is a view or a set of views which would hold something like there is no privileged or even like cogent sense of objective epistemic standards or privileged epistemic standards. There is just like exercise of power in society. So essentially by that, if you take that to an extreme, you would say that like anything that anyone says that supports, let's say, the revolution, I'm going to caricature that as whatever this guy wants to happen to change society. I don't know exactly, but like whatever anyone says or does that supports the revolution or can be used to further the revolution, that's good. We think that we support that. We encourage that. Anything that doesn't is bad. And it doesn't, like, there's no further fact of the matter about like whether the argument makes sense or whether it's based on truths or whether it's justifiable. Like, it's just purely like power dynamics. Like, you could go down that route if you wanted to. I think some people do. That's like some fascists talk like this, that they actually just have no concern about epistemics at all. Marxists typically think that they're actually outlining a scientific analysis of the laws of So the structure of production and how it affects society. Now, I'm not saying that this guy, he might not be a classical Marxist. I don't know. But it's sort of, again, unclear what he thinks we should be doing or what the problem is with current approaches. It's just sort of implied vaguely to be bad for non-specified reasons.
Yeah, these Marxist criticisms of EA combined with Andreessen's criticism that EA is Marxist. This reminds me, there's a paragraph from Scott Alexander. So he says, search effective altruism on social media right now, and it's pretty grim. Socialists think we're sociopathic, randroid, money-obsessed Silicon Valley hyper-capitalist. But Silicon Valley thinks we're all overregulation-loving authoritarian communist bureaucrats. The right thinks we're all woke SJW extremists, but the left thinks we're all fascist white supremacists. The anti-AI people think we're the PR arm of AI companies, helping hype their products. But then the pro-AI people think we want to ban all research on AI forever and nationalize all the tech companies. The hippies think we're a totalizing ideology so hyper-obsessed with ethics that we never have fun or live normal lives. But the zealots think we're a grift who only pretend to care about charity while we really spend all our time feasting in castles. Big shots think we're naive children who fall apart at our first contact with real-world politics. But the journalists think we're a sinister conspiracy that has taken over Washington and have the whole Democratic Party in our pocket. And then
this is cool.
The EA political compass. EA was sophistry designed to justify hierarchy under capitalism. It's bullshit that libertarian billionaires buy into. Prosperity gospel for liberals. Capitalism keeps spawning new clones. And it's like, Muri and EA are a hotbed of communist anti-Americanism.
Never heard that one before.
Power. Mark my words, effective altruism is the new liberalism. Is nothing more than standard pro-criminal liberalism. Yeah, accidentally. It's just like, and the reason why people think this is basically like, if you have a totalizing ideology that you see everything through the lens of, then just like things that are good and apolitical, you just are unable to recognize them. And so then you end up thinking that they're like subversive and go against your ideology. But like spending money on malaria nets is neither capitalist nor anti-capitalist. It's not communist nor is it anti-communist. So anyways.
No, that's funny. And I've been saying something like that for a while, which is that EA, I don't think a lot of EAs realize how unpopular effective altruism is with the broader public, including with sort of like educated or at least opinionated people in the public discourse, that not many people like us because we don't align with any of the traditional political spectrum. I mean, I think that there are certain tendencies that EAs tend to have, but like it doesn't fit very neatly within a lot of these ideological frameworks that are popular these days. And so people interpreting things through their ideological framework see us as the enemy, even though sort of everyone sees us as the enemy. And therefore you get a lot of inconsistencies. It's interesting.
Funny description of certain people as moral entrepreneurs. As well as
so moral entrepreneurs, which is a term that's used to describe like these charity startups that sort of like try to do good in new ways.
Well, so you could talk about the early abolitionists, right? Like William Wilberforce as moral entrepreneurs. It's maybe not a term I personally would use, but I mean, it's sort of clear what it is indicating. I think that the problem is that the word entrepreneur is associated with capitalism, which is bad. It's just more guilt by association.
Yeah, but it's all this like, oh, EA has this as part of their ideology. EA's talk this way. It's like, no, you should look at what they do, not like these highly abstract things that aren't objections to they're neither objections to the core EA ideas, nor are they objections to what EAs do. They're just like random pot shots at things.
Well, he thinks they're objections to the core ideas. He thinks that all of this historical analysis of ideas and how they've been used in some way undermines effective altruism's core claims because it undermines liberalism or utilitarianism. I'm not really sure how, right? But like, I think he thinks that it does. I don't think we've been told how. Mostly we've just been told EA has historical connections, or the ideas that EAs hold have historical connections with ideas that people have used to do and justify bad things. That's almost the entirety of what we've been told, which, I mean, even if you think is completely true, it just doesn't, it's not obvious why that matters.
I mean, it's mostly just like pointing to random bits of EA writing or something, and then just like wanting the audience to and then saying that something sounds slightly capitalist, and then wanting the audience to this totally discredit the movement.
Yeah.
Okay, let's keep going. Should we skip to the should we keep going in this one? Was there, you wanted to do the neoliberalism bit?
Yeah, so I think market solutions, maybe let's start there. Just a little
Wait, I'm
before.
curious what the McMahon one is.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Wait, but is this Jeff McMahon?
I'm not sure. I'm not familiar.
Okay.
My community.
Which is a wonderful defense, because it simultaneously misunderstands and reinforces the critique. He's saying that an individual can dictate how a community acts, and that's precisely the terms of the critique of individualism. The point of the critique is that it reduces the level of analysis and the scope of action down to what individuals can and cannot do.
But if I'm an individual, that's what I should focus on. It's like, if you're
I think they disagree with that. You are an individual, but you should focus on things that groups can do.
But why? That is no. I mean, you should think somewhat about, like, you should, if it affects how you should vote or whatever. But it's like, no, at least one important thing you should think about if you're an individual is how individuals should live. But wait, I don't.
So I think this is the individualism and the systems systemic change critique, that EA's focus on just what an individual can do and not how to change the system. So we could go back a little bit if you want. This could be interesting.
I also think he misspelled Jeff McMahon. Like, it's spelled Mick, M-A-H-A-N. So,
well, it wouldn't be the
two
first
different
name
misspelled. That's kind of funny. But
of the critique is that it reduces the level of analysis and the scope of action down to what individuals can and cannot do. It is concerned with individual action, not class action. It, in fact, serves to obscure the possibilities of class action, as McMahon here seeks to do. And this all gets to a second critique from McMahon, another fucking gold standard on the critiques, when he argues that condemning individuals for not taking revolutionary action and only like taking ameliorative action, like given to charity, is like condemning a doctor in a war zone for not stopping the war in the first place. Unfortunately for McMahon, this is bullshit, but also absurdly, another absurdly individualistic understanding of the world. It reduces the whole of social life to what a particular individual can or cannot do. It also assumes.
he said it's bullshit, and then he just didn't give an argument.
I was wondering why it was, because that seems like kind of a good analogy to me. But also, I think that Sir John is wrong here. So the individualist focus doesn't reduce the entire social life to what a particular individual can do. It's trying to reduce social life to the sum. Sum is probably too simple, right? But the sum and interactions of what all people can do, like considered collectively, right? Like, it's not saying just this one individual can do something. Yeah, but this individual can, and this individual can, and this other individual can. And together, that's what makes up a group. And groups can act collectively. That's what effective altruism is. It's a coordinated group of individuals. What effective altruists are generally pretty unsympathetic to is, I would say, fairly vague and reified talk about class action. And by that, he, I think, means like, a Marxist class, like a socio-political class, like workers. Because I don't really know what it means for a class of people like that to act. I mean, individuals can act within them, and individuals can get other people to follow them, or they can be influential. But to talk about a class as if it acts and thinks and does things just doesn't really make sense to me. I think that that's too much reification. It's too much simplification of what's actually happening there. And this is one of the fundamental objections I have to Marxist analysis, by the way. I don't agree with the idea of reifying actor status to these very large groups of people. And so, that's a pretty broad methodological criticism, but it would be nice here if he were to defend his way of thinking about it instead of just saying the alternative is bullshit without explaining why.
Yeah, and that EA doesn't address some problem isn't an objection to it, because EA is pretty narrow in its aim. It's about what individuals should do. So it's just like whatever you think about class action or whatever, this is just outside the scope of EA. It's like if someone was saying that you shouldn't drive while drunk, like, here's like a concrete thing you should do. It would be silly to be like, well, this papers over the ways that structural factors have led under capitalism to the way that.
Oh, you can 100% believe that some of these people have had that argument with police before. I absolutely believe that. that some people have tried that before. But yes, it's just ridiculous. It just has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
That the acts of charity giving are simply goods and not bound up in relations which perpetuate harms in the first place. I can't get into it all now, but there's simply decades decades and decades of research which argues that charities often serve to stabilize terrible conditions, allowing those conditions to perpetuate.
Oh, you're saying charities sometimes aren't effective at achieving their aims? Almost like if we think that, maybe we should look carefully into which charities are effective at doing good. Maybe we should have a social movement around that, about doing altruism but effectively. Yes, sure, there are some ways that like some charities can help prop up oppressive systems. Which is why you need high quality evidence to see if the charities are doing good. Now maybe his complaint is just like trying to do good under capitalism is bad. So like we shouldn't be giving malaria nets to make it so that African children don't die of malaria because something capitalism. But I mean, that I don't think is a serious criticism, and it would be very hard to see how it is that like giving to anti-malarial bed nets would have any effect on global
I don't
structure.
think many people say explicitly that that's bad. I think that would take quite a lot of gumption to say that. But they tend to obfuscate by saying, yeah, but it doesn't get to the root of the problem, without either one presenting. I think that's what we'll get to with the neoliberalism part, but they need to, I think, establish that what is the root of the problem and convince people that that's the case. Because a lot of EAs are just not convinced by the Marxist analysis, I think is a fair thing to say. Not to say that there aren't any, but like most EAs are not convinced with the Marxist analysis about the root causes of poverty. And the second point is that there's some alternative action that can be taken, whether at the individual or collective level, that would do things better, that would be an alternate, better use of our resources. But I think people like John here just reject that reasoning because they don't like to think quantitatively. They don't like to think in marginalist terms, like the effects at the margin, and they don't like to think in terms of like what evidence we can bring to bear to justify particular actions, because he's just spoken at length about how all those things are bad. So any of the sorts of questions I'm likely to ask, he's just, I think, going to go off on a diatribe about how that style of reasoning is bound up in like capitalist and classist and neoliberalist rhetoric.
I also think it's a little silly that earlier he was complaining that EAs use like talk about the long-term future to justify present inaction. But now he is justifying present inaction with vague talk about the structure of global capital without being specific about what the harms are that accrue from that.
Because the type of action that he's interested, I think, is like revolutionary class action from the context of what he said. He hasn't said that directly, but that's the implication I can draw. And so he just doesn't really care about anything else. I think that's what it comes down to. Like, he's not going to probably come out and say giving to Against Malaria Foundation is actually bad. He's just not interested in that.
Yeah, but it's silly to be like, oh, EAs, they rather than helping people today, they're focused on a long-term utopian project, which is why instead of giving to malaria nets as they do, I support joining Marxist reading groups to bring about the Marxist utopia.
The hypothetical future Marxist utopia, we should say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lives they often maintain the global relations of harm, exploitation, and death, which require those charities in the first place. And on top of this, returning to this.
I'm not going to get into it now, how EA charities reinforce neoliberalism and make the world worse in a million ways. But just know, some people have argued for it. That's just such an unserious. It's like,
well, that's sort of central to his claim if he actually thinks that. He might say a bit more later on that. But
right, it's like if EA charities actually make things worse in the countries they're trying to benefit, that's a much more central and important.
Yeah,
that would be more important to his case than whether Will McCaskill used feminine pronouns to describe the human species. But no, he has no time for that. He only has time for literary analysis of Will McCaskill using the word she to refer to the human race.
Notion of like subject and object. The entire premise of effective altruism is that people in the global north should give money to the global south and solve their problems. Putting aside for a second that this obscures the ways in which that wealth is accumulated in the global north in the first.
How does it obscure? It's like if I say, oh, you should give your money to the Red Cross, does that obscure how you got your money? No, it's just a separate question. It's not addressing how people got their money.
Maybe it's like what I said before. It's when he says things like it obscures it. It's more just like, but you should talk about this instead. I think that's really what it comes down to.
Right. And then it's right. And so if the criticism is just when EA say, here's where you should give your money, that are not saying anything about global capitalism. Well, there are lots of perfectly valuable utterances that do not involve denouncing global capitalism, even if you think global capitalism sucks. Like if I ask someone to pass the salt, during like global capitalism,
that obscures the powers of the structure of the neoliberal.
Right,
but you can bet there are people like this. There are people like that.
And it papers over the way the salt was gathered in the first place and how that's dependent on neoliberal structures. Just like you can, all the things he's saying about EA, you could say about anything. You could make like verbatim most of his criticisms about passing the salt. You could like find like early advocates for salt extraction and then like find them saying things that are problematic or that sound capitalist.
The salt mines, which are very dangerous, entrepreneurs making money, markets. Capitalism, it's all there. Like you could do this for pretty much anything. Well, but he would probably say yes, because that's because capital, they were saying before, like the logic of capitalism infuses everything in society. And like, so he'd be like, yes. And that just shows how true this all is.
But if you think that, then it's like, maybe everything is, maybe global capitalism sort of affects everything, virus-like, just sort of seeps in and takes over everything. But then it's like, this is no longer a specific criticism of EA, and it's just a fully general objection to ever doing anything except joining your Marxist reading group.
Also recreates the exact epistemological split that I spoke about earlier. There's a concept in Marxism called interpellation. A classic example from Althusser is that when a police officer calls to you and you respond, you're accepting the social relation of police and policed. A power relation is reestablished. And similarly,
that doesn't seem right, but
when effective altruists engage in this kind of charity, they are recreating the subject-object distinction of Cartesian rationality. Just like McCaskill's view of the abolition of the slave trade, the peoples of the global south are simply objects to be saved by the subject.
Oh, I was going to pull a child out of a pond who was drowning, but then I realized that might recreate the subject-object distinction because the child is in the global south and recreate colonialism, so I let him drown.
But this is stupid because inaction, ignoring the plight of people suffering, is just as much treating them as objects. They're just objects of indifference. The difference between a subject and an object is one is treated as the actor and the other is acted upon, right? The subject does the action, but inaction is just as much of an action, right? So this whole idea about subject versus object, that's implicit in the power differential of people who have money and resources and education and so forth, and those who don't. Now, John here doesn't like that there's such a great power differential between, he talks about global north and south, and many EAs don't like it either, but what they want to do is use that. They find themselves in the position of this, of being in a relatively powerful and privileged position and ask themselves, what should I do? And John here just seems disinterested in that question and just wants to spend his time railing against the fact that that situation exists in the first place. That does not in any way dissolve this object-subject distinction. He is just indifferent to, seemingly from what he's saying at least, indifferent to the suffering of the people who is placing in the object position and who are placed there in virtue of the fact that they do not have the capability to act in the way that we do, like because they don't have the resources, they don't have the education, they don't have the opportunities. That is what places them in that position of being objects of other people who are subjects because they have the power and the other people don't. So like I feel like this is even a Marxist analysis. Like it's the structure of the production and who has power in society that places them in that position. It's not me wanting to donate to charity that helps them that places them in that position. They're already in that position by virtue of them being relative, not entirely, like I'm not saying people can't make any choices, but relatively speaking, they have much less autonomy and capability than people in the global north. That is why they're in the object position in the sense that he's talking about it. It's not the fact that I've decided to donate to them that puts them in that position as if they wouldn't otherwise have been there. It's ridiculous. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it's so silly. And the other, like all these objections, like literally everything he's saying in the video could also be an objection to pulling a child out of a pond, where it's like, one guy who was a big advocate for that was Peter Singer, that guy,
and you know how horrible he was. Yeah.
And then it's like, it ignores the structures that led to the child being in the pond in the first place. It's like, no, this is all irrelevant. You should do good things rather than like hyperventilating about structures that led to.
Yeah, but my experience with these sorts of people, and I think we've seen that a little bit in this video, where a few small asides, is that if you really press them, they'll say, well, okay, giving money to these charities can be good, right? Like they'll sort of, if pressed, acknowledge that it can do good things and help people. But really, it just comes down to they don't want to talk about that stuff because they don't care about it. What they care about is giving a Marxist analysis of what they think how society should be changed in a much broader scale. And that's what they spend almost all their time doing. And whenever you try to talk about something else, they just bring it back to their way of seeing things through this very particular lens.
Yeah.
which we've seen throughout this video. This is why I thought it was a good video to study, because I think it's a good encapsulation of this.
It's of history. Fucking white men in the global north. And this dynamic feeds into another which causes immense harm. As objects in the need of saving, the money which gets fed into EA.
I mean, okay, his complaint, oh, lots of EAs are white. You know what other group has lots of white people? Marxists. EA critics.
Yeah.
Golfers. Is playing golf immoral because they're disproportionately white? I mean, it's just like the racial makeup of a group doesn't tell you anything about whether it's good or not.
Charities is not controlled by the people who are being helped. This leads to powerful actors, massive powerful actors like billionaires deciding what's best. With EA's fundamental connection to developmentalism and the interests of billionaires, this means that market solutions are often what's promoted. For example, the Gates Foundation, which is a darling of EA, frequently funnels money into marketizing areas of the global south in the name of developmentalism.
We'll be so much richer, we can solve so...
I mean, the Bill Gates is often praised by EAs, but it's like they're not like, it's not like he's where their EA money goes. He has his own money. He's actually pretty rich. Famously.
I don't know what he's referring to when he says Bill Gates has promoted marketizing in developing countries. I actually don't know what he's referring to there.
Yeah. I wonder what he's talking about. What is meant by Bill Gates is promoting?
Be nice if you would explain that to us.
I mean, this doesn't...
I doubt you're going to find a clear answer because it's just such a vague term that it could be meaning lots of things with it.
Yeah, I mean, if the idea is just like, yeah, okay, I just Googled, like I just asked ChatGPT and it didn't seem to have any specific idea.
Yeah,
this just seems made up.
I don't know that it refers to any very specific thing, is my sense.
Yeah, I mean, maybe if the concern is just, well, it seems like Bill Gates is kind of a neoliberal. Yeah.
I think that's probably the... yes, that's probably the root of it.
Yeah, some EAs think capitalism's a good thing. Now, you know, that some people in Movement X have false beliefs. To be clear, I think capitalism's good, you know. So, but even if it's not, that some people in some group have false beliefs, that doesn't really tell us very much about whether the movement's
Yeah,
good.
but he's going to say that sort of neoliberal logic and consequentialist logic suffuses the way EAs think about everything. That's what he's saying throughout the video. But what he's, I think, failed to do is establish what's wrong with the sorts of things. Well, either he's very unclear what he even means by that, or when he has been clear, like when he was talking about science and objectivity and using reasons and evidence and stuff like that, he just didn't really explain what the problem was supposed to be. And what it comes down to is that he wants to talk about how capitalism is bad and doesn't really want to talk about anything. Oh, and class action to deal with that, and doesn't really want to talk about anything else. And, you know, Bill Gates doesn't have much interest in talking about those things, as far as I understand, so he's not going to like Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Many problems that are intractable today.
Free markets, which perpetuate the expansion of global imperial capitalism and actually facilitate the extraction of wealth from the global south into the hands of the people who are supposedly helping them. We can also see this penchant for market solutions in McCaskill's breathless promotion of carbon offsetting as the most effective way of dealing with climate change. You know, a famously
Did he promote
bullshit fake solution, but one which perpetuates...
Well, I think McCaskill has suggested that there are some efficient carbon offsets that...
Because generally, I'm pretty skeptical of carbon offsetting as well, but that's just often because the schemes are not run very well. It's not a principled objection.
Yeah, I think McCaskill had said that there are some like effective global warming charities that like you can use for pretty efficient carbon offsets. But yeah, some of them are reason.
But that's just an object level difference, right? Like we could, yeah, like
yeah.
I think he's just bringing it up because
I tend to be pretty suspicious of those. I agree they're all right for fighting global warming, but they tend to involve adding extra land to forests, like adding back forests, and I think that's bad because it increases wild animal suffering. But that's
a different objection. But
yes, I assume that's not the objection he's going to raise.
No, I very much doubt that.
More vague Marxist innuendo.
The very market order that EA loves, the market order which is the cause of global warming in the first place. Science.
Okay, so that's a very interesting claim. This is something that Marxists say a lot, that capitalism has caused global warming. Now, that's sort of true in some sense, because insofar as climate change is caused by the Industrial Revolution, which was a capitalist endeavor. But it's not like non-capitalist societies have performed better when it comes to environmental or emission standards, and that continues to be the case. So I find this objection to be really strange. Like, there's nothing inherent about a classless Marxist society that means that they will care about the environment. I don't really see what it just depends on how their polity is structured or how their norms are incentivized. I mean, Marxists are incredibly vague about what they want such a society to look like, so it's hard to say. But like all regimes that have claimed to be Marxist have done poorly by the environment. And certainly you can just continue to pollute, even if the factories are owned by the workers. Like, that doesn't mean that they're going to stop polluting. I'm not really sure I understand why that there's an inherent link drawn between capitalism and damage to the environment.
Yeah, I mean, like, how did Mao do for the environment, for example? Not, his best friend Mao, who's hanging out in the background. How did that guy do environmentally?
Well, I mean, see, you could argue that he did all right because of all the Chinese people he killed, which reduced their climate footprint. But
that's a good point. Okay, I respect.
But certainly the Soviet Union didn't do well because of all their industrialization, which was horrifically inefficient. And if you've heard about the RLC, the Soviet Union basically destroyed the RLC because of extraction of water for inefficient irrigation.
Sorry, what's the RLC?
Well, it barely exists anymore. It used to be like the 4th largest lake on the planet, I think, but it's mostly dried up now. It's a inland sea in Central Asia. Anyway, look up that if people are interested about the what happens with authoritarian communist regimes and the environment. Now, of course, you might want to say, well, yeah, but that doesn't mean that that's inherent to communism. Well, okay, but it's not clear that it's inherent to capitalism either to damage the environment. I just think this lazy analysis is just like capitalism bad, environmental damage bad. Like, clearly they go together.
This love of market solutions is what really cements effective altruism as not just a liberal leather tongue of bourgeois morality, but a neoliberal one. The very existence of the global charity system requires global markets and corporations.
But I mean, the existence of complaints about global capitalism and markets requires markets, but that doesn't mean it's immoral. The fact that X can depend on something bad, but not be bad.
Yeah, I don't understand the argument here either.
I mean, prisons depend on people committing crimes.
Yeah,
is not a serious argument against prisons.
More powerful and influential, it has increasingly.
Cancer treatments depend on people having cancer.
Well, yeah, but actually, so this is an interesting argument that people give as to like people who or industries or businesses who try to help solve a problem or mitigate a problem are bad because they make money off the suffering of those people. But no one applies this to doctors, weirdly, and I've never understood why. But it only somehow applies to I don't know, like insurance or something, or like charities. But anyone who ever helps to try to solve a problem that someone else has could be argued to be bad because they're benefiting from that person having the problem or trying to avoid the problem. But that's just silly. Like, that's how we help other people, by reducing or helping them avoid their problems. And in a market economy, that involves exchange of money to compensate people for that. Now, that's also, by the way, true in most actually existing non-market economies. They also exchange goods or services or indeed money. They just have like worker ownership or production or whatever. So I don't know what system this guy would advocate, John would advocate for instead rewarding people for doing things that help others if it doesn't involve some sort of exchange. Maybe he has another theory of how that's supposed to work. But again, he makes it sound bad when really all it is like, yeah, people do things to try to help other people and they get something in exchange. Like, sometimes that can be bad in the particulars, but in general, that's not a problem. That's just like how people have always worked.
Yeah.
Forced a market frame on charities. This has been extensively documented within the animal rights movement, which EA apparently holds us.
I mean, that, as we've already discussed.
Documented, yeah. Whinged about, maybe.
A central tenet. Because EA holds a cost-effective market logic for determining the value of charitable endeavors, it's those charities which adhere to the market logics, which tend to be much larger.
When he says market logic, what do you
whoa.
What he just said is factually wrong there. The charities that EA recommends are not the largest charities. We recommend often against some of the biggest charities because it's too hard to evaluate what they do. They do too many things, like the Red Cross, for example.
Maybe I misheard. It didn't sound like that's what he was saying to me.
Okay, maybe I missed it.
Within the animal rights movement, which EA apparently holds as a central tenet. Because EA holds a cost-effective market logic for determining the value of charitable endeavours, it's those charities which adhere to the market logics, which tend to be much larger, which are deemed most effective. And then they get the money and then force the entire field to market.
I mean, that's it's like, a lot of EA charities don't have
That's
that
just
much money.
factually wrong. Like the EA support would be a lot of the charities that GiveWell has recommended. I mean, they've grown larger partly through attracting EA support, but they're still relatively small compared to some of the real big charities. And some of the big charities have pushed back against EA logics precisely because it's hard to apply them to these big conglomerate charities that do so many different things. EA tends to focus on charities that do quite specific things that are easier to document and analyze, which I think is a good model in general. Not to say that that's always a better model, but I think there are a lot of benefits to that. It's baffling that he said that. That's just factually wrong. You could just check that. That's just not true.
I agree that it's factually wrong. I don't agree that it's baffling. That
Okay, fair enough.
Because I didn't know the fact that the thing is factually wrong
Okay,
lower
fair
the
enough.
odds of saying it, and might increase the odds.
into a further marketized hellhole and forcing those organizations which can't fit easily into the market frame to fail. I've seen this dynamic.
What is he even talking about when he talks about forcing them into a market frame?
It means being able to show that they're effective. That's how we would describe it.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, why is that bad?
Well, he hasn't said. I think if you asked him why, he would go back to, well, so remember Descartes, right? So the difference between the object and the subject and how that was somehow caused by colonialism and capitalism. And, half an hour later, and so that's why we shouldn't give to I don't know. I mean, it's like, he doesn't explain why it's
all
bad.
All he means by market logic is just trying to do cost benefit analysis.
I think that's essentially it.
I mean, that seems quite silly.
Play out for disabled people's organizations in neoliberal Britain, as those groups which can't prove the cost effectiveness of their organization get their funding withdrawn, while the larger, more established, more market oriented, more liberal organizations.
No, but it's not larger and more liberal. I'm sorry, it's like is like the Jens Malaria Foundation more liberal than the
Red Cross?
Red Cross? No, it's just less. It's just more effective.
Or Salvation Army?
The bulk of the funding. The neoliberal dynamic of effective altruism is not just supporting pre-existing harmful charity orders, but actually, amazingly, making it worse.
Amazingly. Wow.
Now, he hasn't actually mentioned any charities by name, unless we missed some. But Give Directly, I think, is actually that's what I personally donate to. One of the things that I love about it, apart from how well evidenced everything that they do is, and how focused they are on their mission, and how transparent they are, is that it's maximally empowering people who otherwise have very little. It's just giving them money in a way that's traceable and documented. But it really is giving them money. So it's in the best way possible that you can transfer your sort of privilege to someone else is to give them the ability to make more decisions and more empowered choices about their life and how to live it. And that's fundamental to my value set, which interestingly I would describe as a very liberal value set, atomized neoliberalism. I don't know, maybe that makes it bad, but it seems actually quite consistent with the idea about wanting to respect other people's autonomy and try to enable them to be subjects rather than just treating them purely as an object, like you need this. Now, not to say that there's never a case for that. I think sometimes for vaccines, malaria nets, that's good as well, right? There's a place for different types of charity. But what I'm saying is it would be, I think, much more interesting for him to say what he thinks is the problem with charities like Give Directly, which seem to not face really any of the criticisms that he's mentioned, because they do allow you to respect the person's autonomy. That's sort of the whole point. They're not a large group. They started off quite small. They have grown, but they're still not one of the really big charities. And it's just sort of, and they do work in direct cooperation with groups in local countries, like developing countries. It's true that a lot of their funding comes from rich countries, but that's because they're the rich countries. I don't know what, that's the whole point, is that, well, we're trying to become less rich by giving away our money to people who are. So the point is that most of the criticisms that he's raised, whether they're true of sort of any of the main charities, particularly Give Directly is one where it's very unclear how they would apply. And it would be nice if he would have something to say about specific things that EAs actually do. But he's somehow managed to avoid that throughout pretty much the entire discussion.
Yeah, I found a lot of this guy's what he said puzzling, but then I saw something that I thought sort of made a lot more sense of it. So let me play a 30-second clip that I think helps explain the sort of the worldview. Okay.
That she was named for the first man to climb Mount Everest, Sir Edmund Hillary. But as Esquire magazine recently pointed out, Sir Edmund did not climb Mount Everest until 1953, 6 years after Hillary was born. However, the First Lady does have a good explanation for the discrepancy. She loves to lie.
Oh, I love Norm Macdonald. He's such a good delivery. She loves to lie.
I feel like that's a good explanation of a lot of the things in this video. Okay.
But this isn't the only harmful neoliberal aspect of this terrible project.
And that's not all.
One essential part of neoliberalism is the exporting of social reproduction to private or market hands. Under neoliberalism, charities have increasingly stepped in to fill the social reproductive roles left absent by...
It's just like, he thinks that's a decisive argument against a thing where you can describe it in a way that makes it sound slightly like something else that is capitalist. Yeah, and then it's like, but you can do that for anything.
The state. You just look at the explosion of food bank charities in Britain under austerity.
I think that there is good within food banks, and to have charitable support given by people voluntarily to support their fellow citizens, I think is rather uplifting and shows what a good, compassionate country we are. And as I say, inevitably, the state can't do everything. So,
as neoliberal marketization expands to require charities to fill this social reproductive role, so too does EA work to ensure that the charity sector is as marketized as possible. EA then is not just compatible with neoliberalism, but is playing an important role in its expansion. And I call that harm. That's another thing I will firmly tick down as harm. So we can see one final way.
So how has this happened? It's like his evidence that EA has expanded neoliberalism is that food banks expanded under Thatcher, and there was a guy who was saying it's better to donate privately than at the hands of the government. So therefore, EA has expanded capitalism. This seems like a very shady.
Well, all these things predated EA as well, but it's bizarre because I mean, this would apply to any charity who stepped in to try to fill the role left by government when they, like, say in the UK case, which is odd because not many EAs are focused on food banks in the UK. That tends to be not the focus. It'd be maybe better to look at actually relevant cases. But anyway, even taking that case, right? So the UK government reduces funding for social programs. So there's more people going hungry. Okay, so what should we do? Well, according to this guy, what you shouldn't do is try to feed the hungry people, because that would be facilitating the retreat of the state institutions and then helping to like consolidate neoliberalism. But like, what? Like that's just absolutely crazy. Like you should let the people go hungry just so that you're not like working into it. No. The thing that you would criticize is we should. You help the poor, you help the people who are hungry, and you criticize the policies that cause it. You can do both of those things, and there might be an argument as to how much do you focus on one and how much do you focus on the other. That's a difficult trade-off. EA is here to help answer those questions. He doesn't seem to think we should even think about that trade-off. But the point is, you can do both of those things in general, devote a certain amount of resources to both as appropriate, right? And unless he can show that EAs have actually advocated for cutting these sorts of programs that needs the private sector, the private charity sector to step in, then he doesn't really have a case. And I'm not aware of that. The EAs argue for cuts to these sorts of social services. All that they do is try to do the best they can with the situation, that other people have brought about. I just don't know what the connection is supposed to be.
Yeah, I mean, EAs tend to be left of center and the support of expanding services.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have thought it's like there seems to be some discrepancy between that is like things that you cite as evidence that EA is bad that were around decades before EA. Nothing to do with EA. But I think there is an explanation of this discrepancy, which is that he loves to lie.
That is particularly strange though, because it's just such an odd argument. Like he wants to bring like Thatcher era policies and somehow blame EA for that, but like that just doesn't make any sense. Now,
It's just like it's all arguments by vibes. It's like EA does this and this sort of it's sort of like that, which is sort of like this thing, which is sort of neoliberal. But then it's like if you're going to be suggesting that that saving tens of thousands of lives every year is anything other than extremely good, you'll need more than the fact that it gives you the ick.
Yeah, and by the way, I mean, I don't know the specific social programs that he's talking about in the UK, right? In general, I think that probably they were good, but you can't just say that a government program was cut and then infer from that that must have been bad. Like, it's not that any government program is just necessarily good, that like gives money to people who, like, some are more effective than others. Maybe there's better ways of achieving that outcome. If you're not even open to having that sort of discussion and saying, well, what are the merits of different ways of bringing benefits to poor people, or of trying to uplift people who are in difficult circumstances and helping the marginalized inside, if you're not even open to having that discussion and considering different possibilities, then like, what is even like, what is the point of anything? Like, and that really seems to be like he's ideologically committed to. I don't actually know why he would be ideologically committed to the British welfare state, because that itself is a neoliberal institution that tries to convince the working class not to revolt against capitalism, right? So it's odd that he would be defending that, but I don't know, whatever. If you just decide ideologically that a certain thing is on your side and a certain other things are on the other side, and have no further analysis to give, then it's really hard to have an actual discussion or like respond rationally, because it seems like the objection hasn't come from anywhere rationally. It's just come from, it gives me the ick.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, should we keep watching? We could skip to the bit of that's just like at the end titled "Effective Altruism." Sorry, should we do that one?
Yeah. Let's watch that bit.
Okay.
I think it's just the next part.
I think you can actually see this neoliberal mode and how they operate as a social movement. And in fact, some effective altruists have just come out and explicitly said that they should model their mode of gaining influence on the way neoliberalism gained power, which is like...
Torres isn't an EA. Torres is an EA critic. I'd like to see the way the quote... I mean, actually, is there just a link to this in the comments? Let's see.
I'm not sure. I didn't check. But they may have been quoting someone else.
Okay, so this guy doesn't even include his sources.
Well, there's transphobia on the far right. So I'm not sure what that has to do with effective altruism. The far right and liberalism. Yes, because liberals are, of course, well known to support the far right.
Yeah.
Like, suspicious?
That's suspicious.
Why didn't he quote any of them?
So I don't see what's suspicious at all. So you could, again, the most you could say is it sounds a bit ick, but you could say like, okay, I'm an anti-Marxist, right? Like, this is me speaking personally. I don't really like Marxism. I don't think it has some things to learn that we can learn from, some interesting points, but in general, I don't think it's a very convincing ideology. I think it's done a lot of harm. But I could still say we can learn from how the Marxists have organized and how successful they've been at convincing people. Like, there's absolutely nothing odd or suspicious about that, from saying, look, this is a bad movement, but we can learn from how successful they've been at convincing people, or about getting people to talk about their ideas. You could say that about anyone you didn't like. You could say that about Jordan Peterson. You could say that about Donald Trump, like whoever. But there's nothing suspicious about that at all. I don't see what the problem is supposed to be.
Well, but I mean, what do you make of the argument for it being suspicious? That he said that's suspicious, and then he played a woman with blue hair saying that's suspicious? Like, I wasn't convinced before the woman with the blue hair. But, like, I mean, this is just...
Game to power, which is, like, suspicious.
That's suspicious.
Like, what do you make of that argument? That seems really compelling.
Yeah, again, I think it's, like, just guilt by association and sort of guised under a sardonic joke, under the guise of a sardonic joke, which is mostly what the video is, which makes it hard to actually assess.
Yeah.
But you can see that is what they've done. They haven't built a collective class movement, but they've got key technocratic elites, key individuals into influential positions. Remember Toby Ord. And such
we don't have that much influence, though.
Even within the...
I think he's we have some, but like, I think he's exaggerating the point a bit. Like, I wish EA's had much more influence in general.
Me too.
Effective altruism movement, as its movement leaders appear not to trust people getting into it with the full scope of what the movement stands for. Namely, they often don't trust people to be on board with the weirder ideas of long-termism, and so focus on global poverty as a sort of marketing and onboarding strategy, which is gross.
I also I find it hilarious that his citation norms just involve like he'll flash a last name and then a year on screen, which is a perfectly fine way of doing it if you're writing an essay, and have a bibliography at the end.
Yeah.
But it's just like, I mean, among other things, like many of these people have written many things in a year. This is especially true of Torres, and Torres's articles are all kind of similar. So it's like, do we just have to look through every one of Torres's articles to figure? I mean,
he should at the very least put those references in his show notes. It's pointless to show a name and a year, but not specify the reference.
Right.
Like,
It's like,
not
what is the
strictly
point of
pointless,
having
but
a
it's
reference
bad practice.
if it does not improve anyone's ability to find what you're talking about?
Yeah.
It might be effective, who knows? But it's gross. As people become more deeply involved in effective altruism, they become more indoctrinated into accepting these weirder ideas, no longer advocating for poverty reduction, but for, I don't know, make.
What do you say?
They're building a shrine.
Maybe you could describe what EAs do.
Well, what was the thing that he said here? He cut out for a second there. Instead of poverty reduction, it was what?
For poverty reduction, but for, I don't know, making nice trousers for whatever AI god they're building a shrine to.
But why doesn't he give an actual example of a weird idea that he doesn't like? Because that's just obviously a joke, right? Like, why not pick an actual thing? Making trousers for an AI god is not something that any EA does. Why not pick something? Does he not actually have any examples?
Right. What EAs do is less making trousers for an AI god and more trying to figure out how to get the AIs to not be out of accordance with human values in ways that might cause it to kill everyone. In a way where lots of leading AI experts think there's a non-trivial chance it'll kill everyone.
Like, could he not find a single example, even if it's cherry-picked, of some specific thing that EAs did that he thought was bad? Like, even I could do that.
I guess that would require like reading some of what EAs do rather than just reading the like anti-EA critic smear guilt by association. I also think another explanation for why this guy included this example rather than an example of a thing EAs actually do is he loves to lie.
Yeah.
Okay.
And gone wrong. Stop them, Gromit, stop them!
So this has been described as a funnel method of movement building, where the wide end attracts lots of people with uncontroversial ideas. But as they reach further down the funnel, they gain more power, more influence within the movement.
What? It's like if you have a movement that has some ideas that are obvious and some ideas that are controversial, it makes sense to be like, okay, you should do the obvious things. And then for people in the movement, you say, and here are some other things that are potentially very valuable. It's not like this. It's not.
Is there any social movement that doesn't do this?
Yeah, and it's not like EAs are like secretive about being long-termists. They write popular books about long-termism.
Yeah, and a lot of the more esoteric ideas are just on the EA forum, which is publicly accessible. It's not. I mean, I suppose there are. Yeah, I mean, I guess I don't know what all of the influential people say behind closed doors. Maybe they do say some weird stuff, but like, again, I don't know how you criticize that. Like the things that he's criticizing, EAs are not secretive about. Like, they're very public about this. Even this diagram, I recognize this diagram. I've seen versions of it in the EA forum. It's a way to talk about how to bring people into the movement through progressive increase in engagement, which progressively involves fewer and fewer people because you sort of, you lose some across each stage. So I recognize that diagram, but like, there's nothing specific to EA about this at all. This could really apply to any movement. Any movement tries to attract people with things that are relatively less controversial or at least less controversial to them, like the people you're trying to appeal to, and that are more relatable and easy to understand. Like, you don't start with the really weird esoteric stuff unless, well, I suppose some movements do, but maybe conspiracy theories do, but like most movements don't do that. You start relatively broad and easy, and then you work towards more difficult, more demanding, or more abstract, like whatever it is, concepts. Like, that's just how you teach anything and how you socialize people into literally anything. And this is not inherently good or bad. It's just how people socialize and how we teach and how we interact with people. So I don't know what the problem is supposed to be. This is a problem if it's done in an exploitative way or in a misleading way or for bad purposes, which obviously he probably thinks that, right, given what he said. But the funnel method itself is not the problem. Like, again, like the Nazis got people's sympathy by talking about like bread and work and running soup kitchens and stuff like that. That doesn't make those things bad. Like, they did it for bad reasons, but like those things in themselves aren't bad. And like, you say, oh, well, who else did those things that the Nazis did? Like, that's just standard guilt by association.
He said the earlier EA stuff is like trivial and obviously good, but he's spent the last hour criticizing it.
That's a fair point. Yes, I don't think there's anything that he acknowledged as being good in EA. So that's a fair point as well.
Oh, wait a second.
Huh? Oh, it's not going to be a conspiracy thing, is it?
Oh, fuck. It's a pyramid scheme.
It's not a pyramid scheme. It's a reverse
Okay.
funnel system.
Turn it upside down.
God damn it! Shit!
All right.
This individualistic neoliberal
That's not
influence
what a
mode of
pyramid.
movement.
Okay, never mind. I don't think he understands what a pyramid scheme is.
Yeah.
A pyramid scheme is one in which, in order to keep going, it has to keep growing, because it doesn't do anything of value to produce value. It only brings in value through new entrants, and that's just not true of EA. Like, there's lots of
I
things that we
think
do.
EA's shrunk in the last year.
That
Like,
may be
since yes,
true.
nothing, I think it's
Yeah.
shrunk. So,
But it's just
there's
not a
just
pyramid scheme. Like, I don't understand how we can call it that.
But it is like, this is a particularly funny example of the way of arguing in this video, because it's just like, EA has a thing and it has the vibe of a thing he doesn't like, even when it's just demonstrably not that thing. So he's
Yeah,
claiming it's a
that's actually a
pyramid
really
scheme.
clear example of that. It's just the criticism doesn't make any sense. And maybe if you pushed him, he'd probably just say it was a joke. I don't know. But that's the problem with too closely mixing your sardonic comments with actual substantive criticism, is that no one can tell the difference, and you can always just say, "Oh, I was just kind of joking around." I don't know.
Yeah, it's just memes. It's just jokes.
Reflects the fundamentally neoliberal marketized nature of effective altruism. It's through its individualism, its market obsession, and its neoliberal dimensions that effective altruism doesn't just not do good, but actively does harm. Remember,
Why doesn't he give an example of them doing harm rather than using a bunch of words?
Well, he did give an example. Remember, they make pants for the AI god.
Oh,
That was his example.
That's true. That's true.
No, I really think it's because people like John here, I'm generalizing here, I'm reifying here. In my experience and from reading some of these things, a lot of them don't think very concretely. They always speak in these extremely abstract terms and find it and just sort of never seem to bring that to bear on anything very specific as like an example, or at least rarely so. Like, that's why so much of what he said is incredibly abstract. Like, I mentioned someone like Descartes, but then like, well, what does that have to do with anything? Like, it's just so unclear how that connects to anything that EAs actually do. It's all at the level of ideology, and even there in a very vague way, like by association and by origins of ideas, and never connecting any of it to specific things that EAs do that he thinks are bad. It's very frustrating because it's very different to how I think. I try to, like, abstractions are important, as we talked about before, but you also need to bring things to a concrete level, give examples, link to practical things, or specific cases. There's a balance there, and I think that it's sort of ironic that he criticizes a market logic for doing that. But I think that, like, Marxist analysis of this sort is like that on steroids. Like, it's so abstract and so disconnected from any sort of empirical verification or empirical testing or practicality that it's just hard to even critique, because you can't get a hold on it.
For EA, it's that they like rely too much on oversimplified models that are like oversimplified and too abstract.
Yeah.
And then he doesn't mention any things that any EAs have ever done in criticism of EA, which seems like a notable oversight.
It's just a slight oversight, yeah. We could probably end it here unless there's anything else. I think he's just got a bit of summary, but I think we probably get the idea at this point.
Yeah.
We got through most of it. I'm impressed. All right, so any closing remarks that you want to make?
By the way, EA is true.
No, that's a bit cringe. I don't think EA is a proposition, so I don't know that you can. Well, yeah, I guess you could try to formulate it as one. But anyway, so I think that last video, which I found and thought would be useful to look at, I didn't intend that to be some sort of like straw man or some sort of easy takedown. Like, I don't know that creator, but he has a reasonable following, and in particular, the sorts of things that he says are very similar. Matthew gave the example of that book, many of whom make similar sorts of arguments: the effective altruism, the good it promises and the harm it does. And I've had conversations with other people and read also other criticisms along very similar lines. And so I think that that's fair game and a good exemplification of a sort of left-wing sort of criticism, a particular type of left-wing progressive, in this case, sort of, Marxist style criticism of effective altruism. And many similar lines of criticism often come up in discussions whenever any of the Peter Singer events that I've been to, and I've been to quite a few of them, he always gets asked about capitalism, often multiple times in like the Q&A. And so this is clearly an issue that is very salient to a lot of people who are otherwise interested in EA. And I think it's sort of unfortunate because I think that the criticisms are just very confused. And you can say that EA should maybe talk more about reform of capitalist institutions, right? That's something I've said before, although not in Marxist directions, but like I think that EA should focus a bit more on that sort of thing, economic policy and so forth. But that's, again, it's not really a criticism of EA. It's a point about what we think is most effective and ways that we can use reason and evidence to guide our actions about what to focus on. And having disagreements at the object level about that is not really to disagree with EA. It's just maybe to disagree with what some EAs think or what they tend to prioritize. And the way to make progress there, I think, is to bring your arguments, try to convince people, and you have a discussion, right? That's what I try to do, even though I'm critical of certain aspects of the movement. A movement doesn't have to be perfect to be part of it. And it doesn't, and the fact that there are bad things or that there have been bad actors like SBF doesn't mean that the movement as a whole is bad or that its underlying ideology is fundamentally problematic. I think that the nirvana fallacy is very common in these sorts of contexts. I think that fundamentally EA is relatively simple. Fundamentally, it's about, as I said at the outset, trying to use our time and resources to affect the world in positive ways, and more positive ways rather than less positive ways. And you can apply that in different contexts to different degrees, depending on your values and your abilities and your talents. And you can disagree with the way that other people think that they should do that. And that's part of EA, is to, engage in rigorous discussion of disagreements. But I don't think any of those concerns that we've looked at really fundamentally get at this issue or say why it's a problem. And I think that it's a bit disappointing. This is sort of speaking a bit more personally. It's a bit disappointing at how little uptake effective altruism has had over the past 15 years since it's existed. It's obviously grown, but it's still very, very small and very unpopular amongst many people across the political spectrum, as we've seen, who are familiar with it. So I think that's unfortunate. And I do think that I've commented on the forum about this before, that I think partly it's due to EA's not being as effective as we should be at communicating our ideas. I mean, we could get into details, but maybe that's for another time. But yeah, I mean, I think EA's a really good movement and a really good philosophy, and it has a lot of value to offer to the world. It's not perfect. It has a lot of problems, and I've spoken out against this, but we can make it better by reforming it and giving suggestions about how it can improve in different ways. And I'm just not convinced that anyone has offered credible alternatives for, like, if we're concerned about ways we can do good in the world, ways we can help. So yeah, that's my final words.
Yeah, I guess, I agree with that. I think, EA is this, like, it's based on this very core idea that is pretty trivial when you think about it, but that very few people act on, that you should try to do good as effectively as possible. And so then I think, because the idea is so simple and obvious, but it imposes serious demands on people. Basically, when addressing it, people end up making these horribly confused objections, and they end up basically hallucinating the content of EA, LLM, to find something to disagree with about it. Because if they took the idea seriously, they'd have to give up some of their money to, like, things that don't tickle their emotions. So, and I would suggest, if you're interested in learning more about it, if you want to take a high impact career, I recommend the website 80,000 Hours, which has some good analysis of good careers. I recommend just reading the EA forum is a good thing. And then if you want to give your money to effective charities, GiveWell is a good place that has done really high quality research on charities. The EA forum is also having a, like, marginal funding week where they're discussing where, like, different charities are making the case for giving them more money. So that's another good place to.
Oh, that's cool. I wanted to add to that if you're interested in talking to people and learning more, many, at least major cities, have EA groups that you could potentially look at going to. They're sometimes associated with universities, so you might want to look up in your area. There used to be a list of these. I'm not sure it exists anymore. But anyway, you can probably just Google effective altruism and then your city name and see what comes up. But I recommend even if you're not sure, like, you can just go along to an event when they have one and, like, talk to people and see what you think, or there's online things as well that you can try to find out about. But yeah, I think EAs are normally pretty approachable people, and so like if you want to raise some objections, like they'd normally be pretty happy to listen. So, but also if anyone would like to contact me, I'm very happy to chat. You can send me an email. My address is fods12@gmail.com, fods12@gmail.com. If you are interested in EA and have concerns about what I've said or objections or whatever, yeah, happy to continue the discussion.
Yeah,
and also Matt, thanks for inviting me on today.
Yeah, and feel free to shoot me a Discord message if you have questions. No capital letters. Yeah. Thanks for coming on. I think this has been a good chat.
Yeah, it's been fun.
All right. Yeah. Nice chatting.
Take care, everyone.
Yeah, I'll end this.